Working on our patience. Good morning. My name is Andrea Matney, and I am the Community Outreach Programs and Support Specialist for the Research Services at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. Welcome to the second day of the 2014 Virtual Genealogy Fair. A few quick notes before we start. We have allotted 10 minutes for questions and answers. You can submit your questions for a speaker via Twitter using hashtag GenFair2014. For captioning, go to the Virtual Genealogy Fair website and click on the link for today. Lectures will be recorded and posted on the Virtual Genealogy Fair website by the end of November. If you are following along from home, this is session number 5. The lecture is entitled, Great Granny Eunice Came from Ireland, Grandpa Fred Was in the War, Can Access to Archival Databases, AAD, Help Me? And our speaker is John LeGloahec. Access to archival databases has helpful information for genealogists because it contains 60 different series with more than 100 million records. AAD allows researchers to access electronic data files from anywhere around the world. John will highlight records of interest to genealogists, including immigration and passenger list records, and the World War II Army enlistment files. He will also provide an introduction to navigating AAD and how to search the records. John LeGloahec is an archive specialist for the Electronic Records Division. He works at the National Archives in College Park, Maryland. I am turning the microphone over to John.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and good morning to all of those joining us for the National Archives Virtual Genealogy Fair. I'm very excited to be with you today on this second day of the fair. What I hope to accomplish here today is to help you navigate NARA's Access to Archival Databases, or AAD, with your genealogical research. It is altogether fitting that this presentation be virtual, as anyone can search AAD from the comfort of their own homes, in your PJs, or from any internet-connected computer, but you may need clothes if you're at the local library or internet cafe. I think it's a fair statement to say that most genealogists like the feel of stuff, letters, photographs, family Bibles, memorabilia, and ephemera from a family they are trying to learn more about. However, let's look at permanence for a moment. All of the physical items that I just mentioned will be around for a long time, but if you stop and think about all that other stuff that is being created constantly in this era, emails, cell phone pictures, Facebook postings, blog entries, even to a certain extent this presentation, these are all examples of electronic records. Now, there are some that say that electronic records aren't sexy, though I'm pretty fond of them, as most of my colleagues are in electronic records. Make no mistake, in no way does their existence lessen the impact that they can have to providing a much-needed clue to a family's history. In the Electronic Records Reference Branch, the majority, if not all, of the genealogical questions we receive often concern the area like the title of my presentation, or in the questions seen here, people are searching for immigration records of an ancestor who came to the United States, or they're trying to find out more information about a relative who fought in one of the several conflicts of the 20th century. Luckily for us and for you, we have a rich history of records to draw upon to answer all of those requests. The Electronic Records Division of the National Archives has been collecting records of the federal government for more than 40 years. While some of the records date back to World War II, in some instances even earlier, the majority of all, if not all, of the records in our custody are born digital records of the federal government. By that I mean they have never existed on paper. If you search in the National Archives online catalog, you'll find more than 30,000 descriptions of electronic records, which translate to millions of logical data records, or LDRs. We define an LDR as one individual record, a row of data in a database, or one PDF document, to cite 2 examples. Once the records have been processed by NARA staff, we identify certain records as appropriate for AAD. Now, what do we mean when we say an appropriate AAD record? Well, it's those records that identify specific persons, geographic areas, events, activities, organizations, messages, or that are indices to other records. The AAD system does not support quantitative or statistical analysis of data. For a record to be in AAD, we need to answer the one question: can the record stand by itself and still have meaning? To date, we have made more than 100 million records available through AAD. That means something to a lot of people if the statistics are to be believed. Also in the custody of the Electronic Records Division are hundreds of linear feet, thousands of pages of textual documentation provided by transferring agencies or created by the National Archives to help researchers like you interpret the records we make available. Upon accessing the AAD homepage, you can see the URL listed at the top of the slide. You have the option of conducting a free text search by typing text into the green Search AAD box. Please note that this search option looks at the records themselves and not the series titles. You may also conduct more specific searches by narrowing your search by selecting one of the categories listed in the red Browse Categories box. As you can see, you can also access a more substantive list of subjects by clicking Browse by Subjects, and you can see all series available in AAD by clicking Show All Series in the red banner. Also helpful at the bottom of the AAD main page are the purple What's New box, which contains the most recent additions to AAD, the teal-colored AAD Highlights box that illustrates some of the specific records one can find in AAD, and the blue Most Popular box that lists those series that are accessed most frequently. Please note the Getting Started guide, accessible on the right side of the homepage with the chalkboard and identified with the blue arrow, is a helpful resource to navigate AAD. This information is also available as one of today's handouts. So let's get started. I'm fairly confident that no one thinks of ship passenger lists and electronic records in the same thought. However, there are 4 series of records available on AAD, making up more than 6 million records of passengers arriving at the ports of Baltimore, Boston, New Orleans, New York, and Philadelphia. The passenger list records came to the National Archives from the Center for Immigration Research at the Balch Institute for Ethnic Studies, which created a database with extracted information from the original paper passenger lists. This has allowed genealogists to search for names of individuals and/or the names of ships that carried immigrants to our shores, in addition to providing the ability to undertake statistical research on the records. Parenthetically, I'll point out that the Balch Institute merged with the Historical Society of Pennsylvania in 2002, and the Institute contains a wealth of information that is very helpful to genealogists, and anyone may access the Balch Institute homepage from the URL listed at the bottom of the slide. Now let's see if we can find Great Granny Eunice. Using the free text search box, I've typed Eunice into the box. I don't remember what Great Granny Eunice's last name was at the time. It's a big family secret. As you can see in the blue box, there are 6 records containing Eunice, 4 in the Germans to America and 2 in the Irish famine records. I'm pretty sure that Great Granny Eunice was from France, but that's not an option here. So let's see what's in the German file. Of the 4 records that appear in the Germans to America passenger data file, 3 individuals are listed as German or Prussian, and then we find Eunice Crétin from France. Approximately 10% of the Germans to America file contain records of individuals who are not German, and here's Great Granny Eunice, one of that 10%. It shows Great Granny Eunice's name and age, and then there is this manifest identification number, which will tell us the name of the ship on which she traveled. I'll get back to that in a moment, but let's have a look at Great Granny Eunice's full record. Great Granny Eunice was 28 years old and a governess. Now, we've all seen The Sound of Music, right? So I don't have to explain what a governess is. The full record also indicates that she may or may not have been able to read. However, as a governess, let's hope so. I'd like to pause here and tell a quick story that illustrates how records can tell you something that may not make sense, but because of the way it was documented, that's what you get. I searched for my mother in the 1930 census, and she was born in March of 1930, and the enumeration took place in April of that year. On the enumeration rolls, one of the questions asked was whether the individual could speak English. My grandfather, quite the character, informed the enumerator of the residents in the household, and as a result, the line on the census roll for my mother indicates an age of 1/12 and that she could not speak English. But knowing how my mother was, it was certainly not for a lack of trying. As to Eunice, she was traveling to the United States to stay, presumably to care for the children with whom she was serving as governess. Now let's get back and have a look at that manifest identification number. Making a note of the manifest identification number 33179, I return to the series list and click on the manifest header data file listed under the Germans to America data file, where the left arrow is pointed. I can place the manifest ID in the green free text search box, as indicated by the upper right arrow, or I can put it in the fielded search box, as I have done here under the lower right arrow, and click the search button. The search returns one record matching the ID, the Europe, which sailed from two French seaports, Brest and Le Havre, and arrived in New York on October 23, 1873. Now, I know that the Europe arrived in New York as opposed to another port, because looking at the FAQs for this series, I learned that the manifest ID of 33179 indicates an arrival in New York. You can also click on the manifest identification number, and you'll get a pop-up window, as seen here on the right, that will show you the numbering convention for the ships arriving from Europe, and not just for ships named Europe. Here you can see how to access the FAQs for the series, either by clicking on the down arrow next to the file unit information, or clicking on the View the FAQs for this series. I've indicated those two options with the blue arrows. Here are the 3 frequently asked questions addressed for this series, answering questions about the records themselves, questions dealing with the searches conducted on the records, and results found in AAD, as well as to obtain copies of the ship's manifest and passenger lists. Now, before we move on, I would like to share with you a nugget that one of my colleagues discovered while working with AAD records. Let's search for Patrick Henry, which returns more than 3,800 records. Now, the reason for such a large volume of returned records is due to the fact that AAD is searching records with Patrick Henry in every field, including both ship and person names. From the search results, let's have a look at the Irish famine records. We learn that Patrick Henry Greenway was born at sea aboard the ship Patrick Henry. There we go. In October of 1850, there on the left, you can see a picture of the ship and not Master Greenway, en route to America, and his full passenger list record on the right. Now let's switch gears a little and move forward in time. For our next demonstration, we will look at the Electronic Army Serial Number File, or ASNF. The ASNF is the most frequently accessed set of records available on AAD, with the National Personnel Record Center, or NPRC, in St. Louis as the most frequent user. As most of you know, there was a fire at the NPRC in 1973, which resulted in the loss of hundreds of thousands of official military personnel files, or OMPFs. The creation of the ASNF was one step in the reconstruction process to ensure that our veterans could and would receive their rightful benefits, and the NPRC uses AAD to verify World War II service. The ASNF contains more than 9 million records of men and women who joined the United States Army between 1938 and 1946. Please note that it does not include the records of officers, and enlistment information was captured on punch cards, an example of which you can see here, that contain the enlistee's name, their date of birth, where they enlisted, and when they signed up, along with other specific demographic information. The information was entered on the punch cards by humans, and sometimes humans make mistakes. As a result, some of the information was incorrectly captured. The punch cards were later microfilmed and subsequently digitized to give us the file we use on AAD. Unfortunately, due to the poor condition of some of the microfilm reels, some of the information could not be converted, and as a result, there are gaps in the records, so even computers make mistakes too. but don't tell them that. It makes them angry. On this slide, we can see an example of the data captured from the punch cards. Reading from left to right, you can see the individual service number, their name, followed by data values, which can be translated through the use of code lists, also available through AAD. A cautionary note here, like any record, users should be aware that the records are only as accurate as the information that was given by the individual and subsequently recorded by the person receiving that information. Now, we often receive requests to correct information in the serial number file. For example, we recently received a request from a man who wrote us to let us know that the information regarding his father was incorrect. The man noted his father's date of birth was 1932, but the record on AAD notes his date of birth as 1928. The son told us that the father likely lied to the recruiter, a somewhat common practice. Therefore, what we have is correct as it was entered, and despite a claim that the information is wrong in real life, we often find ourselves telling people that unfortunately NARA does not change incorrect records that have been accessioned into the custody of the National Archives. Now, if you're just starting out and you're not sure what you need, it's often best to start with the series descriptions and the technical information for the series in which you are researching. Here you can see the series description for ASNF. There are FAQs for all of the series in AAD, and there are often helpful little nuggets of information found within. And here's an information of the FAQs, an image of the FAQs for serial number. Now, once you have identified, searched, and/or selected a list of records, you can download those records, if under 1,000 records, out of AAD to review the data in a more manageable format by clicking on the download results shown in the blue box with the upper arrow of the slide. You can print out individual records as well. The code lists used to identify the data values may also be downloaded from AAD. Now, of course, if you're just interested in the enlistment record of George Bailey, you can just get that too, as you can see by Jimmy Stewart's enlistment record here, the second one on the list shown. In addition, the ASNF is also available for free download from NARA's online catalog. That's right, you can have all 9 million records dumped right onto your computer if you so desired. You can see the download page here. Now, so what information can you find in the full record? One of the most important pieces of information is the individual's service number. The first item listed on the record, that is the number that individuals need to request their official military personnel files from the National Personnel Record Center in St. Louis. In the first column, shown with the blue arrow, you can see the field title, which gives the title of the field from the records. The second column, indicated by the green arrow, shows the data value assigned to that particular field, the information that was captured. The final column with the red arrow is the translated data. For example, as you can see here, this record is for a cousin of mine who fought in World War II. My cousin lived and enlisted in the state of Maine, joined the Army in 1943, and the other information that appeared on his draft card is reflected in this record. It is noteworthy that at the end of all of the serial number records are recorded values titled box number and film reel number that refer to the initial microfilming of the serial number file, but these records cannot be traced back to a particular microfilm reel or card. Another question that we field a lot. Once you have located a full record like this one here, you can print out the record by clicking the print icon at the top of the page shown in the blue box. Now let's see if we can find what Grandpa Fred did in the war. Unfortunately, he doesn't talk much about what happened to him in the war, and since he's pushing 95, it's hard to find out what he did in the Second World War. Let's do a search for Frederick Irving on the World War II series list page. A list of the World War II series can be seen at the right. Now on the previous slide, and shown again here, you can see that we've got 12 returns across 2 series, 11 serial number records, and 1 in the records of World War II prisoner of war. Maybe this gives us a clue as to why Grandpa Fred doesn't talk about the war. Let's see what we find. Now, reluctantly, Grandpa Fred used to tell stories about flying in World War II, and therefore I'm pretty sure that Grandpa Fred was probably an officer in the Army Air Corps. So it's not surprising that he doesn't appear on the ASNF list, although there are other Frederick Irvings on the list highlighted there on the left. As you may recall, ASNF does not contain records of officers, as most, if not all, of the pilots in the Army Air Corps were. On the right, you can see the partial record for Frederick Irving, who was a prisoner of war at Stalag Luft III, a German POW camp located about 100 miles southeast of Berlin that housed primarily captured Air Force servicemen. Stalag Luft III was noted for its difficulty in escaping by tunneling. Yet, in 1944, nearly 100 men escaped through a tunnel, which they had named Harry. Unfortunately, of the 76 men who escaped through the tunnel, only 3 made it to freedom, while 50 of the recaptured POWs were shot, as an example to others. Now, if this all sounds familiar, it's because the exploits were later made into the movie The Great Escape, starring Steve McQueen, Richard Attenborough, James Garner, and many others. Now, Grandpa Fred didn't arrive at Stalag Luft III until after The Great Escape took place, as you can see by his full record shown on the right. By now, if you're a history geek like I fully admit to being, you may realize that Grandpa Fred is actually Frederick Irving, who was born in Providence, Rhode Island in 1921. He graduated from Brown University in 1943, go Bears, and joined the Army Air Corps. On his 37th bombing mission, his plane was shot down over Hungary, and he spent the remainder of the war in Europe as a prisoner of war at Stalag Luft III. Following the war and his release from the POW camp, Irving returned to school on the GI Bill and joined the Foreign Service. In 1972, President Richard Nixon appointed Irving to serve as ambassador to Iceland. President Ford later nominated Irving to be Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs. That's a lot to fit on a business card. And his final government job was United States Ambassador to Jamaica, a post to which he was named by President Carter in 1977. Armed with Irving's resume, we can use AAD to further document his time in the Foreign Service, which can also be found on the records of AAD. One of the more voluminous series of records on AAD are the Central Foreign Policy Files, known more colloquially as the State Department cables. By conducting a search across all of AAD, in all series, we find 250 records across 11 series. You can see the serial number files fourth on the list, and 189 records for Frederick Irving in the Central Foreign Policy Files, and a portion of the 38 electronic telegrams is shown on the right, concerns Irving's ambassadorial duties and other State Department business. Now that we've looked at people who joined the armed services in World War II and made it through, let's move on to an examination of those who gave the last full measure of devotion and were killed in the service of our country. One of the more popular series on records on AAD are casualty records, 6 specific to the Korean conflict, 4 regarding the Vietnam War, and 3 that contain casualty information from the 1950s through the early part of the 21st century. Let's go looking for Robert Wilson, a veteran of the Korean War. Searching for Robert Wilson, which is an unfortunately common name, yields 128 records across 6 series. Now let's have a look at the series with the fewest returns, the records of American prisoners of war during the Korean War, indicated by the blue arrow. The full record of Robert Wilson, shown on the lower screenshot, tells us that Wilson was a POW at the Pyeongdong camp and gives us Wilson's name, his serial number, date of birth, rank, and the name of the POW camp, and a dossier number. In the FAQs for this series, we learn that the dossier number will sometimes lead you to a textual collection of records, records of the Army staff, record group 319, located at Archives 2 in College Park. Those records contain an interview of Wilson that was made following his release from Pyeongdong, where he recounts his imprisonment and talks about Chinese attempts to indoctrinate the POWs. Further, with the name of the camp in which Wilson was held, we can go on to consult yet another series of records, the records of the Office of the Provost Marshal General in Record Group 389. Now, these records will tell us all about an inter-camp Olympics that was held at Pyeongdong in 1952. POWs from other camps were allowed to interact with one another and participated in many athletic events. We can also learn that Wilson later participated in a soccer match that was dominated by British POWs. In addition, among the other records held at the National Archives is a donated collection containing an audio recording of life in the Pyeongtaung camp. Armed with Wilson's service number, we can return to AAD to find additional records about Wilson. Looking in the Korean War dead and wounded, we find a number of Robert Wilsons listed, but only one with the service number that we have learned. The full record from the Korean Conflict Casualty File, or KCCF, is shown here. It should be noted here that the military considered a POW as a casualty, even those that were ultimately returned to the U.S. military after their imprisonment. KCCF also yields additional information about Wilson, his branch of service, when he was captured, where he was from, the day he was released, and the unit in which he served. Looking elsewhere, one could use Wilson's service number to request his official military personnel file from the National Personnel Records Center. Using AAD, one can search for other individuals who were in the Pyeongtaung camp, and with the unit information, we can go down even more roads to find more information about the men Wilson served and what that unit did in Korea. You can also consult unit histories in the Textual Archives Unit of the National Archives. For my final demonstration, I'd like to highlight one of the newest series to be added to AAD, the Awards Information Management System, or AIMS. AIMS contains more than 1 million records of approved awards given to Navy personnel. AIMS was created to support the processing of award recommendations from the Chief of Naval Operations, the Commandant of the Marine Corps, Marines are, of course, part of the U.S. Navy, Semper Fi, and the Secretary of the Navy. The record lists awards approved for individuals as well as the entire units across two data files, the Public Use History Data File and the Participating Commands File. The Public Use History Data File contains records approved or completed awards for individuals and units. The Participating Commands File contains information about the unit identified in the award records, equivalent to a code list or a table in a relational database. The files contain records for awards that were approved by Navy leadership and entered into AIMS. The use of AIMS began in July of 1988 and contains information about awards given in the Vietnam conflict through the 1990s. As a result, there are some awards outside this time period, including some World War II and Korean conflict awards, as an award may have been conferred long after the incident took place and were subsequently entered into AIMS at a later date. Now you'll note that there are 4 files listed, 2 for the participating commands and 2 for the public use history data file. When the transferring agency, the Department of Defense, Department of the Navy, Board of Decorations and Medals, again, try and fit that on a business card, sent the first file to the National Archives, the as of August 1993 file, a public use version was created from this file as there was considerable personally identifiable information, or PII, found in the records, which were then masked in the public use version. The 1993 snapshot contains more than 700,000 records of approved awards. 10 years later, the transferring agency sent updated files to the National Archives. A new public use version was created from the second file, and the number of records increased by more than 300,000 awards. As with the earlier data file, a significant majority of the records concern awards given for service during the Vietnam conflict, and only a handful of the records are for earlier incidents or awards either prior to or after the conclusion of the Vietnam conflict. Looking into the records, we can find the records of a prominent American and naval aviator, John Sidney McCain III, Senator from Arizona, Republican presidential candidate in 2008, and distinguished Vietnam War veteran. As most people know, McCain served in Vietnam and spent 5 years as a prisoner of war during that conflict. By placing John S. McCain in the free text search box, as shown here, we find a total of 39 records, 20 in the AIMS 1994 snapshot, 17 in the 1993 snapshot, and 2 for the participating commands file. Of those 2 records in the participating commands file, one is for the individual we are searching for, and the other is for the USS John S. McCain, a Navy destroyer named for the senator's father and grandfather, both of whom were admirals in the United States Navy. Now, as you can see on this list, John McCain received numerous awards for his service in Vietnam. The highest award he received, the Silver Star, and not just because it's first on the list, was one of many awards he received as a result of being a prisoner of war from October of 1967 until his release in March of 1973. Here we can see the full record of McCain's Silver Star Award, given for service from October to December 1967, from the time he was shot down through his first 3 months in captivity in Vietnam. The award was given to McCain in 1974 after his release and repatriation to the United States. Finally, here's one last highlight from Ames, the records for Grace Hopper, a leading pioneer in the computer science field, and at the time of her retirement from the United States Navy, the oldest active duty commissioned officer, having attained the rank of Rear Admiral. Here we can see 3 of the awards given to Hopper: the Legion of Merit, the Distinguished Service Medal, and the Meritorious Service Medal. However, those of us in electronic records will always be thankful to Rear Admiral Hopper for her work in the computer science field, where she invented the COBOL language and gave us the term debugging, which she came up with after removing a moth from one of her computers. So there you have it, a genealogical tour of more than 60 different series of records available in AAD that comprise close to 111 million records. I would be remiss unless I pointed out that AAD is not just for genealogists. The records available through AAD include Federal Emergency Management Administration digital photographs of natural disasters and response, government, civilian, and military contract information, and many other records that detail the many functions of the United States government. AED is a lot like a scavenger hunt. There's lots to find, and while you may not find everything you're looking for, you'll certainly come across something that you may not have expected, and you might even have some fun along the way. I'm happy to take your questions, and if you have further questions, please feel free to contact the Electronic Records Reference Branch at the telephone number and email address listed here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. That was a great overview of AAD. We have 2 questions that came in from YouTube. The first one, are there any records available from Vietnam? If not, how many years have to pass before they are made available?
What we have in AAD, Vietnam records are primarily the casualty information that we have. If the individual is looking for service records from Vietnam, they can get their official military personnel files from St. Louis. So, it's sort of a 2-part thing. It depends on what sort of Vietnam records that they're looking for.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, I'm not sure exactly what point they were referring to. They ask, are there similar records for the Navy?
Similar records for the Navy as far as Army enlistment records? Is that what they're thinking of?
I think that's a good guess.
Okay. What we like to say is that when we get requests for enlistment records, and we have to tell people that the Army enlistment records were destroyed in the fire, what we like to tell people is that the Navy records were not destroyed in the fire, and we like to say because they were all wet because they were in the Navy. But that's just a little joke that we like to use. So enlistment the majority of the records that were burned in the 1973 were Army enlistment records, which is why the reconstruction of the serial number file was what was that step in the reconstruction process. Now, Ames is all Navy. What I just finished up with, those are all naval records.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. In fact, we have one more question that came in from YouTube. Was the information in the Germans to America passenger data file created from the passenger list themselves? Was it created independently from the book series Germans to America?
As I explained, all of the immigration series that we have was pulled from the original passenger lists by the Balch Institute and then given to the National Archives. So, the information that was captured in the actual paper passenger lists was then transferred and digitized into the AED records that we make available through AED.
Thank you very much. It looks like we are done with our questions, and we appreciate your time. If the speaker did not get to your question, please send an email to inquire@nara.gov. That's INQUIRE@nara.gov. We will now have a short intermission. Our next session will begin at 11 a.m. Eastern. If you are just joining us, my name is Andrea Matney, and I am the Community Outreach Programs and Support Specialist for Research Services at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. A few quick notes before we start. You can submit your question for a speaker via Twitter using hashtag GenFair2014. We have allotted 10 minutes for questions and answers at the end of each session. For captioning, go to the Virtual Genealogy Fair website and click on the link for today. The lectures will be recorded and posted on the Virtual Genealogy Fair website by the end of November. Lecture number 6 is entitled The Genealogical Significance of World War I Draft Registration Cards, and our speaker is Zina Rhone. World War I draft registration cards provide a wealth of genealogy information, including the registrant's name, date and place of birth, citizenship status, ethnicity, nearest living relatives, occupation, and the registrant's physical description. Zina is an archives technician for research services. She works at the National Archives at Atlanta, Georgia. I am now turning the microphone over to Zina.
Good morning, everyone. Just going to get started with the presentation. Can we advance to slide 4, please? My workshop goals. I'm going to give a brief presentation of the historical perspective of World War I, explain the creation and arrangement of the cards, and discuss the genealogical significance of the cards. Next slide, please. Historically, World War I was a turning point for not only the world, but America. And at the beginning, to start it off, the Archduke of Australia and his wife, the Duchess, were assassinated on June 28th of 1914. The couple at the time had 3 children, and the following Wednesday was going to celebrate their 14th wedding anniversary. Sophie was a commoner, and she was not allowed to accompany the Archduke on a lot of his formal presentations because of her status. But the Archduke was not well liked. In fact, one German historian described him as a man of uninspired energy, dark in appearance and emotion, who radiated an aura of strangeness. But he was assassinated. Next slide, please. Princip was a Serbian nationalist who assassinated the Archduke and the Duchess after the first assassin from his group failed at his assassination attempt. The first man threw a grenade at the car, which bounced off, landing in the street just as the second car passed over it. I will say that they were invited to a luncheon at the governor's mansion, and that's where they were on their way to. And since it was so close to their anniversary, the Archduke thought this was a great way for them to spend some time together. And since it was not a formal affair, that she could accompany him and they would spend some time together next to their upcoming anniversary. But once the second car passed over it, the explosion injured several people. Procession stopped and headed for the hospital. The road to the hospital placed them right in front of Princip. He uses his pistol and shoots 2 shots into the car. One hits the Archduke in the neck, and the other hits the Duchess in the abdomen. And these are said to be the first shots fired in World War I. Another note, Princip was about 19 years old at this time. He had just been turned down for Army. He wanted to enlist in the Army, but he was too scrawny and sickly, And he was a very angry young man, and just like a lot of youth, when they get an idea or they get a cause that they feel that's worth fighting for, they are rather radical. And he was basically just wanting to fight to make sure that his people were represented equally. At the time, there was a whole lot of unrest. There was a lot of racism against the Serbian population. Slide 7, please. War is always about allies and enemies. The Archduke was out of the picture, and Austria and Hungary were able to secure a promise from Germany to aid in the war against Serbia and possibly Russia. And if you look at the slides, you can see that there were treaties with a lot of countries were in treaty together, and they were, going to align to be able to fight against the other nations to make this come to an end. The Serbian and the Hungarian people wanted to, the Australian and Hungarian people wanted to make sure that the war was going to free them of the Serbians. They didn't want them there. They wanted to regain access to the heights that they had lost in earlier wars, some civil wars. But the Russian and Serbian treaty was in place, the French and Russian treaty. Germany invaded Belgium to gain access to France, and Britain and France declared war on Germany. The rest of the former colonies of Britain joined in. Japan, who was in treaty with Britain, declared war on Germany. The Austria and Hungary declared war on Japan for declaring war on Germany. So it was a little bit of back and forth with the enemies and aliens. And, next slide. At this time, America tries to stay neutral. Everybody else on the other side of the pond is at war against each other. The Allies, because of the treaties. But America just basically wanted no part of it. It doesn't involve us. We're not getting into it. But on May 1st, in 1915, the British liner, the Lusitania, was torpedoed by a German U-boat. The liner sinks, and 1,198 people die. 128 of those people were Americans. This outraged the Americans, and, you had some that were crying, let's get them back, and then you had some that were against the war. Next slide. The U.S. declares war on April 6, 1917. Congress enacts the Selective Service Law May 18, 1917. There are 3 registration dates. They call them celebration events. You saw small parades. You saw all kinds of patriotic demonstrations going on during this time. The first was June 5th, 1917. The next was June 5th, 1918. And the final registration was on September 12th, 1918. And, of course, the end of the war was November 11th, 1918. The Selective Service Act of 18 May 1917, just the basic process for drafting individuals for induction to the U.S. Army. 5 aspects of the act under the Provost Marshal General. First, of course, the registration of these men. You had to make sure that you had boards set up. One of the interesting notes about the local boards were usually they were people who knew you, and you saw a lot of people claiming that they had exemptions because of family and other obligations. But since the board members knew you, they would say, well, no, he doesn't have any exemptions. He's not married. He doesn't have a family. I don't even know why he put that. So there was no way for a lot of the registrants to be able to falsify their information, and because the people knew them. The selection process was basically a lottery to determine the order of induction. I couldn't find a lot of information on how this lottery was basically done. I just assumed that maybe they drew names from a hat. I'm not sure, or maybe they had them in order and they just picked out a certain number of men according to the need for the different platoons that needed to be staffed with military men. Classification was a process for determining exemptions and slackers, and we'll get into that a little bit later. The induction, reporting to the military duty at the office of the local draft board. Entrainment. The inductions were delivered to the mobilization camps for training, and at this time, the Provost Marshal General and the Selective Service System were completed. They no longer had anything to do with the process. Once they were inducted into the military service, they were the property of the U.S. Army, basically. Next slide, 11. Less than 10% of the 4 million men who registered were actually drafted. These records are held here at this repository, the National Archives at Atlanta, under Record Group 163, and they are the records of the Selective Service System. Records were transferred to the Adjutant General in Washington, D.C. on November 27th of 1918. Basically, nobody knew what to do with these records, so you'll see that they were transferred back and forth, or this agency said, no, we can't do anything with them, and then they went to another place. After this, they were transferred to the U.S. Census Bureau, and they held on to them until they were accessioned by the National Archives in 1940. In 1956, they transferred to our old facility, our previous location in East Point, Georgia. We were in the same building as the Federal Records Center at that time. We had about a 3-year period from 2002 to 2005 that we used to rebox and relocate the 24 million draft registration cards to our current facility in Morrow, Georgia. Next slide, number 13, please. This is a picture of the room that we used to actually start processing the reboxing of the cards. This room was used as not only our research room, it was also a room where we did holdings maintenance and reboxing and refoldering of many of our holdings at the time. The old cardboard boxes, we used to call death boxes because they don't allow for the cards to have any protection from moisture or light. They basically don't absorb any of the moisture, and now all of our holdings for the World War I cards are in what we call 25% cotton bond folders or boxes. Slide number 14, please. what do the cards look like? There are 3 different registration dates, 3 different forms of these cards, and there are 3 different sets of questions. It appeared that they were trying to gain information at different times according to the age groups of the men that were being registered at the time. On June 5th, 1917, slide number 15, all men ages 21 through 31 who were born between June 6, 1886 and June 5th, 1896 were to report to register at their local board. And you see we've got over 9 million men registering at this time. Slide number 16, please. On June 5th, 1918, the B card was introduced, and all men who had become 21 since the previous registration the year before were to register, and these men were born between June 6, 1896 and August 24th, 1897. This was called a supplemental registration on August 4th for men who had become 21 since the June 5th date of that same year. And you have a little over 900,000 men registered at this time. I like this particular card, Silas Firecloud. A lot of these people who registered did not have what we call westernized names, and you will see a lot of that. It gives you a good demographic of the type of men that were registering at the time, and of course this man was a Native American. Slide number 17. The C card was introduced September 12th, 1918. All men ages 18 to 21 and men 31 to 47 registered at this time. And these men were born, they went back and they caught all of the older men, or this is what we call the old man draft. And we also call this the baby draft because most of these men would just have been turning 18 as of September of 1900. So this was the catch-all registration. And we have about 13 million men registering at this time. Slide number 18, please. The cards are arranged. All 3 of the cards are going to be included in one box, and the cards are filed in alphabetical order by state. Thereafter, alphabetically by county, and in numerical order by the local draft board. Next, alphabetically by the surname, and then the given name. The exceptions are usually your larger cities. I have Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, any of the larger cities, because the draft boards, there would be more than one draft board for that particular area. Next slide, please. Number 19. The draft cards give you amazing demographic snapshot. They're more than just face value. When you look at the card, you just basically see the man's name and the information, personal information on him, his address, and what he was doing for an occupation. And it gives you a good snapshot of what was going on in the area where the man registered. Another thing to note, that there was a lot going on behind the scenes with the bickering of the draft boards, the locals who knew the men who were registering, those who basically thought it was unfair, all kinds of things that would just go on when something new is introduced and made mandatory. Slide number 20, please. Citizenship played a major part in the drafting process. They were separated by several different categories. The natural-born citizen, the naturalized citizen, the allied alien citizen, the neutral alien citizen, and the enemy aliens. Those were people that were born in the nations that were at war with the U.S. and our allies at the time of World War I. Prisoners, inmates, patients, Indians, all of these people were considered at a non-citizenship status at that time when they were either an inmate or they were a patient or they were an Indian. Indian prisoners are actually held in the same category, and they are boxed together within the various states. You saw a major resistance in the southern states, especially for farmers. Them being the majority of the draftable men objected to the unfair exemptions that the upper class and the industrial working class did not have to go through. So farmers were deemed a lot of times as the expendable population. They said, well, we can send them all off. We need our upper class people and we need our industrial workers to stay here. And this is another important genealogy and historical nugget, that World War I was basically the turning point from the agricultural age into the industrial age. Of course, we were already into the industrial age, but this is a good marker point because it was right around this time that it became important for factory workers and machine-driven employment to take precedence over farming and anything that had to do with the agricultural process. You had those who were arguing that this was a violation of the 13th Amendment because it prohibits slavery and involuntary servitude. But of course, Congress overruled that and said, no, we can draft people, we're at war. Slide number 21, please. Just wanted to go over this. This is basically just Lewis Russell Hall. It just tells where he was at the time. You see that his age is 41, his date of birth, that he was a farmer, and his employer was myself. He gave, again, his address as the location for his employment, and he listed his wife, Margaret Ann, as his next of kin. Number 22. This is what they call the Registrar's Report, and it basically, there are no pictures with the World War I draft card, but it basically gives you a description of the person, and you can kind of imagine what he may have looked like. He was tall, of a medium build, with blue eyes and brown hair. He had no anything that qualified him for exemption. He had all his arms, his legs, his eyes were fine. But this was not always the case with the registrants. Slide number 23. This is an example of, I picked this one because this man was a non-citizen. He was an alien, and he was non-declarant. The thing about this is he was probably what they would call a allied alien because he lived in Canada, and we were allies with France at the time, so this was just interesting. But if you look down, he's got a note on the bottom of the card. Slide number 24, please. This is a typewritten card. Some of them wrote in by hand, and some of them actually had typewriters or typeset machines, and they were able to type the information onto the card. This gentleman was a woodsman, and it also lists that he was, his marital status was single, and his race was Caucasian. And basically, when most people get their cards, this is what they look like. There's not a whole lot going on the card, but it does give you an idea of where this person was during the draft, World War I draft process. Slide number 25, please. This is the card of Simon Alexander Haley. We know that Alex Haley was the author of the book Roots that was later turned into a mini-series back in the 70s. And basically, Alex did his genealogy from his the first ancestor that he could locate as coming from Africa all the way up to himself. So you have Kunta Kinte, which was his ancestor, and then you have all of the descendants up until you get to Alex himself. The interesting thing about this card is that although Alex lists Savannah, Tennessee as his residence or his home address, you go down and you see that if you look at item number 7, that he is a student and he's away at college, and he is actually in Greensboro, North Carolina. And this will happen a lot if you see men who are around college age who were privileged enough to go to college. A lot of times they were not where you thought they would be during the drafting process. They were away at college, and that's why a lot of times you will not find your particular man when you're looking for him in his home area. He will actually be away at college. Or you saw other men, you saw this again with men that were maybe porters on trains, men that worked for the railroads, longshoremen, men that did work on the oceans or were fishermen, things like that. They would have to go to the nearest draft board at the time to register versus going to the local board at their home. Slide number 26. In order to begin your search, first of all, you need to know when the man was born. Some people are not sure when their ancestor was born, but men born between 1872 and 1900 were the men that were registering for the draft at that time. So you need to know his full name and any other names he may have used. A lot of times you will look for somebody under their legal name, but maybe they were called something else. You see a lot of nicknames on here, and that it's something to keep in mind. If you knew that your family used another name for that person, you may want to look under that name if you don't find them under their given name. slide number 27. Nuggets are things that we find that maybe were included in the cards that we didn't know about an ancestor prior to our search. Sometimes we find information that will help us bridge gaps. For instance, we know that the 1890 census was lost, and this gives you a bridge between the 1880 census and the 1900 census. We do have people that were born right after 1880. We have people that were born closer to the 90s and just right before the 1900 census. And so this is a great genealogy nugget to fill in that information. You can also locate where foreign-born ancestors may have been at the time. It'll give you an idea of what status they were at as far as citizenship. They can also assist in researching African and Native American ancestors. Because the men have to put their race, and you will also see that in the first draft card, the card A, the corner was to be cut off if the person was of African descent. Number 28. Father and son at the same address. A lot of times, like I was saying, we lose track of men that were born right after the census or right prior to one of the census. And we see that this is a father and a son. They both have the same name, but you do see this would be a great genealogy nugget because you've got two generations right here in one household, and it lets you know what was kind of going on with your family at that time. Slide number 29, please. A lot of times we have people that write us when they've searched for the cards on any of the search engines and weren't able to locate a card for them. There are many reasons why a lot of times you will not be able to locate a card for your person. Only about 6,000 men who were eligible for the draft did not register. Of course, if your person was one of those people, there's not going to be a card for him. They registered at a different board. A lot of times, if they were working away from a rural area, maybe they had to go into the cities to work in one of the factories, or they had a job that took them away, just like the card I showed you previously with Alex Haley. They would have to go to their nearest draft board. There are variations in the spelling. There are assume and nicknames. Incorrect information. The person just did not register. He was already enlisted at service at the time prior to the order to register. Then you're not going to find a card for him. Most men who were already in the service did not have to register for a draft. They're improperly filed. We do have people coming to this facility looking at the original draft cards, and a lot of times, even though we, tell them the procedure for viewing the cards, they may misfile it back in the box, and it may be in the wrong box. You have people that look at more than one box, and sometimes they don't put it back where it belonged. So you will see improperly filed cards. They were not in the general population. Of course, like I said, if they were in prison or hospitalized or any other reason were not in the general population, you're not going to find a card for that person. Slide number 30, please. If you look at this card, you will notice that this man was, at first he put non-citizen Indian, and it was scratched through, and then he went down and he put alien non-declarant. Also note that he was born in and was a subject of Germany, who at the time would have been considered an enemy alien. But he was improperly listed. I tend to feel sorry for anyone who was actually looking for this man, Mr. Fat Oats, unless they knew that this was a nickname that this man used. I don't, if you look down, I guess you could also track him by, he has Josie Oats as his nearest living relative, which might be one way that you would locate him if you were trying to do a genealogy search on Mr. Oates. He registered, under a nickname. So, like I said, always keep that in mind, that the person did not always use their legal or given name. And sometimes they didn't use their first name. They may have used a middle name during registration. Slide number 32, please. This person was an inmate and was removed from citizenship by incarceration. And this was pretty common. Also, keep in mind that a lot of the people that basically were supposed to register basically just jumped on whatever was smoking to get out of the area and did not register. Slide number 33, please. No recognized citizenship classification. This particular person was a non-citizen Indian. Indians did not receive citizenship until 1924, and so they would have been considered non-citizen unless they were one of the 5 civilized tribes. They would not be able to claim citizenship. So a lot of times you will see them, they won't be among the population in the county that you look in. They may be in the prisoner and Indian classification boxes. Slide number 34. This is just an example of a person that was in an institution during the time that he was supposed to register. He was a patient, and if you look at the registrar's report, it says that he was feeble-minded. So he was removed from the population due to an illness or an infirmity. Number 35, please. There are a lot of reasons people use the draft registration cards. Genealogy is usually the most common reason that they're used, but we have people who are doing books, who maybe are writing a dissertation, and they may want to include our documents. Some of the other reasons we have heroes, athletes, entertainers, politicians, artists, and authors who are also registered within the draft registration cards. Slide number 36, please. This is the card of Alvin York. he had an exemption claim. One of the things I might tell you about exemption claims, you did have conscientious objectors, and I guess he was actually drafted. So I guess his, yes, I don't want to fight claim for exemption was not enough to keep him out of military service. And there are all kinds of interesting exemption claims that people have. And, you know, the fact that the draft boards were made up of local people always seemed to come back to haunt them. Slide number 37, please. We do have cards that are considered intrinsic value, and usually these are cards that basically you could, they're original signatures of notable famous people. This card is for George Herman Ruth, known as Babe Ruth, and this would be a gold mine find for anyone who was a baseball lover. They would love to get their hands on this card. These cards are intrinsic value, and if you go to the box looking for this particular card, you would find a copy of that card because these intrinsic value cards are held in a safe. Slide number 38, please. Another intrinsic value card, Louis Armstrong. It's interesting to note that on a lot of the African American cards, especially those before 1900, 1920, you will find that the 4th of July, Christmas Day, New Year's Day, the beginning of the seasons, the various solstice dates around the 20th of the beginning of a season, you will see that that's what they put as their birth date. A lot of times when you're looking for that person and you see that they are born on the 4th of July, Christmas, keep in mind that they were born around the time of these holidays, and they may not actually know their real birth date. So you will see this a lot of times, especially with African Americans and rural poor white Americans who were born to illiterate parents or were illiterate themselves. They would select holidays as their date of birth. Slide number 39, please. This is just some additional related records. The classification docket lists were maintained by local boards to show the process of classification, their physicals, their claims for exemptions. Every piece of paper that was sent to a man who was of eligible draftable age was kept in one of these dockets. All that information was put down into a docket book. The Post-Marshal General's Office records are kept here also. These are lists of men ordered to report. You also have delinquents and deserter forms included with these records. Slide number 40. The classification list, we basically use the draft card to help us find the person listed on the classification list. If you look at the card for this gentleman, Samuel Pitts, you will note that in the very top corner, if you go over to the right of the card, you will see him as number 61. Right near the word registration card, you see the number 61. So this is actually his number on the listing in the draft classification list. If you go over to the column right beside his race, it says colored to him, all of the questionnaires that were sent, the dates that they were sent to him and the dates that they were returned to him. And then you would go over and they would stamp a date for the final closeout, whether or not he was classified as a draftable person. Slide number 41. You had the number on the back of the card. This is the back of the card for Mr. Pitts. And it has the 3-digit number and then a letter. This would tell me the state that he was in, the county that he was in, and the number of the draft board. This particular county had more than one draft board, so he has A on his card. But the interesting thing about Mr. Pitts is, even though he had A on his card, I found him in the B docket for the classification list. So sometimes the information on the back of the card is kind of misleading, and you have to dig a little bit. But once I searched in classification book A and he was not there, I immediately went to the B book, and that's where I located him. Slide number 42, please. The list of men ordered to report. Gives you a good snapshot of what was going on in the area, what was going on at the local draft board. I just picked this one random, and it gives just the name of the person. It also refers back to his order number in the classification docket list, so that they can go through and they can see that, yes, he was one of the draft nominees for that particular draft board. So it tells you his order number in the draft docket, his serial number. It gives you his occupation, and then it tells you what classification that he was noted under, so that you would know what was the next action that you would take for someone who was ordered to report. Slide number 43. Delinquents and deserters. Again, you see there's a list of, this is the final list. The men ordered to report, and then after some time, you were ordered to report on a certain date. If you did not report, or if you reported in error, as you would see at the top of the page with the first person, George Johnson, he reported by error. Some people were classified and were not draftable, and so he reported by error. Don't really know any more information on that, but it does just tell you what was going on with each and every man that was to report for military service. I will say that for any of those who were delinquents and deserters, they were basically, their information was sent from the local board to the Provost Marshal General's office. They were sent before a military tribunal. They were court-martialed, and most of them were sent to Leavenworth, which was the military holding prison for draft deserters or delinquent men. Most of these men were given anywhere from 1 to 17 years, and they had to serve out that time even after the war was over. A lot of them were still in prison. Slide number 44. We often get asked about World War I records. These are not records. The draft cards are simply just a sign that the men complied with the order to register. The records are actually going to be with record group number 147, Selected Service System Draft Registration Cards, and usually those are for World War II. We also refer a lot of people to the Military Personnel Record Center in St. Louis, Missouri. If they want records for men who served in the military during World War I. You can also visit the web, selectiveservicesystem.gov, to learn more information about where records for men who served in World War I and subsequent wars are being held. Most of these cards, well, all of the World War I cards have been digitized. You can search for them on the internet or in person. I still get a lot of reference requests for the cards. Basically, now we can offer you a digital color scan of the card, or you can visit our order online. Ancestry.com is available in free at NARA facilities that have public access computers. You can also call me at 770-968-2100 and just tell us the information for the man that you're looking for on the card, and we will pull that card and make a copy for you. The current price for a copy of a World War I card is $7. And I'd just like to ask at this time if there are any questions.
Thank you, Zina. We do have several questions that came in from YouTube and Twitter. The first question is from Twitter. Was it mandatory to register for the World War I draft?
If you were a man of eligible age, it was mandatory for you to register for the draft.
Our next question is from YouTube. This next question is, I have my paternal grandfather's World War I draft card, so did they make 2 copies and give one to the registrant?
I know that they had what they called a stub card, which was a small card that could be carried in the billfold of the registrant. I'm not aware that they made a complete copy of the card. I think there was some kind of a little form that they gave the registrant when he did comply with registration.
Thank you. That's very helpful to know. Our next question. I heard somewhere that the colors on the card indicated something important. Can't remember what or what colors. Any ideas?
Each of the cards had a different, the first card was just a black and white card. I don't have them in front of me, and actually my notes are in black and white. So I don't have them in front of me, but each card had a different color. The color didn't really mean anything. It just told you which particular edition of the card it was.
Thank you so much. We still have several more questions to follow up. The website lists the microfilm roll list for each state, but is there an online way to search for these images?
I will tell you that if you have the Institute edition of Ancestry.com, most of those cards are viewable on that search engine. The only thing that you have to do is you go to the Ancestry and then what you would do is select card catalog, topic military, and World War I draft cards. It pulls up a form that you complete with the name of the person, his date of birth, his county and state location, and any other information that you know on the particular individual.
Thank you, Zina. We have several more questions. Is the information about the exemptions marked on the cards themselves? If so, what markings did the office make?
They do what they have. They have what they have, registrant notes. Sometimes we don't even know what the notes on there mean. They have certain symbols they'll put. You'll see O's or X or triangles or different things on the cards. And these were just individual notes that the register was putting on the card. But most of the time what you will see is you will see the registrar's report on the rear of each card. You also, if you go to the classification listings, there is a comment section, and you will see comments for those that were made exempt, because, like I said, the draft board members knew most of the people who were reporting for registration. But most of the time, if they wanted to claim exemption, they actually put the reason on there themselves.
Zina, we have one last question for you. Is there a difference between the cards posted on Ancestry and what you would get in a copy from the National Archives?
There is no difference. There's no difference in the card. Sometimes people go on Ancestry, and for some reason or another, the printing quality of the card is not sufficient for them, so they will contact us, and we can give them a digital scan of the copy with, very clear resolution, and that's why a lot of times people will contact us versus copying it from the internet.
Thank you, Zina. We had one more very interesting question, thought we would add it to the list. Did ambulance drivers and nurses come under the draft?
I've never been asked that question before, but I will say that I can research that, and if they would they can contact me, Rhone, Zina.Rhone@NARA.gov, and I will research that and answer that question for them.
Thank you, Zina. We are now going to move on to our next session. If the speaker did not get to your question, please send an email to inquire@nara.gov. We are now beginning our next session. Thank you for joining us. My name is Andrea Matney, and I am the Community Outreach Programs and Support Specialist for Research Services at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. A few quick notes before we start. The speaker will answer questions allotted in a 10-minute Q&A session at the end of the talk. You can submit your question for the presenter via Twitter using the hashtag GenFair2014. For captioning, go to the Virtual Genealogy Fair website and click on the link for today. The lectures will be recorded and posted on the Virtual Genealogy Fair website by the end of November. Lecture number 7 is entitled, What's New at Ancestry from the National Archives, and our speaker is Quinton Atkinson. How does Ancestry work with the National Archives and Records Administration to get records digitized, and what are some of the latest collections from the National Archives to appear on Ancestry? This presentation will look at some of the long-term National Archives collections, hidden gems, and even some sneak peeks. Quinton is the Director of Content Acquisition and Partner Development for Ancestry.com. I will now turn the microphone over to Quinton. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. This is truly a privilege to be here at the National Archives. I have been working with the National Archives for a number of years and been involved with the Genealogy Fair, and have to say that this is probably one of the most progressive, innovative genealogy sessions that I've been involved with. And it's impressive to me that given a couple of years ago, as the National Archives was preparing for this particular genealogy fair, changes in the setup led to a delay of the on-site genealogy fair, and a few months later I saw that the National Archives had found a way to bring that same programming to anyone and everyone that wanted to be able to view it. And so to see it 2 years later in this setup running smoothly with so much interest and interaction from the community is really a tribute to the National Archives and the efforts that they have put into trying to make available information about collections at the National Archives that are invaluable to family history research, which is where Ancestry comes in. Ancestry.com is the largest online resource for family history research, and without the National Archives and the resources at this facility and their facilities around the country, we wouldn't be able to offer nearly as much information and records and documents that we are able to now. I also want to say that, as Andrea mentioned, I'm the Director of Content Acquisition for Ancestry, and as such, I'm able to travel a bit around the US and around the world in meeting with archives. Sometimes my wife doesn't believe that I'm actually going on a work trip because it's kind of hard to explain what I do. And this, for me, is really the first opportunity where she could actually see that I'm working. So I invited her to view this presentation via YouTube so that she could actually see that I do more than just travel on an airplane and stay in a hotel. This is where she'll probably tune out because I'll start talking about genealogy, but this is proof that I'm doing work. Although it doesn't really feel like work, this for me is a pleasure to be able to talk about what we do and a bit about our company. I'll jump in and show you where we're headed as we go through this presentation. Ancestry background, for those of you that aren't familiar with Ancestry, we've seen a huge increase in the number of people that are newcomers to the hobby of family history research, and so I'll share a bit of a background about our organization. We'll talk about how Ancestry works with the National Archives. We get many questions through our own channels about what we do with the National Archives and how we're working and how we identify the records that we end up publishing on our website. So I'll try to provide some insight in that area. I'll also talk about some long-term projects, multi-year projects that we are working on as we try to bring more and more digital content to our website and to the National Archives. Collections that we've added recently to our website. We add new content every week, and some of those collections I'll touch on and be able to share with you what we have recently added to our website. And maybe some collections that you haven't seen or haven't heard about that I think are wonderful hidden gems within the content of the National Archives and the content of our website. And if we have time, I'll talk about some collections that you may not be aware of that will be coming to our website and will be digitized and available through the National Archives. And then obviously at the end we'll go through some questions. So let's jump into a bit about Ancestry and what we do. We've spent about 20 years in the digital space. Prior to that, Ancestry started as a book publishing company in 1983. And about 20 years ago, we started putting documents on the internet and allowing those to be searched and allowing people to start doing online family history research. And during that time, we've spent about $250 million in digitizing and indexing and making those records available via the internet, via Ancestry. If you look at this picture, you may not be able to see the details of these logos, but I'll point out some. There's obviously the National Archives of the US, NARA. There's the National Archives of England and Wales. There's the National Archives of Canada, and then various other governmental, private, corporate archives around the world, everything from a state archive in Alabama to British Telecom in the UK to the Shanghai Library in China. All have resources and documents that are important to family history and that allow people to discover more about where they came from. Now, the types of records we focus on, it's really quite a simple formula. We're looking for documents and records that have a name and a date and a place. And hopefully there's some additional information that provides relationships and stories and insights into an individual's life. So with that criteria in mind, you can look to the right of this image and see that we look at census records from wherever we can find them, immigration records, records from World War I and World War II, and any conflict, because it seems that conflicts produce documents identifying where people are and what happened to them and where they were transported to and the benefits and hospitalization that happens after these conflicts. There are family and local histories, slave narratives, newspapers that provide amazing stories about ancestors, especially in local small towns. We also have maps available and city directories and then county and church records. Many of the counties across the country provide marriage records and wills and other more localized documents. And even some fun things like yearbooks where you can go and look and see what your great-grandfather looked like while he was attending school. Ancestry is a growing global business. We have websites for 8 different markets, meaning we have websites in various languages. And we've increased our focus in providing records from around the world. We have over 1 billion records from 67 countries that were launched just this year. So there's an effort to spread out from the US and from Canada and try and identify records and documents from countries around the world. You'll see the flags for Canada and Mexico and Italy and France and the United Kingdom and Ireland, Germany, Sweden, and then Australia are the areas where we currently have websites that records and documents are coming from. As we move on, you may be familiar with some of these websites and properties. You may not have known that they are part of Ancestry, but Fold 3 is a partner with the National Archives as well, focusing on military records, especially military records in the US. And the majority of the records on this website come from the National Archives, from the holdings in Archives 1 and 2. Archives.com is another website that's part of the Ancestry family. It is another way to provide simple and easy access to family history records, and many people that are looking for a specific record or a specific document use archives to do that. Another growing property is newspapers.com. As I mentioned earlier, you can come to Ancestry and find some name, date, and place information and some stories, and we expanded that to provide even more stories that are available through newspapers. To the right, you can see a graphic for Find a Grave, which is a community-based website that is really evolved around a volunteer community that goes out to graveyards and snaps photos of those gravestones and uploads them to the Find a Grave website, and then the community is able to index those and make those available. And there are millions of names and images available through the Find a Grave website. And then you can see at the bottom an interesting Ancestry DNA. It's the fastest growing DNA service related to family history that's available. And it's been fascinating for me to take that DNA test and to find out my ethnic makeup and some percentages around how much of me is Greek or Scandinavian or African, 4%, if you want to know. We have some amazing stories and interactions when you take an Ancestry DNA test. So those are some of the properties that are part of the Ancestry family. Just a quick content by the numbers. As you look at Ancestry, the website, there are It says 14 billion there. I just got an update yesterday where we now have 15 billion records that are available on Ancestry, and over 8 billion member-to-member connections, meaning people are getting on the website and they are making a connection with someone else on the website and recognizing that they have common ancestors. And then there are trees, over 60 million trees, electronic online trees that people have created as they enter in information about themselves and their family members. And within those trees, there are about 6 to 8 billion individual people in those trees as people upload information. And as you can see, that number from 200 million, again, an update yesterday I received, it's now at 250 million images and stories are being uploaded by the community who are interested in sharing what they know about their family members with other people. And altogether, we average about 2 million records being added to the website daily, and a great portion of those records come from the National Archives. So from here, let's talk about how Ancestry actually works with the National Archives. You've probably seen some of the information that has been made available through the National Archives and the communication of their digitization strategy. There are billions and billions of pages of paper records that the National Archives has in its various holdings around the country, whether it's on microfilm or paper, and there are also billions of records in electronic format. Ancestry is interested in those records at the National Archives that have genealogically valuable information. Again, that name and date and place and are key to the records that are interesting for us and the people that come to the Ancestry website. We have a dedicated scanning facility in Maryland, in Silver Spring, where we have built a facility that allows us to digitize paper and accessioned microfilm from the National Archives. So under the supervision of the National Archives, we are able to transport records to this facility where NARA employees oversee the digitization of both microfilm and original paper records. Those are the records then that make it back to the Ancestry website and back in electronic form to the National Archives in a collaboration with the National Archives. We also then have, as NARA has regional facilities around the country, we're able to come in with our cameras and our equipment and trained personnel to digitize records on site at facilities around the country. San Bruno in California and Riverside, California, and NARA Atlanta and NARA Fort Worth and some of the other regions around the country. Within the efforts that we have with the National Archives, officially we started as a digitization partner in 2008, and from that time we have digitized about 144 million images from paper and accession microfilm, and this does not include the federal census records. If you take into account federal census records, we are talking about an extra 777 million records from the federal census. And within that, there are, as you can see, about 660 microfilm publications from NARA that we've worked on, and over 462 paper collections that we have digitized through our partnership with the National Archives. So again, for us as an organization, NARA is a key to providing records that are genealogically valuable and of interest to those in family history research. Just a bit more about the way we handle records. We often have people talking about, well, how do you do the imaging and what standards are you following? And on the left are some pictures from the Silver Spring facility that we have where we have secure transportation coming from the National Archives in Archives 1 or Archives 2, coming to our facility in Maryland. And while at that facility, there's a secured vault that only NARA employees have access to, and that's where documents are stored while they wait to be digitized and before they are taken back to NARA after being digitized. At all of the locations that we have, whether it's the facility in Maryland or around the country, there are NARA employees that are overseeing the entire imaging process that our Ancestry staff are involved in. And we follow the NARA document and imaging standards. We have training by NARA employees to keep us correctly updated on the best way to handle documents that are treasures to the nation. And finally, from our point of view, as we work with the National Archives in digitizing genealogically valuable records, it frees up resources for NARA to work on maybe some of the other records that they have interest in digitizing that may not be genealogical. So I think we've found a synergy there for ways to work together and to provide mutual benefit to each of our organizations. Before we get to the next slide, this is where I put my big caveat in and say I'm not a records expert, even though I've been working with Ancestry for about 17 years. I'm not a genealogist, and I'm not an archivist, and sometimes I pretend to be, but for the most part, I'm not. And as we go through some of the collections that I talk about, you'll be able to probably pick up that I'm not an expert in those areas, but I certainly have a passion for these documents and what they mean to people who do research. And so as you think about questions that you may ask me at the end of this presentation, keep in mind that questions related to Ancestry I can almost certainly tackle, but when we come to records, the finer details, I may not have an answer, but if you feel so inclined, ask them anyway. But I hope to be able to provide you the answers you need. So let's jump into the types of long-term projects. These are two examples of some of the long-term projects we have going with the National Archives. The first being immigration records. If you look at that time period, 1820 to about 1957, this is where passenger lists come into play, and probably some of the most important, visually appealing records that we can make available is that passenger list, that arrival list of your ancestor that came to this country. You'll be happy to know that most of those passenger lists from the large ports in the U.S. have already been digitized and are made available on the Ancestry.com website. Almost 140 million of them are, again, already available on Ancestry.com. So the focus we have now is trying to identify some of the smaller ports around the country. If you look at the list there, whether it's Guam or Alaska or Key West in Florida, these are also entry points for people that came into the country. And we go all the way up to about 1963 is when records are open to the public to be viewed in this particular category. And so we're doing a lot of work to try and capture those smaller ports of immigration into the country. And you'll also start to see aeroplane manifests as transportation changed. And you'll then also begin to see repeat trips where travel is now becoming more and more a recreational pursuit or a business pursuit as opposed to purely immigration coming into the country. But really, again, a great collection of passenger lists and arrival records and records of transportation into this country so you can see the comings and goings of your ancestors. If we look over to the right, there are naturalization records, another important focus. The difference between immigration and naturalization being naturalization, the process of becoming a U.S. citizen, and most of the federal records are focused on post-1906. And so there are declarations of intent and petitions for naturalization and military naturalizations. And what we're doing is identifying records around the country at various NARA facilities that have these declarations and petitions, and are trying to bring those to the Ancestry website as well. And to date, we have about 16 million of those from both here in D.C. in Archives 1 and 2 and from some of the regions around the country. Again, an important record set that provide valuable information to those doing family history research. Okay, so this is where we jump into the specific records, and I'll mention what has been mentioned in some of the previous presentations, is that at all NARA facilities around the country, there's free access to Ancestry.com, and that means that any of the records that I mentioned to you now are freely available at any NARA facility that you visit, and many libraries across the country, and Of course, if you want to do this research in your pajamas at 3 o'clock in the morning, then you can simply go to your website, to your laptop, and you can find Ancestry.com there as well. I will also say that a lot of these record examples relate to World War I and World War II. As mentioned earlier, it seems that the war brings out a lot of record keeping, people where they are going and the different stages of entering into a conflict. And so we'll see a lot of records, especially from World War I and World War II. Jumping into the first one, something else I'll say as I made my final preparations for this presentation, I went onto the Ancestry website and was pleased to see a new feature in the image viewer that we have. We now have a film strip view at the bottom of the screen that allows you to see the images of all of the records in context of that image packet, which was helpful for me as I prepared for this presentation again. And I was happy to see that. So let's talk about the first collection. This is U.S. consular registration certificates from the period about 1907 to 1908. And this was published in 2013 on the Ancestry website. Essentially, U.S. citizens, as they traveled abroad, if they intended to be abroad for a while, consulates asked them to register their residence, tell the consulate where they were so that the consulate would know where citizens were. And they could also kind of keep tabs on whether or not there was a changing of citizenship that was going to happen, whether a citizen of the U.S. was planning to immigrate to a different country. So some interesting information comes out of these applications. You're saying where you're coming from. You are explaining why you're in this new country and what you're doing there and who's with you. So as we look at some of the images involved, first thing to note on this particular image is that Ethelbert Watts is not the name of the person that's registering. That's the Consul General. Go a line down and you'll see that there's a person, looks like a Jared S. Morgan, that is the person that's registering at this particular consulate in Brussels. Great information like where the person was born, what state in the U.S., and when they arrived in the country that they are now in, and for what purpose. In this particular case, the purpose is business. Some great information follows about those who are with this person. You can see children mentioned there, children and spouse, and where that spouse and children were born and when they were born. So great genealogical information that you may not be able to find in other documents. If we go back one, you'll see again at the bottom of the page, there's a date that indicates exactly when this document was entered into the consulate, which gives you a point in time with some valuable genealogical information that can help in your research. So this is one of the new collections on the Ancestry website. And there's about 82,000 documents in this particular collection. So let's move on to the next one. We look at the U.S. Virgin Islands, and this was an interesting collection, although small, very interesting in that when the U.S. acquired the Virgin Islands in 1917, people in the Virgin Islands then became U.S. citizens, and in order to travel to the U.S., you then had to apply for travel documentation and prove that you were born in the Virgin Islands and that you then qualified for U.S. citizenship. So we see some interesting documents being submitted, and a really fascinating part are the photos that are submitted with these documents as well. So in this particular case, the person applying for the records for the travel documentation was born in St. Thomas in 1903, and he explains that he's a British subject and that he wants to leave St. Thomas for New York, which again is great valuable information. There's a picture, a photograph of this person and an address of where they are. His age is 15 years old and gives some descriptive information about his hair and his eyes and his weight or his height and his marks on his face. An interesting bit of information, if you look on the back of this document, he says that my parents were British subjects at the time of my birth until their death a few years ago. And later we learn, if we go back, that he's actually going to New York to visit his stepfather. So there's a story somewhere there in those documents where this young man lost his parents, his birth parents, and was leaving the Virgin Islands to go and visit his stepfather in New York City. Again, a small collection, but a fascinating collection that provides some information to those who emigrated from the Virgin Islands. Some of these records even contain, again, some proof of birth and citizenship in the Virgin Islands and the U.S. In this particular case, a baptismal record is included. Okay, let's look at another collection, the U.S. pardons under amnesty proclamations. This is a Civil War era record from 1865 to 1869. Now, presidential pardons or a general amnesty was allowed for at the end of the Civil War, and even during the Civil War, there was a general amnesty granted. But there were certain classifications of people that, if they wanted amnesty, they had to submit a presidential pardon application, and this is a collection of those. About 13,000 records, and what you find within these records are the name of the individual applying for the pardon, the application date, the application location. Not a lot of personal information, but interesting to note the reasons why presidential pardons were required. Generally, if you were an officer or if you deserted a post in order to join the Confederacy or to join the fight in the Civil War, you then had to apply for this particular pardon. A smaller collection, but one that's interesting as well. Let's head on to the next one. We'll talk about the Washington, D.C. military naturalization petitions. Now, this is around the World War I period, and what's interesting to me about naturalization records in general is that I was born in South Africa and was a South African citizen, and I came to the U.S. and went through that naturalization process, and it was a long, multi-year process with filling out forms again and again and again. The great thing about this collection and these folks were that as you joined the military, you could skip the whole declaration process and jump straight into submitting your petition for naturalization. And most of those folks who did this in the D.C. area were granted naturalization the same day they applied. So instead of a multi-year period of going through this process, they could do it the same day, and many of them applied while they were in basic training. So all of the great valuable information that comes from a naturalization record can be found in these particular ones. If we look at an image, you will see information about the person themselves and their age and where they were born and what country they were coming from prior to coming to the U.S., information about family members, and again, all of that valuable information that makes the discovery of an ancestor particularly exciting in the naturalization records. And then on the back side, there's often information as well about that they filled out during this petition process. So again, an interesting, and I'm somewhat envious of that speedy process for naturalization, but happy that I went through it, and I'm sure these folks were too. Let's hop on to the next collection. We actually saw this in the previous presentation because these records were scanned in NARA, Atlanta. These are lists of men ordered to report to the local board for military duty. Again, during the World War I period, everyone went through the draft and had to fill out the draft cards, and then as those draft cards were then gathered together, people were selected for service. And each local board then created a list of the people that were, as we can see from the image, of the people that were ordered to report at their local board and what camp they were going to. So as you can see here, the date at which they were ordered to report, which camp they were going to, and then in this particular form, it tells you a bit about the occupation or the industry that they were involved in. In this collection, there are two types of forms, this one and then another one that gives some further detail that actually allows you to see whether or not they did report and when they reported and some steps along the process before they actually boarded the train, because these were the orders to get on the train. As I looked up this collection again and read a bit about the history of this collection, I thought about my own experience in South Africa. Conscription was part of life in South Africa for white South Africans, and I was ordered after high school, as were all of my friends, to report for military duty, for a 2-year term of military duty. And, as in my case, everyone knew that they were going to get an order to report. In this case, people weren't sure and they were drawing names from hats, but I remember receiving with my friends those orders to report and having trepidation and not knowing what I would have ahead of me. Fortunately for me, I had an injury to my thumb from the final rugby game I played in my high school career. And about a month before I was supposed to report at the camp that I was assigned to, I had surgery on my thumb, and they delayed my entry into the military for about 6 months. And it was during that 6-month time period where I had some free time on the beach to think about what I wanted to do. I left South Africa and came to the US and avoided that whole process. 2 years later, they actually did away with transcription, so I guess I didn't miss out too much, but this particular collection made me think about what are the documents that exist around my experience. When I was going through this, was there an order to report where someone then made a note and said, didn't show up, go find him somewhere? I don't know. All I know is I left, and I didn't have to report. Again, a great collection that provides information about whether someone was ordered to report. It doesn't tell you whether they actually reported or not, but at least it tells you whether they were ordered to report. So from the draft to the order to report, you find some continuity in the records related to joining the war effort in World War I. A huge collection, 605,000 records were created from this collection in Atlanta. It's organized by state, by local board, by date, and again, often provides information about their occupation in the records. If you just look at the draft card, this is coming from the microfilm collection that was scanned from the original records in Atlanta. You can see some of the same numbers that help you verify that this draft card relates to this order to report. In the top left-hand corner, there's the number 2505, and you can see on the order to report on the second line down, there's 2505. And then on the draft card circled is 2858. And if you look at the order to report, the order number there, 2858, which gives you confidence that this draft card relates to this particular person on this order to report. Again, great information within the military records of the National Archives. Okay, moving on to another collection, Chelsea, Massachusetts Navy General Register of Patients. Again, a smaller collection, about 13,000 records, but it was published this year in 2014, and it provides the name, age, grade or rank, place of birth, admission and discharge dates, what disease this person had and what ship they came from. And so essentially this is a naval hospital, one of the first of the 3 naval hospitals that Congress authorized for naval personnel. So as people came into this hospital, they were registered, and you can see from the image here, this is the general register of this particular hospital. You can see the admitted dates, when they were enlisted, dates of birth, place of birth, and as we move over to the other side of the large ledger book, everything from remarks on the right-hand side, what happened when they were discharged, and were they discharged back to duty, or were they out of service due to the injuries that they suffered or the sicknesses that they had. Always interesting to look at the reasons why, or the sicknesses that they had. You see some common themes there that thankfully we have reduced in our time, but fascinating record collection to look at. And then picking up on the same theme, the next collection is U.S. Naval Burial Records. This is where this isn't comprehensive. These provide details on naval personnel that came from some of the ships or some of the hospitals and where they were buried and where their remains were sent to. So a lot of information about next of kin. If we look at an image, you can see the full name of the person, the rank or the rate, date of birth when it's available, where they died and their cause of death, and when they died. And as we move over to the other half of the page, you can see some more details here on where they were transported to, and their next of kin, which is valuable information to know, name and address of next of kin. So maybe talking some about the hidden gems, or what I see as some of the interesting collections that you may not have seen before, either because they were published a while ago or because they were a little bit more obscure than some of the larger collections. Let's start out by looking. This is actually the first collection that we digitized from paper at the National Archives in 2008. And these are the reports of deaths of American citizens abroad. So as I mentioned earlier, a consulate asked American citizens if they were staying in that country to report their whereabouts. And this is a database that the consulates kept when an American died. If they knew an American died abroad, they would fill out a form explaining all of the details, because often this was the only place where a death certificate was kept. So in some cases, if we look at the images, this is the report of death form, and sometimes these files contain the death certificate of that country, so you'll find that in the language of that country. But it provides a lot of information about next of kin, about family members, about how they died and what they died of, where they were living, how old they were, all of the rich information that helps in making those fabulous discoveries about your ancestors. Interesting about this collection is there are a lot of famous people and infamous people in these reports. I have on my computer some pictures of Bruce Lee's report of death in Hong Kong, and then you can find some of the conspiracy theories where some documents were filled out to report the death of Amelia Earhart at the hands of some people that thought that there was some conspiracy theory hiding why she really died. Famous people. This isn't only people that were in active. This does not include people that were in active military service. Those are all part of the records kept by the other parts of government. These are civilians living and visiting, and then unfortunately died while abroad. And often this is the only proof of American death that occurred. Again, one of my favorite collections, and in this particular case, there is a certificate of death from the local register office. Another gem that I'd like to point out is descriptive lists of colored volunteer Army soldiers. For those that are doing African American research, you're all too familiar with the challenge of trying to identify or get records of African Americans. This particular collection is wonderful because if we look at an image, not only does it provide all of the regular information about that you would expect in an Army list or a list of muster or enlistment, but it also provides, if you look on the far right-hand side, the name of the slave owner, if they were previously a slave. And again, as people doing African American research know, this is an important link that can help in your family history research. So again, for me, a valuable collection in doing African American research. Okay, with the few minutes that are left, let's talk about some of these sneak peeks or coming attractions. I will say that between the time that I put this presentation together and now, some of these collections have come to the website already, so not so much a sneak peek, but go and take a look at them. The first one being War Department press releases and related records. Now, you wouldn't think that a press release would be interesting to family history, but I'll tell you that I was fascinated by reading these. I read a few just to get some context to this particular database, and I really couldn't stop reading. Essentially, the War Department, as soldiers came back and were either in a hospital or had come home, the War Department sent out people to interview them. Those stories were then compiled in a press release and sent to the local newspapers and asked them to publish them in an effort to build up morale and to highlight the service of these dedicated soldiers. So fascinating reading. This is not the image that's on our website. This is an image that we took when we were researching this particular collection. But it's a story that if that was my ancestor and I could read the details of their service, fascinating information. I love this collection. Again, press releases explaining the war effort around the Second World War. Let's look at another collection that we just released to the website as well. This is the Tennessee Valley Authority. Now, as the Tennessee Valley Authority, or in the Tennessee Valley area, there was a lot of flooding. And so the government decided to build some dams, and in that process, they needed to relocate some people. So again, a fascinating example of the government going out and interviewing people, finding out what the local living situation was for this particular house that was in the middle of a floodplain, and talking to the family, finding out a bit about their life and how they lived and how long they'd been there and who they were related to, and then writing that up in a family history document for me to read that explains this particular family and why they were there. And sometimes you'll see the negotiations of the government with these individuals of how much should I pay to help you relocate to a safer area. And sometimes you'll find photos of the house that they were hoping to relocate, and then a picture of the house that they moved to. So again, if this is your ancestor and you find information in this particular collection, just a gold mine of rich stories that help in your family history research. I think what I'll do is I'll jump to, and I don't have a slide for this, but there are a couple of other collections worth mentioning that two that were just released to the website. One is a collection from NARA called the ID Cards of Prohibition Agents. Visually, just a great, appealing collection. These are the little books that these prohibition agents kept in their pockets, I'm assuming. And as they went around doing their business, they took out these little books and flashed their photo and their badge, showing that they were a prohibition agent. Well, we've digitized those collections, and this is 1920 to 1925. We've made those available on the website and are fascinating to look at. Probably the largest, or one of the largest projects we've ever undertaken with the National Archives, we started a few months ago. And this is the scanning of World War II draft cards. Most of you may be familiar with the fourth registration, or the old man's draft, and these are draft cards for people born between 1877 and 1897. We have some of those on our website already, but we have an effort to scan all of those. Those are all being scanned in St. Louis, Missouri, under the supervision of NARA. But not only are we going to complete the scanning of the World War II draft cards, but we are also going to scan the first set of the young man's draft cards. These are people who entered the draft between the years, birth years 1897 to about 1929. And we are looking at about 60 million images that are being digitized in St. Louis. And we hope to start having that come to the website over the next few years. A large collection, a big collection, and this is a collection that maybe your grandfather is in, or maybe your father is in, and you can take a look at that draft card and see the information that they entered as they drafted for military service in World War II. So I've raced through that. I'll throw my caveat again. I'm not a records expert, but I certainly love the records of the National Archives and the rich stories that can be found in those records. And so I now open it up to questions that may come.
Overview of Ancestry.com, and we appreciate your time here. We were furiously trying to keep up with all the questions that we received through YouTube chat. So let's start with the first one on DNA. The question is, if someone has questions about their DNA results, where can they learn more?
That's a great question. I have questions about my DNA results. Luckily, I can walk down the hallway and ask some of my colleagues, and what they have done as well, knowing that this can be a complicated topic, there are great resources on the Ancestry website. Almost every facet of that Ancestry DNA result that you get back, there are answers on the website and explanations on the website that help you understand what you are seeing. There were some fun parts to what I saw when I first viewed my results, and there were some questions that I had. And I started reading, and I was able to talk with my colleagues. And there's a lot of information on the website that will help you understand a bit more about the results that you're getting.
Thank you, Quinton. Our next question is about process. The question is, why am I unable to locate certain people in the Ancestry search when they show up in other website searches in the same database? Example, 1870 U.S. Census.
That's a great question and not an uncommon question. If you look across the various websites that provide genealogical information for you to research, each website has their own methods for digitizing records and then their own algorithms and search technology. So sometimes as you type in a name that you are searching for and you may find it in one versus another, I encourage you to do that, to search in multiple locations, to search wherever you can for your ancestor, because different eyes view images in different ways. As we take a handful of people together to interpret a document, especially when it's handwritten, I will see something that someone else may not see, or we will view things differently, or image quality may be different in one version of a record set versus another. So I certainly encourage people to go broad and to do as much researching as they can.
Thank you, Quinton. Because we received so many questions, we thought this would be a good question to ask you at this time. Do you have a general email address for Ancestry that people could continue to ask more questions when you're done with your presentation?
I'm trying to think of the best place to ask questions. It really depends on what you're asking about. If you're asking about our relationship with the National Archives and what we do and some of the record sets we have, then there's an email address, content@ancestry.com. But if you're asking questions about DNA, for example, or Family Tree Maker, some software that we have, or your account on the website, then I would encourage people to go to the website, and there are multiple places where you can get specific answers to your specific request. If there are things within this presentation that you want answers to, that you've thought about, then by all means email that content@ancestry.com website email address, and we'll be able to address your questions there.
Thank you so much. Our next question, how does one go about submitting records to Ancestry?
I'm trying to think of exactly what is meant by that question, so maybe I'll answer in both ways and hopefully cover what you are intending there. If you are using the website and you see information on the website that you would like to add to or maybe provide insight into, maybe an error that you've seen or a different version of a name, many of the databases on the left-hand side of the page will have an add comment or add some additional information. You can then submit the additional information that you have or the correction you want to suggest, and that's a way that you can submit information to Ancestry. If the question is more related to how can I take the records that I have and publish them on Ancestry, in general, the best way to take what you know and you have and make it available on Ancestry is to create an online family tree where you can upload as many photos and documents as you want to about your ancestors, and you can decide whether you want to share that with the broader community on Ancestry or not. hopefully I've answered the question in one of those two answers.
Thank you for taking time to answer in both ways. This next question from YouTube, and this is a viewer who's watching from Guam. Their question is, will civil records be added anytime soon?
I'm assuming that this person's interested in civil records from Guam. I'm not sure, but we are adding records from around the world, and not only do we focus on government records that are kept by the National Archives, but we certainly work with civil institutions to publish birth, death, and marriage records. We have released some records from Guam over the last year. As I mentioned in my presentation, almost 1 billion records from 67 different countries have been released in 2014. So there's an ongoing effort to provide records from across the globe, and certainly civil records, or in other words, birth, death, and marriage records are a valuable part of that broadening of access to records.
Okay, thank you. We have another content question. Are there any plans to digitize any naturalization records for people who immigrated pre-1906?
Great question, great record set, and the answer absolutely is yes. We actually have on the website lots and lots of pre-1906 naturalization records. We have a large collection from New York that we digitized from the NARA office in New York City. So there are already New York pre-1906 naturalization records on the website. And certainly there's an ongoing effort to acquire, where we can, pre-1906 naturalization records. Again, I have a particular affinity to these records because of my own process, and I know how rich they can be. And most valuable records we'll be pursuing around the country from pre-1906 period.
Thank you for that answer. Our next set of questions has to deal with those records that are not in English. The first question is, how does Ancestry plan to handle records not in English, those from the Philippines, France, or French Canadian, Poland, etc.?
You'll be happy to know that on our website there are lots of these records already, so you can actually take a look and see how we're handling them. I'll summarize it by saying that we still digitize what we see. We digitize the document, and then we create indexes from what we see on that document. So we don't change the words that we see on the document, but we do provide English versions of headings, or giving you an indication of whether this is the name or the date or the place or the relationship, and we'll provide some of that information in English. You can also go to our localized or local language website. So if you're interested in German records, we just released millions of German records last week. You can go to the German website, ancestry.de, and view and have an immersed German experience with the records, with the website, with the searching. Or you can go to Ancestry.com, the English version or the US version, and you can see those exact same records, the exact same information, but there will be finding tools that are in English that will help you to try and make sense of some of the more challenging languages.
Thank you. With so many new immigrants from Asia in recent years, are there plans to digitize and make available documents from countries like India, particularly documents from temples?
Wow. There is never a shortage of records and collections we can pursue. I was in Spain a couple of weeks ago for the International Council of Archives conference, and we actually met with the archivist for India, and they have interest in digitizing records. Will Ancestry be pursuing those this year? Probably not. Will we have sights on trying to help them digitize records in the future? Probably. But we obviously cannot do everything. But we're trying to focus on those records that are most important to those in the US, and then broadening out to some of the other international markets that we can pursue at this time.
Thank you. That's fascinating. Our next question: are there any plans for more records from North Dakota prior to 1900?
you'll be happy to know that no matter what state, every single state, we have efforts in trying to digitize and gain access to records. So if North Dakota is your area of interest, we have people that are interested and are working with the state archives in North Dakota and the State Vital Record Office in North Dakota and county archives in that state as well. So we really are not, there is no state in the US where we do not have efforts to try and make available records from that state. So if you don't have your records now, then what I would say is stay tuned, because we have ongoing efforts across the country to make available as many records as we can.
Thank you, Quinton. If you have a moment, can you answer general subscription questions? We have several under that category.
I can try. Happy to try.
Okay, let's start with the first one. Are there different subscription accesses for the different markets? Do I get access to these other market records?
Yes, I'll start by answering if I'm in the US, which I am, and I go to the Ancestry.com website, I can first of all either sign up for a monthly subscription or I can sign up for a 6-month subscription. So there's those two choices. Within that, I can decide to have access to only US records, and there's a certain price monthly and 6 months for that. Or I can have access to all the records across all global entities, and that's the World Explorer package. And again, I can sign up for a month or 6 months for that. Then there's a third option in the US where you can do everything in the world, plus some of our other properties like newspapers and Fold 3. Now, if I'm in the UK, for example, I can go to the UK website and I can do something similar. I can sign up just for UK records, or I can sign up for everything in the world. Or if I'm in Germany, I can sign up just for German records or everything in the world. I will say also, no matter really where you are, depending on which collection you're interested in, you can get just that collection for that country if you want, or you can get everything across the world and get access to wherever your research takes you.
Oh, very good. Thank you. We have 2 more questions regarding subscriptions. What is the difference between Ancestry Library Edition and a subscription to Ancestry.com?
Great question. Primary difference is that the Ancestry Institution version does not have some of the personalization features that you would in your home account. So as an example, message boards or creating an online tree. We've set up Ancestry Institution so that if it's set up at a library terminal, people can just come in and out and get access to Ancestry without the risk of leaving any personal information on that computer. So that's the primary difference. In terms of content, there are a handful of differences that probably not even worth mentioning, but for the most part, content is the same. The personal experience may be a little bit different, but that's all for the sake of security and protecting personal information.
Thank you. And our last question for the day. Do you need to have a paid subscription to view a tree on Ancestry?
I think the answer is no. I can create my own tree, and I don't need to have an account for that, and I can decide whether or not I want to share that tree or not. If you find that is different and your experience is different, then please do send an email to that content at Ancestry account, and I can dig into that more. But to be honest, it's been a while since I've paid for an Ancestry account. Just part of what I do, but if my answer is wrong there, then please contact that email address and I can look into that more.
Thank you so much for your time, Quinton. That is the end of our session with Quinton Atkinson. If the speaker did not get to your question, please send an email for the Ancestry.com questions to content@ancestry.com. We will now have a short intermission. It's 101, just FYI. Welcome. My name is Andrea Matney, and I am the Community Outreach Programs and Support Specialist for Research Services at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. A few quick notes before we start. You can submit your question for a speaker via Twitter using hashtag GenFair2014. We have allotted for a 10-minute Q&A session at the end of the presentation. For captioning, go to the virtual Genealogy Fair website and click on the link for today. The lectures will be recorded and posted on the virtual Genealogy Fair website by the end of November. This is lecture number 8, and it is entitled Finding the Correct Ancestor, Civil War Soldiers and Homesteads. Our speaker is Jean Nudd, and she is joining us via the telephone. This session highlights a frequent occurrence in genealogy research: multiple people with the same name, living in the same area. Using an example of a Michigan homesteader who fought in the Civil War, this lecture outlines a process for identifying individuals in order to determine the correct ancestor. Jean Nudd is an archivist for research services at the National Archives at Boston, Massachusetts. Thank you, Jean, for joining us. I am now turning the microphone over to you.
Finding the correct ancestor and learn a methodology for figuring out when you have, say, multiple people with the same name, how to tell them apart. This all started because I have that problem in my genealogy. I have in my Nudd line, my surname line, 4 James Nudds in a row. And so I wanted to know how to figure this out. I went to a lecture given by Tom Jones, the genealogist Tom Jones, not the singer Tom Jones, and he talks a lot about evidentiary instead of factual genealogy, as well as other techniques. So I wanted to pass that information on. I wanted to learn more about homesteaders because I didn't know anything about it. And I also had a bunch of volunteers who were working on indexing M25, which is General Land Office Correspondence. So let's start off with the Homestead Act in 1862. Like the Bounty Land Acts in the Revolutionary War, War of 1812, Mexican War, the Homestead Act was a way for the government to get people to fight in the war. And they gave a priority to Civil War veterans. Anyone could get 160 acres of land, but veterans could get an additional 160 acres of land. And in order to become in order to get the land that you were homesteading, you had to live on it for 5 years. You had to make improvements to that land, and you had to prove that those improvements were made. Slide 4. So M25, Bureau of Land Management, General Land Office Correspondence, the last 3 rolls of that microfilm deal exclusively with these Civil War veterans who were looking for additional homesteads. And we did index those, and so I have it, and if you need access to that index, just email us and we'll get it to you. Slide 5. I decided I picked out some names. Charles Rockwell. Just out of the blue, out of this index, I thought Charles Rockwell. There were 2 letters about Charles Rockwell's request for additional homes. Steads in Michigan. I thought, there won't be too many Charles Rockwells around. Well, it turned out there were 11 of them in the 1870 Michigan census. So let's look at that census and see what we can discover. Slide 6 is actually one of the letters in M25 about Charles Rockwell. And if you look about, halfway down the page, you'll see some numbers. Homestead entry number 6999 and TC certificate number 2791. Those are the numbers you want to remember if you're ordering these records. Those are the numbers you're going to use. And we'll see this 2791 come up again later in the presentation. Slide 7. Here's the search results from Ancestry for the 1870 census. Lots and lots of Charles Rockwells. Slide 8 is actually, I've pulled them out so that we can see the pertinent information. And we can tell just from glancing at this that not all these Charles Rockwells could possibly be the homesteader, because some of them were too old or too young to fight in the Civil War. Slide 9. So immediately we can eliminate 5 of them. The one born in 1861, the one born in 1862, there's one in 1851 and 1848, all too young to have fought in the Civil War. The Charles born in 1811 in Pennsylvania and another one born in 1814 in New York were probably too old to fight in the Civil War. Slide 10. So what else can we do? Well, this is a fairly common problem. How do we know? In my James Nudds, I have 4 of them in a row. How do I know which one is my ancestor? What are the techniques that we should use to sort out these remaining 7 Charles Rockwells? Slide 11. So first of all, when we're doing this type of research, we want to determine, of course, where exactly did your ancestor live, so we can check the records for that specific area. Then, did they have children, siblings, war service, anything that makes that person stand out from all the others? We're going to use every type of record that we can think of: vital records, census, newspapers, city directories, genealogists, tax lists, all types of stuff, even if they don't include specific personal information. Slide 12. And then if we find, like I did with my James Nudds, more than one person by that name in the same place, we want to find person-specific records. And again, these are the same types of things. Vital records can give you personal information, pension records, deeds, probate, occupations, voting lists, and tax lists. Then we're going to use collateral lines. And that can be very useful, because if we look at the siblings, if we look at the children, those are the places that people are set apart. Just because my James Nudd had a brother Daniel doesn't mean that all 6 of the James Nudds in Hampton, New Hampshire in 1694 had brothers named Daniel. Then we're going to collect as much information on that specific person in that specific place as we can, and we're going to be as exhaustive as we can. Even we're going to look at things even if they don't have any personal information on them, family or ages or anything like that, because it may fit them in. It may give us a clue about that person that doesn't relate to any of the other people. Slide 13. We're going to be sure to record as much information from all the record sources as we can. We want to put down any information on there, either specifically stated or implied information. We're going to look at not only that person, but the neighbors around them, any witnesses, say they were naturalized, so you have witnesses, any signatures or land descriptions, all that kind of stuff we want to write down and record. We also want to be sure that we understand the records that we're collecting. We want to evaluate them and assemble the information in a framework that we can find useful. So we don't want to just collect all this information, but we want to analyze it as well. Slide 14. So I suggest you try putting all these facts into a graph or a timeline format. Whatever works for you. It's your genealogy. You do it the way you want, but you have to collect it and put it in a format so that you can tell people apart. You're going to add in things like locations and religions and neighbors and any of the other variables that help set that person apart from all the other people. And as you go along, You want to refocus yourself. As you assemble these facts from all these records, don't just collect them all. I know that's the fun part. That's the part we all love to do. But we're going to actually use these pieces to ask questions to take us to the next step in our research. So as we go along, we have to refocus, to reevaluate where we're going. Slide 15. So, where do we start with the Charles Rockwell? All we know about this guy is that he homesteaded in Michigan and that he's a Civil War soldier. We have no idea what state he was from, what regiment he served in, where he was born. None of that. So where should we start? Slide 16. Since he's a Civil War soldier, that gives us a great place to start. We can go to a website. It's idtd.nps.gov/CWSS, which is the National Park Service's Civil War Soldiers and Sailors database. We can also check the pension index for the Civil War on Ancestry and on Fold 3 to see if we have any Charles Rockwells living in Michigan who receive pensions. And then we can check the National Archives Civil War grave headstone applications to see if any of them got headstones in Michigan. Slide 17. The National Park Service's website is very easy to search. It's got a great search engine, very simple to put the information in there. We know he has to be a Union soldier because according to the Homestead Act, you couldn't have borne arms against the United States and gotten a homestead. And this website also can give us brief regimental history so we can see where it was founded, what action it saw, which can give us more information about our person. Slide 18, this is what the website looks like. And you see here soldiers, sailors, regiments. If you wanted regimental history, you click there. So we want a soldier, or we think he might have been a soldier. We don't know that for sure. Slide 19, we know the last name, we know the first name, we know he's Union. We don't know anything else. So those are the only blocks we're going to fill in. And then we're going to hit Submit Query. Slide 20. Oh, my goodness. We thought we had a lot of them on the 1870 census. Well, there are 22 Charles Rockwells who fought in the Civil War. That doesn't help us very much. If we wanted a regimental history on one of these, say we click on the second one down there, the 15th New York Engineers, slide 21 shows us a brief regimental history of the 15th Regimental Engineers. This is from another website. I thought I'd give you several of them. Just remember when you're using some of these websites, some are pay and some are free. Slide 22. T288 is the National Archives publication for pensions for the Civil War. It's both on Ancestry and Fold 3. There are 3 Charles Rockwells in the pension. Now we're cutting it down to where we can actually work with it. We have a Charles Rockwell who had a widow, Mary. We have a Charles Rockwell with a widow, Lucretia. And we have a Charles Rockwell who didn't list any widow. Slide 23 is the first Charles Rockwell's actual card. You see, there's his name on the top line, then his widow. If a minor child had been applying for a pension, for support, it would be under Mary's name. Then we have his service in the next block. And in the bottom block, we have the date he filed, his application and certificate number, and over on the right column, we actually see the state. And that's how we know that these people were filing from the state of Michigan. The second line there gives you the date that Mary, his widow, filed, and we see she filed in 1890, which means that this Charles Rockwell had died prior to 1890. So we're already gathering a little bit of information for each of these people. Slide 24 is the second Charles Rockwell with the widow Lucretia. And again, we see he filed in 1892, and his widow Lucretia filed in 1911. So again, we know that this Charles Rockwell died before October 6, 1911. And the third, Charles Rockwell, filed in 1903. No widow, so we don't have any idea of when this one was deceased. Slide 26. So, M1845 is Civil War headstones. We only find one Charles Rockwell listed in that, and he was a private in the Company F, 15th Regiment, New York Engineers. Aha! Another piece of information for that first Charles Rockwell. And he's buried at the cemetery in Ravenna, Michigan. He died May 6, 1886. Slide 27 is the actual card that goes with that headstone application. You can see his name, the company, he's a private, the cemetery at Ravenna, and his date of death. Slide 28. So, which Charles Rockwell? Let's refocus here. We have 7 in the 1870 census. We have 22 who fought in the Civil War. We have 3 who received pensions and 1 who got a headstone. So where should we go next? Probably the Civil War pension would be a great place to look next. But that takes a little time to get from Washington. Let's number the Charles Rockwells we found, 1, 2, and 3, so that we at least have some individualism for each of them. And let's see what we can find out about each one of them. Charles Rockwell number 1 is the one with the widow Mary, slide 29, who served in the 15th New York Engineers. We know he died in 1886. We also know that his widow got a pension in 1890. This is the one who had a headstone. We already know. We already have his date of death. We already know he got a federal headstone. Slide 30, is he on the census? On slide 30, we see the 1890 special census of Union veterans and their widows. And the very top line, remember now, we know that he was deceased in 1886, so he's not going to be on here. But his widow, Mary A., is the very first one there. And it tells us that Charles was a private. Company F, 15th New York Engineers, tells us when he enlisted, tells us when he was discharged, how long he was in. And down below, on line 41, we see present residence of Mary is Ravenna, which is where Charles was buried, so that makes perfect sense. Slide 31 is the 1880 census. And we see Charles here with Mary and their youngest son, Jamie, or James. And there, he's the second one down. He's now age 54, and his widow is 51. He's a shoemaker. We want to note that down. He says he's born in New York, and his father was born in Connecticut, and his mother was born in New York. Slide 32 is the 1870 census, so we've gone back 10 years now. His whole family is here. He's got 3 children and a boarder, Ann Katz, who's from Maine. Now he's a farmer, so his occupation is changing. He's a farmer, or is he a shoemaker? We want to write both of those down. Slide 33 is the 1860 census, and here we find him in Camillus, New York, Onondaga County, living with Ebenezer Katz and Ann Katz. Probably his parents-in-law. We don't know that for sure yet. He's a farmer again. He's got $2,600 in real estate and $1,120 in personal property, and he was born in New York. The Katz family also have a couple of other children living with them, a Sarah Conway and a George Rockwell, age 1. Slide 34 takes us to the 1850 census. Here, Charles and Mary and their first child, Granville, are living with Ebenezer Katz and Ann. Now he's a shoemaker again. So it looks like, depending on the time period and how profitable things were, he was either a shoemaker or a farmer. Slide 35. So what have we learned about Charles Rockwell number 1? We know when he enlisted. We know when he got out, when he was discharged. We know he was a private. We know what regiment he served with. We know his children's names. We know his occupation varied between shoemaker and farmer. We know he came originally from Camillus, Onondaga County, New York, via the 1860 census. We know probably his wife's maiden name. And we know his in-laws were Ebenezer and Ann. Slide 36. Where else can we look for this Charles Rockwell? Now that we know these pieces of information, we know he came from Camillus, Onondaga County. Probably we want to go look at the state census from New York. We want to look at the 1850 and 1860 agricultural censuses, as well as his pension file. Well, since at the time I did this lecture, I was living in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, which is only 30 or 35 miles from Albany, it made perfect sense for me to drive over to the New York State Archives and State Library and look at these records. And when I got there, I was very surprised because the State Archives had a lot more to offer than I had thought. Slide 37 shows us the 1855 New York State Census. I'm sorry, it's not a better copy. It's not digitized. It's from microfilm. And we see here Charles Rockwell, age 32. And one thing about the 1855 census for New York is if you were born in New York, they tell you what county that person was born in New York. If you were born outside of New York, it tells you the state or country. So we see here that Mary was born in Onondaga County, and so were the children. Ebenezer Katz and Anna Katz were born in Maine. And if we think back to the 1880 census, Mary Rockwell said that her parents were born in Maine. Another little piece of information. 38. I've summarized this in something you can read a little clearer. So the 1855 census gives us his age, that he's a laborer. He was born in Onondaga County. Nothing under the years lived in this town. He's a farmer, again. He's a native voter, and he owns land. We have his wife, Mary. We have his children, Granville, Teresi, Emily, and James. Now, on the 1870 census, in Michigan, we only have 3 children. So maybe one of these children, Emily, died. And living with them, Ebenezer Katz and his wife, Ann, as well as Ebenezer Conway, age 12. Slide 39 is the 1860 agricultural schedule for Camillus. Again, these are only available on microfilm at the State Archives in New York, in Albany. More and more of these are getting onto Ancestry, though. I think the state censuses now may be on Ancestry. So slide 39 shows us who's on the agricultural censuses. And Charles Rockwell is down at the bottom. It tells us how many acres of land they have and how many are improved. What else can we do with this besides just figure out our Charles Rockwell? We can actually look at the other people in Camillus and figure out that Charles actually wasn't much of a farmer compared to some of the other people in Camillus. If you look right above him, this Bingham has 120 acres of land. We've got a guy up there with 136 acres of land. So Charles really had a very small acreage compared to the other people. And if you look at the produce that he actually produced, how many livestock they had, how much corn and wheat and barley he produced, slide 40 shows us some more of that, including hemp. And then things like the very last column is how much honey they produced, how much butter, how much milk, and the value of all of this stuff that they produced. So it shows us that Charles was more a subsistence farmer than one who did it for a good living. Slide 41. The 1850, which I didn't show you, is a good example of mix-ups that can occur. We've all seen it. It didn't list Ebenezer Katz and Charles Rockwell. It listed Ebenezer Rockwell. The 1860 census doesn't list Ebenezer Katz at all, but it does list Charles Rockwell. He owns 40 acres. 44 of them are improved. It has a cash value of $2,500. If you look back at the 1860 federal census, he says his cash value of his land is $2,500. He's only got a couple of horses and a couple of cows, a few sheep, some pigs. He only grew 65 bushels of wheat and 50 bushels of corn, some oats, 1,000 pounds of tobacco, lots of peas and potatoes and things that you would have in your own garden. Produced 400 pounds of butter, and unlike a lot of his neighbors, he produced 20 pounds of honey. Slide 42. Probably the most interesting thing that I found at the New York State Archives were two things I wasn't looking for. And the first one was a complete record compiling the quotas of the troops furnished to the U.S. from the towns in New York. And the second series they have, the Adjutant General's Office compiled muster roll abstracts for Civil War soldiers. Both of these gave me a lot of information about this Charles Rockwell. Slide 43. The Adjutant General's records are arranged by county and then by town and then alphabetically by the surname of the soldier. So it was very easy to find Charles Rockwell in Camillus, Onondaga County. It told me that he was 44 when he enlisted, which was quite old. When he was discharged and where he was discharged, his place of birth, and a physical description. Slide 44 is the actual title page for the Adjutant General's records. It's the source information. We always want to copy down where did we get this information. So this would be the source page for this record group. Slide 45. This is what they actually look like. And you see here along the top when he enlisted, where he mustered in. The next column down is the when he left the organization. Then under remarks, we see some dates. Those are the muster dates. That's when they produced musters, and that's when he was present for those musters. And down along the bottom, we see his place of birth, Geddes, New York. And any of you who's doing research into New York, you know that prior to about 1880, there are no birth records, no marriage records, no death records in the state of New York, unless you go to churches. So this is very useful information. We know he's 44 when he enlisted, and his occupation now is mechanic. Slide 46. The complete record of troops is microfilmed for each town, but it's not alphabetical. So you have to look through the town to find the person you're looking through for. And under Camillus, I found Charles Rockwell. Born gives us an actual date of birth and where in Onondaga County, that he was a private, when he enlisted, when he was mustered in. It tells us the town got a bounty and the county got paid a bounty for him. The town didn't pay the family any relief, however, for his service. It lists him as married, and it actually gives his father and mother's name, including his mother's maiden name. If we look at slide 47, again, we've got the title page, the source information for this series of records. Slide 48, Charles Rockwell is at the top. His residence is Camilla, and underneath that we see the date and place of birth. Great information for people born in New York, especially for this earlier period. Then we've got his military information. We've got the town Camillus, how much bounties were paid. Slide 49 is the rest of that, because it's quite a large ledger. We've got his parents' names, Alchemy and Ann Barter. It tells us that he's a laborer. Under remarks, it tells us that when this was compiled, he was still living in Camillus, Onondaga County, New York. Slide 50. So just looking at these very few records, have we learned about Charles Rockwell, number one? Well, we know where he was born, when he was born. We have a physical description of him. We know his wife's maiden name, parents' names, including his mother's maiden name. We know where his parents were born. We know they had 4 children, and one died young. We know what regiment he served in. We know when he enlisted, where he was discharged, when he was discharged. that he was both a farmer and a shoemaker, that he moved to Michigan about 1866, probably. I'm going to show you exactly why I know that in a minute. He settled in Ravenna in Chester, Ottawa County, Michigan. We know exactly when he died, and we know he got a headstone. So, slide 51. So, now finally I've got Charles Rockwell's pension. In order to get a Civil War pension, you had to actually be injured in the war. And he did. And slide 52 is the affidavit that he submitted that actually tells you very specifically how he was injured. If you look down at the last paragraph on the page, while we were out on drill one day, he talks about how he fell down, he hit his hip, slide 53, all about hitting his hip in a very frozen ground, and the surgeon gave him a liniment, which he's used ever since. But it's become troubled with rheumatism now, and it's very difficult to work. And we know when he submitted this, it's got his signature on it, the exact date he submitted it. Slide 54, Mary was also allowed a pension as his widow, but she had to prove she was his widow. So there are a number of affidavits in the pension file that show this. Slide 55 is her affidavit. And again, it tells us his enlistment information in the second paragraph type area there. And down in the next area, it tells when they were married, or when he was discharged, and then when they were married. And you see down along the almost about 3/4 of the way down, we've got information about children, but since all their children were over the age of maturity, they didn't have to list any of them at this point in time. Slide 56 is one of the affidavits in support. This is Mary's affidavit about her marriage. She doesn't have a marriage certificate, so she sent in an affidavit saying, this is when and where I married him. These are the people present. If you look down, about 2/3 down, the witnesses to the aforesaid marriage were her father, her mother. It's about halfway down. Her sister Emily, probably why she named her daughter Emily, and her cousin's names, and that all of these people are deceased or she doesn't know where they are. Slide 57, probably the most interesting affidavit in the file, is the one that gives us the information that proves that probably Charles number 1 is not the homesteader. It's from a man named William Averill, who's 64 years old. He lives in Casnovia, Michigan, and he's a longtime acquaintance of Charles and Mary. Slide 58. I love this. This is a great affidavit. How many of you know exactly when you met someone? I was acquainted with Charles Rockwell from December 5th, 1839 to the date of his death. Wonderful information. So these also show us that he didn't move to Michigan alone. I mean, this guy came with them. There are other affidavits in the file that show us the same thing. There are a lot of people from Camillus, New York, who, as a group, moved to Michigan. So it tells us when he died. She's also acquainted with Mary Ann Rockwell, his wife, from the age of 10 years to the present. And if we look down a little bit further, we see that Charles Rockwell had 40 acres of land at the time of his death, of which about 20 acres is improved and available. He also left a mortgage on it. Now, homesteads for Civil War soldiers were free. They didn't have to pay for them, and they could only get 160 acres. Now, it doesn't mean that maybe Charles had sold off some of the land. Because of his injury and not being able to support himself, he could have tried to raise money that way. But probably Charles number 1 is not our homesteader. It also tells us that the value of the land is $600. The mortgage is $150. He goes into explicit detail about how much money Mary can get every year from renting out this land, and that it leaves her 84 cents short in debt annually and how the Pension Bureau should make this right. Slide 59. So, as I said, the smallest acreage of land available to homesteaders was 160 acres, or a quarter acre. He only had 40 acres of land with a mortgage. This is about the same size acreage that he had when he lived in New York. And so I'm thinking that probably he's not the homesteader. But we can find the patent for the homestead online at glorecords.blm.gov. There are 2 homestead entries. Remember, the Charles Rockwell we're looking for actually applied for an additional homestead. So he didn't have 160 acres of land. He had 320 acres of land. Slide 60 shows us the results from searching the GLO database. You see, remember I told you we'd see that number 2791 again? The second Charles Rockwell down, there's that certificate number. So we know that's the Charles Rockwell who is the homesteader, but we still don't know which one he is. Slide 61. Let's look at Charles Rockwell number 2. His lists his widow as Lucretia, his service as from the Illinois Mechanics, and we know that he died sometime before 1911. So let's start with the census. Slide 62 is the 1910 census, and if we look down, this Charles Rockwell is the second one down on the list with wife Lucretia and son Roman. It tells us that he's from Connecticut. Aha, another little piece of information. His wife is from Illinois, and his son was born in Michigan. Slide 63. So we now know his age, that he was born in Connecticut, that they're living in Maple Grove. Lucretia had 6 children, but only 3 of them are living. Now, in the 1900 census, Charles' birth is given as September 1832, and he owns his farm free of mortgage. Aha! He may be the homesteader. Slide 64 is the 1890 special census of Union veterans and their widows. Here we get Charles's middle initial, G. We find out, again, he's a corporal, B Company, 1st Michigan. I thought he was in the 1st Illinois. A discrepancy. Anyway, it's down at the bottom, line 1. It tells us he's in Manistee County. So Charles Rockwell number 1, we have now a little discrepancy between his pension card and the 1890 census. But we're not going to let that throw us off here. He's the same Charles Rockwell. It's still Company D on both of them. It's still the 1st, and it's still the Fusiliers, but one is Illinois and one is Michigan. Slide 66 is the 1850 census. Now that we know that he's from Connecticut, we can go a little earlier here, and when we search the 1850 census on Ancestry, we find that there's only 2 Charles Rockwells living in Michigan who were born in Connecticut. One of them is Charles G. Rockwell, age 49, and his son, Charles, age 17. This is the Charles we're looking for. Slide 67. So we know Charles was born in Connecticut. 1850, we've got his parents' names. We know he's living in Pontiac, Michigan, and on 1860, his father, Charles G., is deceased, and Sarah is the head of household. Slide 68 is the 1870 census. Here we have Charles at the bottom of the page with Lucretia. No children yet. Slide 69 is the 1880 schedule. Charles is about in the middle of the page. He's a farmer, born in Connecticut, parents both born in Connecticut. Slide 70. So now we have some value of property. We know they had 6 children, only 3 survived, and we know they were in Maple Grove in Manistee County. Now, Bear Lake in 1870, Maple Grove in 1880 doesn't mean they moved. It could be that property lines changed. We all have run into where town lines have changed, county lines have changed, so those things happen. Page 71 we have special schedules in the census, and one of them is the mortality schedules. And I searched on Ancestry, and on the 1870 mortality schedule from Michigan, I actually found a Charles Rockwell in Bear Lake who died in 1869. Slide 72 is that actual schedule. And the second one down is Charles Rockwell, age 3, born in Michigan, died in July 1869 of inflammation of the stomach. And this is Manistee County, and it's Bear Lake. So this is probably our Charles Rockwell's son. Charles number 2. Slide 73. Again, for complete information, we want to get his pension. We want to look at the agricultural schedules. If there are state schedules, we want to look at those. And, of course, we want to look at the land entry file. Slide 74. We can go to glorecords.blm.gov, find the actual patents, as well as patent maps, plat maps, all kinds of information on these. And unlike land purchase files, I have an ancestor who bought land. Homestead files have a significantly more information in them. Slide 75, here we have again that search list from GLO records. And now we know these first 2 are actually our Charles Rockwell's. Slide 76, this is the second one, because over in the right you see 2791. This is the additional homestead entry that he was asking for. Slide 77 is actually the patent for that. Slide 78 is the database entry file for the first homestead that he applied for, and slide 79 is the patent for that homestead. So he had 2. Therefore, he probably is the Civil War soldier who homesteaded. We're probably getting number 2. So if we look at homestead entry 2731, we get it from Washington, D.C. We have actually in there an affidavit, slide 80 we're looking at now, which tells us from the War Department that he actually enrolled in Company B of the 56th Regiment of Illinois Volunteers for 3 years. Slide 81 is that actual affidavit, but it also tells us when he mustered out and that it was an irregular and it reformed as the Michigan. So that's why we get that discrepancy between the pension card and the 1890 schedule. Slide 82, he tells us when he was discharged, where he was discharged, contains personal information, tells us he was actually born in Fairfield, his age when he enlisted. It gives us a physical description. Slide 83 shows you that affidavit. If you look about a third of the way down, we'll see Fairfield County, Fairfield, Connecticut. So, which is the right one? Well, what looks like number 2. We've got information about the pension. We've got the information from the land entry file agrees with his pension, so that proves to us probably he is the homesteader. So slide 85, exactly what have we learned about Charles Rockwell number 2? Lots of stuff. When and where he was born, we have a physical description. He married Lucretia. We know both his parents came from Connecticut, that they had 3 children die young. His enlistment information, he was a farmer and only a farmer. He was injured in the Civil War. He got a pension. His widow also got a pension. We know he moved to Michigan as a child with his parents, and that he died between the time May 15, 1910, when the census was taken, and October 6, 1911, when Lucretia applied for pension, and he didn't have a gravestone. Slide 86, just to be absolutely sure. I don't know about you guys. I love maps. Slide 87. If we look at a map of Manistee County, we see its western border is Lake Michigan. And going east from Lake Michigan are Onekama, Bear Creek, and Maple Grove. The plat map from the GLO website shows that Township 23 North, which is where he got his homestead, borders Lake Michigan, and it shows Portage Lake in the lower quadrant. The atlas of townships shows Portage Lake right next to Onondaga. So slide 88 shows us the plat map. Slide 89 shows us the Homestead Atlas. If you haven't looked at this, it's a great book. And so, slide 90, we know Charles was the homesteader. If we want to continue researching Charles, number 2, what would be our next step? Well, we probably want to look at a history of Fairfield County. If I search on FamilySearch.com, I find that there are Rockwell genealogies. We've got the Barber Collection, which is a collection of Connecticut vital records. We'd want to go to Connecticut State Archives. We'd want to look at the Michigan State Census from the LDS, as well as the agricultural schedules and his pension file. Slide 91, do you have any questions for me?
That was a great session on how to find the correct ancestor. While we were watching the chatter on YouTube, we saw many people very excited that they saw some of their own ancestors on the slides that you were using. Let's start with the questions that were submitted via YouTube. The first question is, I found a tombstone with a common name, USCT, with no dates. How do I determine which of several individuals with the same name?
Could you repeat the question for me?
Yes, I will repeat the question. I found a tombstone with a common name, USCT, with no dates. How do I determine which of several individuals with the same name?
All right, well, USCT stands for U.S. Colored Troops. So is she looking for an African American, or he looking for an African American? Search, because of course before the Civil War, you don't have the censuses to look at. In that case, I would suggest you do just what we've outlined. You want to look at as many records as you can. You want to look at perhaps some of the slave schedules as well as the U.S. Colored Troop records. A lot of those are on Ancestry in Fold 3. And look at later records to try to give each of those people with that same name an individual personality so that you can tell them apart, just as we did with the Charles Rockwells.
We appreciate your taking time to answer that question. We're ready for the next one. Our next question is, at which National Archives is M25 stored?
I know that it's in D.C. If you go to our website, www.archives.gov, click on Research Art Records, and then our microfilm catalog, you can put in M25, and it'll tell you exactly which National Archives facilities have that publication. If you need us to look at the index, which I'm going to try to get compatible with our online public access catalog, and maybe we can get it up on the website so people can use it. But in the meantime, I'll be happy to look if someone sends me an email. If they give me the name of the homesteader and the state.
Thank you for making that offer on the M25. Our last question is regarding soldier homes. The question is, I have had 2 Civil War ancestors live out their lives in soldier homes. Where can I find records, if any, for those institutions?
Would you repeat the question a little louder?
Yes. This next question is in regards to soldier homes. The question is, I have had 2 Civil War ancestors live out their lives in soldier homes. where can I find records, if any, for those institutions?
At the National Archives. They are all microfilmed. I do believe that, again, if you look at the microfilm catalog and put in Civil War soldiers' homes, you come up with the publication. Each of the homes has a separate microfilm publication, and those are probably in Washington. They may be on or coming up on Fold 3 as well. That would be the type of thing that Fold 3 would be putting up online.
Thank you, Jean. That concludes our questions for you. Oh, I'm sorry. I've just been alerted that we have one more that just came in. And the question is, what records are available from the National Archives if the person is a Confederate soldier?
It's interesting. When I first started working for the National Archives, our guide to our records had one line about Confederate research, and it said, for records of Confederate soldiers, contact the Museum of the Confederacy in Richmond, Virginia. And the new guide to genealogical research at the National Archives has pages and pages and pages of information on where to find Confederate records at the National Archives. So I would suggest that that's the place you want to start, is our guide to genealogical research at the National Archives.
Thank you, Jean. We have many wonderful compliments for your presentation and the wonderful handouts that you have provided on the National Archives website, and we appreciate that. Thank you so much for your time and doing this presentation with us via the telephone. That concludes our session with Jean Nudd. If the speaker did not get to your presentation, please send an email to inquire@nara.gov. We will now have a short intermission. The next lecture will begin at 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you. Joining us. My name is Andrea Matney, and I am the Community Outreach Programs and Support Specialist for Research Services at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. A few quick notes before we begin. You can submit your question for a speaker via Twitter using hashtag GenFair2014. The speaker will answer questions in the last 10 minutes of her presentation. For captioning, go to the virtual Genealogy Fair website and click on the link for today. The lectures will be recorded and posted on the virtual Genealogy Fair website by the end of November. Lecture number 9 is entitled National Archives Records Online at FamilySearch, and our speaker is Carol Petranek. Family history researchers will find many valued records housed at the National Archives. Many of those national treasures are available online, free of charge, and at FamilySearch.org. This presentation will examine how to locate and search the National Archives records available on the FamilySearch website. Carol serves as a co-director of the Washington, D.C. Family History Center. She volunteers at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. as a citizen archivist for the Civil War Widows Pension Project and as a genealogy aide in the research room. Thank you for joining us today, Carol. I'm turning the microphone over to you.
Thank you, Andrea. It's a delight to be with you all today, and I thank you so much for joining me. The National Archives is our country's most important record repository, especially for genealogists. In this presentation, we will review the National Archives records that are available free of charge online at FamilySearch. We'll cover the following. First, the National Archives records of principal records of genealogical interest, as identified by NARA, and as mentioned by our archivist David Ferrero in his opening comments yesterday. We'll review each of these and see how they can be accessed on the FamilySearch website. We'll look briefly at FamilySearch.org, its purpose, the records it has, and how to access them, and also quickly how to navigate the FamilySearch website so that you can have access to the records that are of interest to you. I'll demonstrate how to find the records which have been digitized on FamilySearch. Some of FamilySearch's records are currently on microfilm. FamilySearch is in the process of digitizing its 2.5 million rolls of microfilm. If the record you need is not yet online, it soon will be. In the meantime, you can order the microfilm and view it at a family history center near you, and I will discuss how to do this in just a few minutes. We're going to look at some of the records from NARA that have been digitized on FamilySearch. And at the end, we'll have a brief question and answer period. This is what the National Archives has identified as records of greatest interest to genealogists and those doing genealogical research. Probably the records on the left side, the census, immigration, naturalization, land and military records, are familiar to you, as they should be, for these are the records that contain the basic information that most of us are seeking. However, the National Archives has a rich collection that you may not be that familiar with. Records of people who interacted with the federal government, people of various races and ethnicities. We'll also be looking at some of these records to see which collections the National Archives has and which collections FamilySearch has that will be of help to you. But first, we're going to start with FamilySearch. What is FamilySearch? Who are they and what do they do and why? FamilySearch has been gathering the world's records for over 100 years. Teams of camera people have been scouring the world looking for those records of greatest interest to you. FamilySearch uses the newest technology to preserve the world's records. And FamilySearch is committed to sharing those records with you free of charge. And why does FamilySearch do this? It's because FamilySearch believes that families are strengthened and individuals are strengthened when they learn about their family history. As they see those who came before them, they can relate to many of the struggles and many of the triumphs that they have gone through. Partnerships are a key component to FamilySearch's success and to gathering the records throughout the world. There is far too much for any one organization to be able to capture, image, index, digitize, and put online the massive record collections that have been created since the beginning. By working together, FamilySearch, Ancestry, Find My Past, and My Heritage are helping to bring these records to you. By collaborating, these organizations are currently working together, and consequently, much of what is being produced on any one of these websites is often the result of a partnership between several of them. We are grateful at FamilySearch to have the opportunity to work with our friends and partners to bring the world's records to you. This is a picture of the Granite Mountain Records Vault, and yes, it is in a mountain. It is located southeast of Salt Lake City in Utah in the rugged Rocky Mountains that ring the city. Under 700 feet of stone, FamilySearch has constructed storage chambers that are bomb-proof and earthquake-proof. And here is where the records that FamilySearch has been collecting for the last 100 years are kept. As I mentioned, these records are in the process of being digitized. It will probably take another 4 to 5 years to complete the digitization. In the meantime, if there's a record that is microfilmed that you need, how will you access it? You can visit the FamilySearch Library in Salt Lake City. This is the world's largest brick-and-mortar genealogy library. People come through from all over the world to research here, and everything that they need is at their disposal. All the film that the FamilySearch has in the Granite Mountain Vault, microfiche, books, maps, as well as people who are specialists in specific areas of research. However, if you can't get to FamilySearch Library in Salt Lake City, you can go to one of the family history centers close to you. There are 4,700 centers in 126 countries. There you will find the assistance that you need. There are volunteers who are eager and willing to help you with your research. You will have access to any of the microfilm, microfiche, or other media that are held at the FamilySearch Library or that are kept in the Granite Mountain Vault. Also, at Family History Centers, you will have free access to many of the websites that you would have to pay subscription fees for if you were to have that access at home. That is called the FamilySearch Portal. And through the computerized systems, the portal is free and available at any family history center anywhere in the world. You will be able to order your microfilm at home by going to familysearch.org/films, and you will be able to designate which family history center you would like that film sent to. When you go to your local family history center, there will be somebody there who can show you how to use the microfilm viewer, how to use the scanners, and that you'll be able to get that assistance to get the information that you need. This is a photo of Robert Dickey. Mr. Dickey is a FamilySearch volunteer who is working on the Homestead Act records being digitized here in Washington, D.C. Mr. Dickey and hundreds of people like him volunteer their time to digitize these records, collect them, and bring them to you. Once the records are digitized, they need to be name indexed so that you can search them by name. And FamilySearch has volunteers, over 200,000 throughout the world, who are digitizing, taking these digitized records, indexing them, and making them name searchable. We are grateful for all of the volunteers who work in the FamilySearch community to bring these records to you. And it's one of the reasons why FamilySearch is able to maintain its website, and its records free of charge to the public. This is the homepage of FamilySearch.org. You can see that there are icons going across the screen, starting with fan chart, photos, family tree, search, indexing, and family booklet. These icons act as gateways to the website with all of the resources available on them. But today we're going to focus on search. So to begin our search and to show you how to search for the records you need on FamilySearch, we'll begin by clicking on the blue search button. Here is the general screen to conduct a search on FamilySearch across the entire collection of records. You can do a general search by name. Of course, you can fill in a first or a last name. You can also choose to use the filters that will help you to more specifically identify the people that you are looking for. Or you can search by location. To search by location, you would click on an area of the world in which you are interested in looking. Because we're going to be looking at federal records today that NARA has, we're going to focus our search on the United States. When I click on United States, I see some statistical data that comes up. Currently, there are 842 collections spanning the years from 1600 to today. In order to begin our search now, we're going to click in the green box where it says Start Researching in the United States. Now we also come to a search screen, but it looks a little different than the one before. This search screen is focused specifically on the United States because that's the area that we have clicked on. We can begin by doing a general name search, as I mentioned earlier, or we can choose to view a specific record collection. And you see that option underneath the second arrow that says View All 522 Collections. Now, we can also search for what are called image-only historical records. What this means is that these are records that are digitized and online on our website. However, they have not yet been indexed by name. Consequently, you would search for the specific record collection that you're interested in researching, and then as that record collection comes up, you will scroll through it, similar to a microfilm search. Also on this screen, you will see that there are some tools to assist you with learning more about the record collection that you are specifically looking for. The first is the Learning section. There are over 500 classes free online here at FamilySearch, taught by professionals and covering a broad range of genealogy topics. For United States records, you can see that there are 95 courses teaching you how to do family history research specifically in the United States. The second collection is the FamilySearch catalog. This is a list of the microfilms held at that Granite Mountain vault that I just showed you. To see what microfilm collections are available for the United States, you would click on View Catalog and a list would come up. The third resource is the FamilySearch Wiki. I think most of us are familiar with Wikipedia, and that's exactly what the FamilySearch Wiki is. It is an encyclopedia which is continuously being updated to give you the most complete information on a record collection. I want to search specifically on World War I draft registrations, a popular and very helpful NARA collection. And so to do that, I first click on View All 522 Collections. I then scroll down until I come to the one that I am looking for, and here it is, U.S. World War I Draft Registration Cards. I see a camera next to this collection, and this indicates that the original images have been digitized and are viewable. If I see a collection name that does not have a camera, it means that it is an index-only collection. The individual images of the original records are not yet online. I'm looking for information on John Mercer. So under World War I draft registration cards, I will type in his name. And here are my hits. There are 356 results for John Mercer in this collection. You can see on the right that some of the abstracted information is viewable to you, and this will help you determine which John Mercer may be yours. I'm going to go ahead and click on John Bush Mercer. Here again is the abstracted information. When I'm ready to view the original document, I click on the camera and the original document comes up. You can see instantly that there is much more information here than there was on the index or on the abstract. We see John, where he lived. We see who his employer is. We also see his nearest relative, and on page 2 a physical description of him. A very cool thing on these original documents is to find the original signature, and here we see that John Bush Mercer signed this draft registration card at the bottom of page 1. I now have the option to download, print, save, share this by email or over social media. So, how many NARA records are currently online at FamilySearch? Right now, there are 230, but that number changes each week as more and more images are being converted from microfilm to digital, and as more digital collections are being captured by our camera teams and uploaded to FamilySearch. Looking at FamilySearch statistics, I have found that the most heavily accessed NARA collections are first the census, then military, immigration, and naturalization records. The Freedmen records are absolutely essential for African American research, and they are also well used. So, going back to one of the screens we looked at earlier, these are the National Archives collections that we are now going to explore on the FamilySearch website. Let's start with the census. Census is the most popular, and for good reason. They give us the snapshot of a family at a specific time and place in U.S. history. Census records are not all the same. Different census records ask different questions, and that is why you should look for your ancestor in all census records where he or she could possibly appear. Start with the one closest to us now, which is 1940, and work your way back every 10 years. And this was beautifully demonstrated in the most recent presentation just given on the Homestead Acts, on how you go ahead and start with information, work your way back, take those clues, and use them to send you to new records that are findable for you. One thing that was brought out this earlier today by Quinton from Ancestry.com is that censuses and all records were independently digitized and independently indexed by various companies. Therefore, if you don't find who you're looking for in one record collection, try a different one. Be sure that you don't overlook the special census collections. These were taken at various times, and they target different segments of the population. They have information on a specific population that is not asked for in the regular decennial census. Currently, at this time, FamilySearch has 76 collections of census record. These include the federal records that are kept by NARA and state census records that are kept by individual states. I'm going to search the 1910 census for Thomas C. Mercer, and I do so by going ahead and putting his name in the search box. I also know his residence, so I'll put that Coleraine, Belmont County, Ohio, under residence place. Here is the results. There are not only names and birth dates, but look what else we can see on these abstracted records. We can see the spouse's name, the children's names, other people who lived in the household. By looking at these indexed and abstracted records, it will be much easier for us to zero in on the specific individual whom we are searching. In this case, I'm going to look at Thomas C. Mercer. Here again is an abstract for him, and also the wonderful camera. That means that I'm going to be able to see the document. I'm going to click on that camera, and here is the 13th Census of the United States with Thomas Mercer, his wife Belle, and his children Roy and Jenny listed at the end of the page. You can also see when you look at the census that there's much more information here than what is abstracted. Whenever you have the opportunity to view an original record, always do so. The next collection we'll look at are passenger arrival records or immigration records. These records were first created in 1819. The earlier manifest required much less information than the ones created in the 1900s. Records in the 1900s are rich resources for you. They will provide not only the nationality, but the place of birth and the ship and the date that your ancestor came to this country in. Also, extremely important, they will give you the place of the immigrant's last residence, the key to finding your records in the old country. And also extremely essential, the name and address of the person that he is going to in the United States. And these are keys to additional relatives that you can research here. The National Archives has immigration records from the Customs Service and the INS. They are sorted first by the port where the ship arrived, and second by the date when the ship arrived. The National Archives in Washington has microfilm copies of all the passenger lists to 1955. The NARA regional offices also have selected microfilm copies. Here is an image from the National Archives microfilm. You will be able to print or scan this image at any of the NARA facilities. This particular one is the SS St. Louis sailing from Cherbourg on March 9th and arriving in New York on March 17th. Currently, FamilySearch has 44 collections of passenger arrival or immigration records from all ports. You can browse by port and date of arrival, and please note that FamilySearch also has the Mexico and Canada border crossings. These record collections vary. Some collections have both indexes and digital images. Some collections may have the digital images only that are not yet indexed, but they are browsable. Some collections may be indexed, and the original images may be housed on a partner site. You will need to just check and see for the areas that you're interested in, which collections have which information. I did a search for Sophie Simonson, who arrived in Massachusetts, and I found her in the collection of the Massachusetts-Boston passenger list. She arrived on June 18, 1911. This is a fairly early manifest, but you'll still see information that's extraordinarily helpful to you. When you look at a digitized immigration record, you will always see at the top the name of the collection and the specific image that you're researching. These digitized images also provide you with that all-important citation information. Sourcing where you found a record is just as important as actually finding that record. A good source citation will enable you or anyone else to come back and find that record again at a later time. I cannot tell you how many times in my beginning research I found a record, I kept a copy of it, and then I wanted to go back and look at it again, perhaps try to see if there was a better image available online, and I just could not find it. So please, always cite your records. Next, we'll look at naturalization records. For myself, with my Greek ancestry, These are such an important key to my research, and I'm so grateful that I can find them at NARA and now online and digitized. Naturalization is the process by which an alien becomes an American citizen. The records they contain are priceless. Not only will you find the birth date and location in the native country, but you're going to find the immigration year, the ship of immigration, and also critically important, family information, the name of the spouse, the name of the children, and where the marriage and when the marriage took place, and where and when those children were born. So, how do you find these gems? The easiest way is to look in the census records, especially the census records in 1900, 10, 20, and 30. There are specific columns on them that ask not only for the year of immigration, but also if that person was naturalized. The first Naturalization Act was passed in 1790, and subsequent acts followed. This was a two-step process. Step 1, the applicant renounced his allegiance to any foreign country and stated that he was intending to become a U.S. citizen. Step 2 is where the applicant filed the petition for naturalization, which in actuality is the formal application for citizenship. He could only file this petition, however, after he met the minimum residency requirement, which was 5 years. Remember that not all aliens became citizens, and not all completed the process once they started it. The two-step process may not have occurred in the same court, and to complicate matters, it may not have even finished in the same state. Before 1906, your ancestor could have filed and received citizenship in any court, on the local up to the federal level. So he could have started in one court and finished in another. If he did naturalize before 1906, you'll need to look at state records, either the state archives for the state where the naturalization occurred, or the NARA regional office for the state where the naturalization occurred. After 1906, things got a little easier because paperwork was centralized at the INS. You can find naturalizations that were completed in federal courts in the NARA regional office that serves the area where your ancestor was naturalized. Currently, FamilySearch has 53 collections of state and federal records online. However, these do not include all records for every court in every state. You're going to have to look carefully at each collection to see exactly what it contains. Let me demonstrate. I'm going to do a search for one of my ancestors. When I typed his name in at FamilySearch, you can see that the index came up that he was naturalized in 1928 in New York. To view his record, I am directed to a partner site, in this case, one of FamilySearch partners, which is fold3.com. I click on the blue button to view the partner site, and there on Fold 3, I see the digitized image of both the index card and his petition. As I said before, these are the resources that you want to pursue and you want to find. Among the gems, again, is a signature, Andrew Kostakos. And quite frankly, for this man, this is the only thing I have for him that would have his signature on it. So it is a delight for me to have this document. Next, we're going to cover land records. Land records are often overlooked by beginning genealogists, yet they can provide so much valuable information. There is a presentation on land records later this afternoon at 4 o'clock that will go into this collection in much greater detail. Land records place ancestors in a specific location at a specific time, and thus they will give you clues to search for additional research in that location. This was demonstrated so well in the presentation prior to this one on the homestead records, where land records were used to winnow out many people of the same name. The land records that are of most interest to genealogists are the land case entry files. These show how public land was transferred from the U.S. government to private ownership. These records may contain information such as age, birthplace, military service, and even citizenship. Tract books began in 1800. They are like an index that show which individuals obtained land from the government. This may have been done through a purchase, a homestead, a land bounty, or a land grant. Land patents provide information to help you find the original application, and that's where your gold nuggets for genealogy are found. That's where your proof of citizenship may be shown, birth, death information, and even affidavits. If you search for land records on the National Archives website, you'll be directed to the Bureau of Land Management page, which is glorecords.blm.gov. From the home page, you would click on Search Documents and then Land Patents. So let's conduct a search for William Mercer in Harrison County, Ohio. The hits come up, and I see that there are several. I don't know if these are all the same William Mercer who happen to get different tracts of land, or if they're different people. However, I'll be able to begin my search by clicking on the image, and there is the original patent. I know that this is the first transfer of land from the government to an individual because I see the president, James Monroe, listed on the top. FamilySearch has digitized the Bureau of Land Management tract books. There are almost 4,000 of these books online at FamilySearch. They cover 27 states. FamilySearch does not have the original land records. Those are held strictly by the Bureau of Land Management. However, when you search the tract books and you find a name that you want to research further, you will have the information you need to contact the BLM and get the data that will be of help to you. Next, we'll look at military records. The National Archives is the official repository for U.S. military records. These records identify those who not only served in the armed forces, but also those who were eligible to serve. In these records, you can find information about the soldier and perhaps his family. These are the collections of military records found at NARA that were kept by the federal government. You will see that they cover all branches of the military service as well as pension records. Records from the Revolutionary War to 1912 are found here in Washington, D.C. If you come to Washington to the research room, myself or another volunteer like me will help you fill out a pulse slip for the person that you are researching. A staff member will take that pulse slip and find the original file for your ancestor. They will bring that file to you, and you will be able to open it, view it, make copies of the documents, or digitize them. I cannot tell you what a joy it is to hold a document from the 1800s that belongs to your ancestor, that has information about him. You will get to hold and touch the original documents. More recent military records are kept at the Records Center in St. Louis. I ordered my father's Navy records there. He served in the Navy in World War II. I was surprised to see what came back, a thick file of his military career, starting with his induction in Brooklyn, New York, and continuing on to his honorable discharge. I learned about the ships that he served on, where he served in the Pacific, his advancement in the military, and I even learned that he had medals that he had received, something that he had never told any of us in the family. There are 3 categories of military records. The first is the compiled military service. This just provides basic information about the soldier. But the pension records are the gold mines. In order to obtain a pension, The applicant had to prove his or her relationship to the soldier. That's where your genealogy paper trail begins. As I work on the Civil War Widows Pension File Project, we are preparing Civil War pension records to be digitized here at the National Archives. We open these records and we never know what we're going to find in them. Every one is a story. We find affidavits of birth. We find information about death. We find information about the person's family. We find information that states whether the applicant should or should not receive a pension because of the good person he or she is, or the illicit or illegal activities that he or she is engaged in. We find original marriage records. We find letters from the soldier back to the family. If you have an ancestor who may have served in the military, please check and see if there's a pension. I hope you find one, for you're going to find gold. Bounty land is another category. This was given for wartime service between 1775 and 1855. These files contain documents similar to those in the pension files. They do have much genealogical information, so don't overlook them. Currently, FamilySearch has 112 collections of military records. These combine both federal and state collections. They start with the Revolutionary War and go on through to the Vietnam War. Again, some of these records may be resident on FamilySearch, and some may be on our partner sites. This is a Civil War Confederate application for a pardon, a record that I found was particularly interesting. Here we see that Walter R. Smith was requesting amnesty. He was from Kentucky, and the event date 1865 to 1867. FamilySearch has the abstract of this record, which I found by doing a name search for Walter R. Smith in military records. To see the original, I will visit our friends at Fold 3. I click on the partner site, and the records start to come forth. This first one is a wrapper or an envelope for Walter Smith's request for a pardon. Here is the letter he wrote to His Excellency, the President of the United States of America. And again, we see his signature at the end of the document. And of course, we have his official pardon, stating that he is, quote, released from this obligation and is permitted to return home, not to be disturbed by the United States authorities as long as he observes this obligation and obeys the laws in force. This is a fascinating record. Remember, for any of the record collections that we just discussed, you would search under location and United States on the FamilySearch homepage. Now we'll look at the records of groups who interacted with the government. As various ethnic and racial groups had dealings with the federal government, they too left paper trails with many different and varied assortments of documents. Before you dismiss this and think it doesn't apply to you, you need to stop and ask yourself, how would my ancestor have interacted with the government? The National Archives has vast and varied collections, most of which are not generally known to the public. Some, but not many of these record collections have been digitized either by the Archives or by one of its partners. For African Americans, these are the core collections at NARA. The pre-Civil War records and military service records are very important to begin your research in. The pensions are crucial, and the 1850 slave census is indispensable. The Freedmen's Bureau records are also a rich collection that have just recently come forth. The Freedmen's Bureau was a federal agency created in 1865 specifically to assist newly freed blacks after the Civil War. They include local census records, marriage records, medical records, even school records, and others. FamilySearch has digitized most of these records, including the Freedmen's Bureau collection. Let's look at one of them. This is an example of a marriage record from the Freedmen's Bureau collection online at FamilySearch. Here we see that Aaron Smith married Mary Smith of Vidalia, Louisiana, in April 22, 1865. Also key in this information is that Aaron Smith served in Company C, 63rd Regiment of the U.S. Colored Troops Infantry. What this piece of information gives us is priceless. Not only do we have a marriage date and place and names, but we also have another record collection that we will dive into, the U.S. Colored Troop Collections. For Native Americans, the National Archives holds the records of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. This agency was responsible only for those tribes living on reservations or for those tribes who maintained their tribal affiliation with the U.S. government. Some tribes, especially those in the East, were under state authority rather than federal authority, and in that case, you would be searching in state archives for state records. FamilySearch collections of Native Americans are right now on microfilm, not yet digitized. However, there are many collections that will be of use to you. Some examples include Creek Indian registers, indexes to the 5 civilized tribes, and many collections of specific specialized records, such as the Yankton, South Dakota school census of Indian children in 1927. To see this selection and to search what FamilySearch has, you would look under the FamilySearch catalog, and you would search under Native American. For Japanese Americans, the National Archives has records of the War Relocation Authority. After the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, the U.S. government ordered that people of Japanese heritage be relocated to internment camps. The War Relocation Authority was created to manage this massive initiative. FamilySearch has the name index of Japanese Americans living in Washington, Oregon, and California who were relocated during the war. This is a digitized index, and as we look at an example, we'll see that there's quite a bit of information here. Not only do we have the name and the event date, we have the actual name of the project, we have the age of the person, we find out whether he or she has ever been in Japan, we find the name of the parents, the father's occupation, and other information, including those all-important identifying factors, the person number, the file number, and the ARC identifier. This is the information you need to continue your research in the archives here in Washington or in College Park. For Chinese Americans, the National Archive has several collections, including records of the Chinese Exclusion Act. This act was passed in 1882, and it outlined a 10-year moratorium on Chinese labor immigration. It also placed requirements on people attempting to come into the U.S. and to those Chinese Americans who were already living here. In 1943, Congress replaced the Chinese Exclusion Act with the quota system, which is still in use today to regulate immigration. FamilySearch has a collection of digitized case files of Chinese immigrants. Many additional collections pertaining to Chinese American research are on microfilm, again searchable at the catalog, and that microfilm can be ordered and sent to your local Family History Center for viewing. Here is an example of an index to the Chinese case files that FamilySearch has digitized. You can see that not only is there a name, but there is also a case number. This is the information you need to continue your research at NARA. For Hispanic Americans, the National Archive has several rich collections. Records of immigrant arrivals from the Mexican border began to be kept about 1906. cards were kept for each immigrant, which contained similar information to that found on passenger ship manifests. When the U.S. annexed Texas in 1845, the Mexican-American War followed, and there are records relating to that at NARA. The Bracero program was an agreement between the U.S. and Mexico to allow temporary laborers into the U.S. That information is here at NARA as well. FamilySearch has digitized the Index of Mexico border crossings. There is also a rich collection of microfilm relevant to Hispanic research, covering topics such as church records, military records, and immigration. To find those records, you would search in the FamilySearch catalog. Here's an example of a Mexico border crossing record indexed by FamilySearch. You will see, aside from the name, the arrival date, and that all-important birthplace, we will also see here that a photograph is included, as well as a record identifying number. When researching a specific ethnic group or nationality, remember that FamilySearch has the largest collection of foreign records. For over 100 years, FamilySearch has had cameras worldwide collecting and capturing information not only in the U.S., but throughout Europe and other foreign countries. Although this presentation has been focused on records that are digitized, please remember that what is available online is but a tiny portion of the world's records that have been created. If you can't find a piece of information online, do not assume it doesn't exist. Instead, go on a genealogy field trip. Go to a library, an archive, or courthouse. Dig in and find those records that have not yet hit the screen. You will be amazed at what you'll find in local repositories. My husband and I have been on many genealogy trips here in the U.S., and I've been on genealogy trips in Greece and in the Czech Republic. I can attest that what's in those archives and libraries that are not yet online are well worth every effort to try to find them. And one final thought. Let's put the family back into family history. Involve your family members, especially the youth. They love technology and will look for any excuse to get their hands on a computer or on a tablet, and they would love to be of help to you. You'll strengthen your family, and you can bridge generations when you work together. The people at FamilySearch are dedicated to helping you. Please let us know how we can assist you in moving forward with your family history research. Thank you so much for being with us today. And are there any questions?
Yes, Carol, thank you so much. We have several questions that came in from YouTube. Our first question, where are records of government-seized lands from the Civil War? Where are records of government-seized land from Civil War?
I don't know the answer to that, and I suggest that someone contact National Archives and let a specialist here help you with that. There is a finding aids room here in Washington, D.C., where specialists are available for many different topics. When I work here on Mondays as a volunteer, often people come in with specific questions about specific record collections, and the first thing I do is take them to finding aids. There, someone who is very familiar with that collection will be able to find what the individual is looking for and give him or her the personal assistance that they need.
Excellent, thank you. Our next question, is there a future plan to add the microfilm application for enrollment with the Indians of the state of California?
I don't have that information, and I don't know specifically what record collections are coming on board. I would recommend, first of all, searching the FamilySearch catalog to see what is in the California archival collection. Secondly, FamilySearch is out and about, 240 camera teams all over the world trying to access new records and making arrangements with states, foreign governments, and U.S. government agencies to find record collections of interest. If anybody has a specific record collection that they would like to see online at FamilySearch, please contact FamilySearch and let them know. We are here to help you get the information that you need, and we can do so when we know exactly what it is that you're looking for.
Thank you so much. Our next question has to do with translation. The question is, does FamilySearch have plans to translate records to English, such as the Japan records?
FamilySearch indexers index in records that are not only in English, but in several foreign languages as well. We do have Japanese and Chinese records that have been digitized in, of course, their native languages. At this point, we are now looking for people who are fluent in many of these foreign languages to assist us with getting those records name searchable. When you look at a book, when you go to the library and you find a book, the very first thing you do is you go to the back of that book and you look for that index, because if there's something in there, you may not have the time to search through 200 or 300 pages to see if your ancestor's name is there. That is what our volunteer indexers do. They take original records in their native language and they make them name searchable. I would hope that if there are people who are of Japanese, Chinese, Polish, Russian, Spanish-speaking, French, we have records from all over the world that need to be indexed so that people who come from those ethnic and ancestral backgrounds who may not be familiar with the language can find who they're looking for. So please join our indexing effort.
Okay, thank you so much. Our next question. I have a pension record copy, but some pages they said couldn't be copied. Will they try to digitize all pages of Civil War pensions?
Civil War pension records are currently being digitized here at FamilySearch. As we mentioned, I'm working on the Civil War widows' pensions. Fortunately, this is being digitized. Unfortunately, it's a huge collection that could take up to 50 years to get digitized. So we have lots of need for help if you're here in the DC area. Regarding digitizing the entire pension collection, I'm sure that that is something that FamilySearch, Ancestry, or other partners with National Archives are in the process of doing. Specifically, again, you may need to contact an archivist here in the Finding Aids room to find exactly what record you are looking for. If you only have a partial record, I'm sure that it is not a problem for you to get the full record as they are here at NARA.
Thank you. Our next question might be best answered by our next presenter, but let's give it a try. When did naturalization citizenship requirements begin, and where would I find them prior to official records at the National Archives?
I think that depends on each state and each jurisdiction. Are we talking going way back to the beginning of our country? I think that is a record collection with specific information that needs to be answered better by a specialist, and I'm sure that there will be somebody who will address that in a later conference talk.
Thank you so much. Our next question is our last one. Does FamilySearch have Boston passenger lists searchable online for arrivals before 1900?
That can be easily determined by going to FamilySearch and looking at that specific collection. In one of the earlier screens, I showed when you're in the United States that you can look under View a specific collection. And so if I had a live feed right now, I would jump right on the internet and answer that question. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but it certainly is easy enough to find if you go in and search under United States and then look under those record collections.
Thank you, Carol. That's the end of our session with you today, and we appreciate your time. If the speaker did not get to your question, you can have your FamilySearch questions answered with a specific phone number and an online assistant help link. The The phone number for FamilySearch is 1-866-506-1830. We will put that on Twitter if you did not get that number. You may also go to Ancestry's online link for the Get Help online assistance. We will now have a short intermission. Tune in at 3 p.m. Eastern for the next presentation. If you are just joining us, my name is Andrea Matney, and I am the Community Outreach Programs and Support Specialist for Research Services at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. A few quick notes before we start. We have allotted 10 minutes at the end of the talk for questions and answers. You may submit your question to the speaker via Twitter using hashtag GenFair2014. For captioning, go to the Virtual Genealogy Fair website and click on the link for today. The lectures will be recorded and posted on the website by the end of November. Lecture number 10 is entitled Immigration and Naturalization Service, Exclusion and Deportation Files at the National Archives, and our speaker is Zack Wilske. Do you have an immigrant ancestor who was held on Ellis Island? An old family story about a relative who was sent back to the old country? If so, there may be a record at the National Archives. This presentation will use case study examples to introduce family historians to Immigration and Naturalization Service, Exclusion, and Deportations Files, 1893 to 1950, now at the National Archives. Viewers will hear tips for determining if a record may exist, learn the best way to search for exclusion and deportation files, and see example files from immigrants eventually admitted, excluded, or deported. Zack is the historian for U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. I am pleased to introduce Zack Wilske, and I'm turning the microphone over to Zack. Thank you so much.
Thanks, and good afternoon. Thanks for tuning in. As Andrea mentioned, my name is Zack Wilske, and I'm the historian for USCIS, or U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. I'm just mentioning that again because I am a historian at USCIS. I'm presenting today at the National Archives, and I'm going to be discussing records that are now stored at the National Archives, but I actually work for USCIS, and I'm going to mention our USCIS genealogy program. And to access that program, you're going to have to go to our website rather than the National Archives website. So my topic for today are INS deportation and exclusion files that are now stored at the National Archives. We're going to do four things. First, we're going to go over a few important things to know. Then we're going to look at the two most important tools for finding the files. Then we're going to do the exciting stuff, which is look at some sample files. And finally, hopefully we'll have time for a few questions. So first, the important things you need to know about exclusion and deportation files. A couple of definitions that are important. First, exclusion files refer to files that relate to the refusal of admission by a Board of Special Inquiry at the port of entry. So these are immigrants who were refused admittance when they tried to enter the country as immigrants. Deportation files refer to files that relate to the removal of an alien already in the United States. So this is somebody who's entered the United States either legally or non-legally and is later removed from the United States. At the USCIS History Office, we get lots of questions about deportation records, and about 90% of those actually relate to exclusion files or files related to a BSI hearing at a port of entry. Now I'm going to disappoint a lot of people right away and say that not all deportation and exclusion records still survive. If the event occurred after 1892, though, there is a chance that a record may still exist. The 1892 date is important because in 1891, the federal government began overseeing immigration. So before that, there are no federal immigration records. You won't find anything at the National Archives from the Immigration Service before 1891 because it didn't exist. Second, exclusion files exist only for cases that were appealed to INS headquarters in Washington, D.C., and those were only a small percentage of the total number of cases. Unfortunately, the Immigration Service long ago made the decision to destroy local files, so files that were actually stored at the port of entry, and so we only have copies for those cases that were appealed to Washington, D.C., and are now stored at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. Deportation files exist for warrants issued between 1903 and 1944. Deportations happened before and after that, of course, but they're in separate records that we're not going to discuss today. And that relates to my final point here, which is that exclusion and deportation files may have been consolidated into other INS files, especially in the later years, once we get closer to 1944. For any immigrant who remained in the United States after 1944, there's a chance that these kinds of exclusion and deportation files would have been pulled forward into an INS alien or A file, which is another topic for another presentation. A couple other things you need to know about the files we're talking about today. All or most of the files we're talking about today are from Record Group 85 at the National Archives. Record Group 85 are the records of the Immigration and Naturalization Service. And within Record Group 85, they're part of Entry 9, which are the Immigration Policy and Correspondence Files, 1906 to 1956. I've got the archives identification information on the slide below that. I'm not sure how the archives uses those numbers, but I know that if I request a file from Record Group 85, Entry 9, I normally get the file that I need. How do I find a file I need? There's two finding aids that you need to know about. The first is the Subject Index to Correspondence and Case Files of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, which is the National Archives microfilm publication T458 and has been digitized and put online by Ancestry.com. And second, the USCIS Genealogy Program Index Search Request. And I'm going to talk more about those in detail now. So first is the Subject Index to INS Correspondence and Case Files, which again is the National Archives microfilm publication T458. It's got over 200 index cards on the microfilm. If you average about 5 entries per card, that's over 1 million entries in that index. On the slide here, we've got a sample index card. The index is a subject index, so of course the cards are arranged by subject. On the upper left-hand corner of each card, you'll see the subject of the card. In this case, we see the subject SS Agate, but this file, or this card, is actually part of a larger subject called Vessels by Name, and within that, it's a list of ship names alphabetically. So SS Agate is one of the first ships that appears under the heading Vessels by Name. Below the subject, you'll normally find the files. These are what Entry 9 files look like. They normally begin with the number 50,000 to 56,000, and then there's a dash or a slash, and then a second number. To request a file, you need both parts of that file. So you need the 50,000 number and the subsequent part, a 2 or 3 digit number after the dash or the slash. The dash and the slash don't mean anything different. They refer to the same file. In the main body of the card, of course, you'll find the file subject. In this case, they all relate to passengers aboard the SS Agate. And in the upper right-hand corner, you'll find a date for the card. The card date normally gives you a good idea about the date of each correspondence that's listed on the card. But some cards, especially for ships that were less well-traveled, could cover several years. So occasionally you'll see separate dates for each entry on the card. Now on the bottom, I've mentioned that while this index includes names, the index is a subject index, so not all names are included in the index. And here we have an example. The third file listed on the card here mentions Finnish crew members aboard the SS Agate, and it says that there's a file related to parole of these Finnish crew members. That could be related to 5, 10, or 15 different crew members, and none of them are listed here by name. But if we knew that the immigrant we were looking for was aboard that ship at about that date, we could still request a file and scan it for the name of the person we're looking for. A few years ago, the subject index to correspondence and case files was made much more accessible when Ancestry.com digitized the index and keyed all of the names that appear in the index, making it name searchable for entries with names. So you can find this, you can search this at home to get your file number, but unfortunately the files themselves have not been digitized. They're still in Washington, D.C., so to get the actual file, you're going to need to come to the National Archives or contact the National Archives. Here we see the same card we looked at on the previous slide for the SS Agate. We see the bottom entry there for Rolf Cederquist, and we see the equivalent entry in Ancestry.com. Again, this comes up because Rolf's name is actually listed in the index, but any one of those 10 to 15 Finnish crew members from the file above it wouldn't come up because their name is not listed in the subject index. So it's important to keep in mind that while Ancestry.com has made the index name searchable, it's truly a subject index, and not everybody appears in the index by name. That's why the second tool for finding exclusion and deportation files is important, and that is the USCIS Genealogy Program Index Search. The USCIS Genealogy Program, so again, this is USCIS, a separate agency from the National Archives, and USCIS maintains a name index to historical immigration and naturalization records. This index includes references to the case and correspondence files that are now at the National Archives as part of Entry 9 of Record Group 85. This name index includes many of the names not found in the subject index on Ancestry.com. So any of those Finnish crew members that I mentioned could be listed by name in this index, even though they're not listed in the subject index. So normally what we tell people, if they have a good idea or they believe that the immigrant that they're researching has an exclusion or deportation file, they should first search the subject index on Ancestry.com. And if they get no results, they can then make a genealogy or an index search request with the USCIS genealogy program. The index itself is not online and publicly searchable. That's because the index includes references to living people, and so we can't place it online to let the public search it because that would violate privacy restrictions. But we still wanted to make these records accessible to genealogists, so what we've done is allowed people to request that we search the index for them. There is a fee for the index search. You would submit the $20 fee along with the name, date of birth that could be approximate, and country of origin for the immigrant in which you're interested in. And we would search our historical indexes for any of the historical records that are included in the genealogy program. That includes the deportation and exclusion files we're talking about today that are now stored at the National Archives, but also several other types of files that are still in USCIS possession, including naturalization certificate files, alien registration records, and visa files. To learn more about the program, the best thing to do would be to go to our website, which is uscis.gov/genealogy, and I'll talk a little bit more about this at the end of the presentation. So how would you know if an exclusion file may exist for the immigrant that you're researching? The big clue is on the passenger manifest notation. So if you're on Ancestry.com or another online research site and you've located your ancestor on a passenger manifest, you can scan to the left of the manifest and look for an SI notation, a BSI notation, or a big X in the left-hand column. Any of those notations normally mean that that immigrant was held for a Board of Special Inquiry hearing, or a hearing to decide whether or not he or she should be excluded from the United States. In this case, our example is Sal Tariqa. You can see her name highlighted there in red, and to the far left, there is an SI notation. It's that sort of big black blob that's been blown up, and a stamp that says admitted next to it. So right away, we know that Sal was held for a Board of Special Inquiry hearing, and that she was eventually admitted. That's what the admitted stamp tells us. Now, when I see that, the first thing I do is scroll to the end of the passenger manifest and look for the record of aliens held for a Board of Special Inquiry. This is a list of every alien aboard that ship that was held for a hearing to decide whether or not they should be excluded from the United States. It's normally at the end of the manifest, especially for New York lists at Ellis Island. Here we see Sal Tariqa's name on the manifest, or on the list of aliens held for BSI, and we can see from the part that's blown up there that she was held because she's unable to read, and she's LPC, which stood for likely to become a public charge. At the time, both of those things could have excluded her from the United States. But as I mentioned, only records for files that were appealed still exist. So what are some good clues that Sal had an appeal hearing? One clue would be to look in the column for departmental and executive orders, and if there's a notation for a departmental or executive order, there's a good chance that this decision was made at INS headquarters in Washington, D.C., and there's a file at the archives in Washington, D.C. today. So here we see that there's a decision to land or to admit Sal on 8/31. Another good clue, sometimes there's no notation in the departmental or executive orders column, but another good clue is to scan all the way to the right-hand side of the BSI hearing list and look in the meals column. Somebody who has a large number of meals in the meals column was held on Ellis Island for a long time. This normally means that that person was awaiting the decision for their BSI hearing. So in this case, we can see that Sal had 19 breakfasts, 20 dinners, and 19 suppers at Ellis Island, which means she was there for 20 days. That's a good clue that a file should exist. With those clues, I would first search the subject index on Ancestry.com. In doing so, we got lucky in this case, and we find that there is a file for Sal Tariqa in the subject index. The name's spelled a little differently, but the date of arrival and the ship are the same, so we know it's here. And you can see on the card that file 54866-618 refers to Sal Tariqa. We could take that number to the National Archives, and we'd get back a standard exclusion file with a transcript of her BSI hearing and the results of the decision. We'll see some samples like that in a couple of seconds. I have two notes here. The first is that manifest notations do not exist, and it should say for all exclusion files. Today we're focusing on clues that are on manifest, but we know that some exclusion files exist, and for some reason the Immigration Service never put a notation on the manifest itself. And second, unfortunately, there's no system of notations for deportations. So if an immigrant is removed at a later date, rather than being excluded upon arrival, there's probably going to be no notation on the manifest itself. But a good clue for deportation records is that before 1924, there was a time limit. Most immigrants cannot be deported after 3 years in the country. So if you know the immigrant first arrived in 1920, the record should appear between 1920 and 1923. That changes in 1924, unfortunately, and those time limits begin to go away. So now we're going to get to the fun stuff and look at a few sample cases. Our first sample comes from August of 1941, actually, and it relates to Bertha Wertheimer, who arrived on the city of Seville. I'll save you my Spanish pronunciation. You can see her name or her manifest listing highlighted in red there, and you can see blown up there that next to her name, next to Bertha's name, there's a notation. On the right in the circle there, you'll see an SI. It's a little bit hard to read. And then next to it, a notation that says paroled. So from this page in the manifest, we know that Bertha was held for a BSI hearing and eventually paroled into the United States. Because we know that, we would scan back in the manifest until we find the record of aliens held for a special inquiry. And we can see that Bertha appears on the BSI list. Here's her name, again highlighted in red, and there's all kinds of notations next to her name. In the column for notes on the cause of hearing, two things stand out. The first, and it's difficult to read, but that first little red arrow shows that Bertha's being held because she didn't have a valid visa. So beginning in 1924, any immigrant who wanted to enter the United States had to present a valid visa. Apparently, when she arrived, Bertha didn't have one. Second thing that stands out is that she appealed her case. On the second red arrow there, you can see a notation that says appealed. And of course, we know that if the case was appealed, there's likely going to be a file at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. The third thing that stands out is a file number. Unfortunately, it's a file number that begins with the number 9. That's usually a local Ellis Island file. Those files were destroyed years ago, so that's not a file number that we can use to request exclusion files from the National Archives. We need a 56,000 number from the correspondence series that I mentioned earlier. Two other clues, of course, similar to our first example. In the departmental decisions column, there's a note that there was a departmental decision made to parole Bertha in 1941. And then in the meals column, she was there for 9 days, it looks like, which isn't an extraordinarily long amount of time. But on top of all these other notation, it indicates that there's probably an exclusion file for Bertha at the National Archives. So I would search the T458 index. The first thing I would probably do is search on microfilm or search on Ancestry.com under her name. If we did that, Bertha is listed by name in the index, so she would come up on Ancestry.com. You can see the entry on the lower part of the slide there. But you could also search the microfilm itself under the subject, vessels by name, and then the name of the ship, in this case, the city of Seville, and then the date of arrival, in this case, in 1941. I bring that up because if you look right before or right underneath Bertha's entry there, there is a file below that that mentions an investigation of alleged excessive fees charged to passengers that were on the ship. And that file actually includes testimony from dozens of immigrants aboard the ships, none of whom are listed by name in the index. So if you knew that you were searching for one of those people and you didn't find them in the name index, it might be worth it to pull that file anyway to see if they're in the file itself. So, but we're looking for Bertha today. So she's listed there with file 56088/958. So we can take that number to the National Archives and request it. If we do that, we get back sort of a standard form in these exclusion files, which is a transcript of her Board of Special Inquiry or BSI hearing, in this case at Ellis Island in August of 1941. In the BSI hearing, explains why she's being excluded or why she's being why there's a hearing to determine if she's admissible. And in this case, she's being excluded because her visa expired while she was waiting to ship. In 1941, the city of Seville was actually one of the last passenger ships to get out of Europe during World War II. So Bertha had a valid visa, but she had a ticket aboard another ship. That ship couldn't sail, so she was able to get aboard the city of Seville at the last minute. It sailed, but it sailed after many delays, and during those delays, her visa unfortunately expired, making her inadmissible. So she explains all of that in her testimony here, and she also explained that she knew her visa was expired, but that the shipping company allowed her to travel anyway as long as she was willing to give them a deposit that was equal to the fine they would have to pay if she was excluded from the United States. She was willing to do that, and she sailed aboard the ship. With that information, though, the Immigration Service decided that Bertha was an excludable immigrant and that she should not be allowed admission into the United States. Bertha, of course, appealed that decision. We know that because we see the big stamp appeal at the bottom of the paper there, but also because if she didn't appeal, this file would not exist today, because when she appealed, the file was sent to Washington, D.C., where it's now at the where it was retired, and now it's at the National Archives. In Washington, D.C., the Immigration Service headquarters agreed with the decision to exclude Bertha. She didn't have a valid visa, therefore she was excludable, but they said that due to world conditions, she shouldn't be required to return to Europe at this time, and instead they decided to parole her for 6 months on a $1,000 bond. So if she put up $1,000 promising to come back in 6 months, she would be allowed in the country. But during that time, they said she should be able to arrange for a valid visa, exit the country, probably go to Canada, and return as a legal immigrant. There's a formal piece of paperwork that goes with this, but I always like when you can see in the file sort of the handwriting that lets you know that a human being made this decision at some point. So Bertha gets in for 6 months, and unfortunately during those first 6 months she's not able to get a valid visa. So what she does is file an application to extend her stay in the United States. This is what that application looks like. I included this just to demonstrate that these exclusion files include information not just about the date of arrival and the immediate time around that, but they can extend months, years even into the future while the immigrant is having their immigration status straightened out. Finally, after a couple more extensions of her stay, Bertha's able to arrange for a visa. So what she does is file an application for pre-examination, which means she's going to be examined to enter as an immigrant, and then she'll travel to Canada, and then cross the border with a valid visa, and then she'll be a legal permanent resident in the United States. This is what the application looks like. This is part of the exclusion file. If you're lucky enough to find one of these in a file for one of your relatives, you get all kinds of good information. In this case, Bertha was required to provide the cities in which she lived for every year since her birth, and also lots of information about her family, including her mother's maiden name and the village in which she was born and the date of birth. So this is an extensive 10-page form. Gives all kind of biographical information. Once Bertha is able to get that visa, she travels to Canada, crosses the border in Detroit, and presents it. That's what that top excerpt says. And then to facilitate that process, the Immigration Service issued her an ID card to help her cross the border. And when she came back into the U.S. as a legal immigrant, she surrendered that ID card. And so it's part of the file as well. And here we get a nice picture of Bertha. And finally, I included this document, which is a refund for her ticket fare. And that's because and you can see this here, when she enters again in 1943, that's 2 years after her initial arrival in the United States. So this file covers 1941 to 1943. And after all of this, because Bertha was actually excludable in her initial 1941 admission at Ellis Island, she's able to get a refund for her ticket because the shipping company is required under the immigration laws at the time to refund her ticket price for bringing her to the United States, knowing she was inadmissible. I included this because lots of people are sometimes surprised to find that the deportation file related to their immigrant ancestor is 3/4 correspondence between the Immigration Service and the shipping company arguing over who should pay the fine. And finally, of course, all of this happened because Bertha didn't have a valid visa to get in the United States. If we had done a USCIS genealogy program index search, in addition to the file number for that exclusion file, The index search would have included a citation for her visa file, and you could have requested that visa file from the USCIS genealogy program. This is a record that's not at the National Archives. It's still in USCIS custody, but we can provide it to you through our genealogy program. So our second example relates to Alfredo Corridori, who arrived in Baltimore in 1920. And I picked this example just to demonstrate that not every port of entry did things the same as they did in Ellis Island. In this case, in Baltimore, you'll often find a manifest page that looks like this. It'll have just one immigrant listed, and then you'll see a notation that that immigrant was excluded for a Board of Special Inquiry hearing, and it gives the date, and then you see below the cause of exclusion. In this case, Alfredo was a stowaway. He was not listed on the manifest and had no arrival records. I searched Ancestry.com for Alfredo. I found some names that were similar, but none that were the same. So because I didn't find any results on Ancestry.com, I decided to make a USCIS index search request, and that returned, among other citations, a citation for a correspondence file. The correspondence file is dated 1919. He arrived in early 1920, so this file probably relates to that BSI hearing in Baltimore. I could take that file number to the National Archives and request it, and again, I would get back a file that looks like this. The first thing you see is a copy of the BSI hearing transcript. In this case, it's at the immigration station in Baltimore. It mentions that Alfredo here is a stowaway and likely to become a public charge, and also that he doesn't have a valid passport visaed by an American consul. In 1920, people weren't required to have visas, but immigrants from some countries were required to have their passports visaed before they left for the United States. Italy was one of those countries, and unfortunately, Alfredo didn't have a visaed passport. So in the testimony, Alfredo reveals several things. First of all, that he had lived in the United States before, but while he was here, he had heard so much about Italy that he decided he needed to go back and visit it. When he got back there, he decided that he liked the United States, I think he says, 15 times better than Italy, so he decided he had to come back to the U.S. Unfortunately, he didn't have a valid passport, so he decided to come back to the U.S. as a stowaway. Another thing that he mentions in his testimony is that he first arrived in, he thinks, 1908 in Philadelphia. So that's good information if we wanted to look for that original passenger manifest from his first arrival. Because Alfredo didn't have a valid passport with a visa, the Immigration Service unanimously decided he should be excluded from the United States. But of course, Alfredo says he's going to appeal that decision at once. And so because there's an appeal, we know that there should be this correspondence file in Washington, D.C. In addition to Alfredo's testimony, some of his relatives actually come to the immigration station and vouch for him and say they're willing to take care of him if he's admitted into the country. In this case, his brother-in-law comes and says that he owns a farm and he's willing to have Alfredo work there until he can get up on his own 2 feet. And during his testimony, he mentions that he's a U.S. citizen and even gives his naturalization certificate number. That's important because if you're interested in documenting all of Alfredo's family, including his brother-in-law, you could take that certificate number and make a records request with the USCIS genealogy program and request a copy of the naturalization certificate and the other paperwork associated with it. So this is a copy of Alfredo's brother-in-law's naturalization certificate. Again, this is not part of Alfredo's file. It's not a file that's at the National Archives. You would need to use that number to request this naturalization certificate file from the USCIS genealogy program. This is just an excerpt from his appeal. He probably did this verbally. It was transcribed at the immigration station. But he says he doesn't see why he shouldn't be permitted to land in the United States because he lived here from 1907 to 1919. He was in the draft. He didn't say he served, but he worked on Hog Island Shipyard during the war, and he's willing to become a citizen at once. In addition, he has relatives in the United States that are willing to take care of him, and for those reasons, he doesn't see why he shouldn't be admitted. This is actually good enough for the Immigration Service. They say, we agree, we think that he should be admitted, but the State Department has to agree to waive those passport requirements. So the Immigration Service is going to let him in under immigration law. The State Department needs to waive the passport requirements. Unfortunately for Alfredo, the Immigration Service contacts the State Department, who issues those visa passports, and the State Department says that we're pretty strict about those things and we don't think it's going to be possible to waive the passport requirement. And in fact, they issue a decision. Here's the chief of the visa office in Baltimore that says, we're unwilling to waive the visa passport requirement for Alfredo, so therefore he needs to be deported. So on top of the file, we see this, which is the report of the deportation, and we see that Alfredo was actually sent back to Italy aboard the Sori on March 27th of 1920. Just so you don't worry too much about Alfredo, he actually does make it back to the United States, and here we see an index entry showing his 1947 naturalization, so he eventually made good on his promise to become a U.S. citizen. If we made that USCIS index search through the genealogy program, this file number would have come back along with his original exclusion file number, and so we could have requested the exclusion file from the National Archives and made a records request to USCIS to get a copy of the naturalization file. Our third example for an exclusion file is Edward Dorkins. Edward is the kind of immigrant that every family historian hopes to find in their family. He seems to have had an exciting life. He witnessed some historic events, and he did lots of paperwork. So this is Edward's passenger manifest from the Carpathia in April of 1912. And the Carpathia is actually the ship that picked up the survivors of the Titanic disaster in the mid-Atlantic and brought them to New York. So this manifest was created aboard the Carpathia as it was traveling back to New York with the Titanic survivors. Edwards had listed on the manifest there. You can see it highlighted in red and then blown up on the top. And you see there's a notation in the occupations column. A lot of people assume that these notations refer to some event that has to do with the arrival in 1912. But in this case, a notation in the occupations column normally has to do with a later verification of arrival. You can see there in the red circle, the last number there is actually the date. So for some reason, in April of 1941, somebody verified that Edward Dorkins was aboard the Carpathia. Normally this has to do with some sort of application, usually an application for citizenship. So that could point to another file, but for today's purposes, it doesn't point towards an exclusion or a deportation file. Like a surprising number of the Titanic passengers, Edward did not give up on sea travel after the 1912 disaster. In fact, he made his living as a crew member aboard ships. So he's got lots of entry records on Ancestry.com. He's coming in and out of the country constantly. In fact, we see that in October 1912, he's already re-entering from Blaine, Minnesota. So he left sometime between April and October and came back already once. Among all of those entries and exits, one thing that stands out to me is a 1927 manifest index card. It stands out to me because it includes this notation, which is a BSI notation. So similar to those manifest notations, this card shows that in 1927, Edward was held for a Board of Special Inquiry hearing. That manifest notation relates to this, which is an outgoing passenger manifest for Honolulu. We don't have outgoing passenger manifests for many ports. We have them for Honolulu. And this shows that he actually was deported or actually was excluded from the United States in May of 1927. That tells me that I should look for additional records. In this case, I search Ancestry.com in the subject index, and I don't find any records related to Edward Dorkins. So then I'd make a USCIS genealogy program index search request, and I do come back with the file number for file 55579/209 from 1927. That's the year that we have the deportation record, so we know it probably relates. We take that file to the National Archives, and here we see another exclusion appeal file. Again, the most important document in the file is the transcript of the BSI hearing. In this case, Edward, like Alfredo, was excluded because he was a stowaway. He had no arrival record. He didn't appear on the manifest. He mentions that he came over on the Titanic in 1912, and he makes a mistake that a lot of immigrants made, and today lots of genealogists make, and he says that he served in the U.S. Army, and therefore he claims to be a U.S. citizen. Of course, serving in the U.S. Army didn't make anybody a citizen automatically. There were laws passed to make it easier for members of the military to become citizens, but they still had to naturalize. Unfortunately for Edward, he never did that. So in the course of the BSI hearing, the immigration officers asked Edward how he came to be aboard this ship without any documentation, and he says that he left from Liverpool to Hong Kong. From Hong Kong, he went to Shanghai. While he was in Shanghai, he got up to drinking. He met some sailors. They went out, and the next thing he knew, he woke up and found himself on a ship out to sea. So Edward was literally shanghaied in Shanghai and ended up aboard this ship in Hawaii, not knowing how he got there. That's not good enough for the Immigration Service. They deem him inadmissible because he doesn't have any valid entry papers, and also because they think he's likely to become a public charge. And of course, Edward appeals this decision. Unfortunately, this is the transmission of the appeal. So this is what the immigration officer in Hawaii would have sent to Washington, D.C., accompanied with a copy of the transcript. In D.C., they would have made a decision. In this case, they decided that Edward's story wasn't good enough to allow him to be admitted, so he's ordered deported, and we see the execution of deportation here, and the fact that he was deported on June 2nd of 1927. Interesting thing about Edward is that even though he's born in England, living in the United States, because he got aboard that ship in Shanghai, he's actually deported back to Shanghai, where they're going to let him off. But Edward doesn't stay down for very long. These are not part of his INS deportation file, but just to give you an idea of where he goes after they drop him off in Shanghai. By August of 1927, Edward's already on a boat coming back into the United Kingdom, and 2 years later, somehow he's back in the United States and signing on as a crew member in Port Isabel, Texas, aboard another ship. The next we see of him, and again, this is not part of the INS file, he's in Los Angeles, living in the Home for Disabled Vets in 1933. So although he never became a citizen through his military service, he's at least getting some benefits from that service. And finally, we see his alien registration record from 1940. In 1940, every alien residing in the United States was required to register. This file is not at the National Archives. It's still with USCIS, but if you made an index search for Edward Dorkins, in addition to that exclusion file number, you would have got the file number for this alien registration record. He talks about where he's living in 1940. He's still in Los Angeles. And the interesting thing about Edward is that he decides not to tell the Immigration Service about all of his adventures in Hawaii. He says the first and only time he entered the United States was on April 18th, 1912, aboard the SS Carpathia, and he's been there ever since. So our final example today is going to be for a deportation record. We're going to stick with the Titanic. I mentioned before that for deportations, there's normally no notation on a manifest. We have to rely on other resources, usually a newspaper report, family history, or some sort of correspondence that mentions that somebody was deported or sent back to the old country. In this case, we've got a newspaper article from 1912 that mentions that Frank Lafarbe and his son Jules were going to be deported. It says that Jules was deported on the ground that he was likely to become a public charge, which was the most common reasons people were deported, and that Frank was deported because he arrived here illegally with a French paramour. That says that I should look for some more records. In this case, I searched Ancestry.com and find no matches for Frank Lafarbe. If I did an index search for Frank, I would come back with this deportation file number. And if I did an index search for Jules, his son, I would come back with the same file number. So this says that both of their deportation cases were combined into one file. It's important to note that to get these search results, to get the results for both, you would need to send two requests, one for Frank and one for Jules, because the requests aren't by file number, but they're by the name of the immigrant you search. So in this file, we learn a little bit more about Frank and why he was going to be deported. In the file, there's a letter from the Immigration Service Inspector in Centerville, Iowa, to Immigration Service headquarters in Washington, D.C., discussing Frank's case. Apparently, Frank is applying for relief money for families of the Titanic disaster. His wife and 4 children were aboard the Titanic, and they perished. But his story begins to raise questions with those organizations. I think it's the Hull House and the Red Cross begin to wonder a little bit about the things that Frank is telling them. So they actually contact the Immigration Service and says, you might want to investigate this guy. Their investigation reveals that Frank came to the United States under an assumed name with another woman posing as his wife. So he actually abandoned his wife in France, came to the United States with another woman, and was living here with her. When his original wife from France immigrated to the United States to board the Titanic, and unfortunately died on that journey, he then went and tried to collect relief for that original wife. With this information, the Immigration Service takes out a warrant of arrest for Frank because he entered under an assumed name and wasn't properly inspected, and they believe also that he's likely to become a public charge. So this is another standard piece of paper you'll find in a deportation file. This is the warrant of arrest. It gives the reasons why he should be arrested. To get that warrant, they actually did an investigation, and here they interview Martha DuPont. Martha DuPont is the woman who traveled to the United States with Frank under an assumed name. She's the French paramour, and they were actually living together in Iowa until Martha ran out of money, and then Frank decided to move on and find somebody else. So she's not too happy with Frank either. Here we find a report from the Immigration Service officer that performed the investigation. He actually interviewed Frank, he interviewed Martha DuPont, interviewed lots of the neighbors, and he finds that his official finding is that Frank is a drunkard and ne'er-do-well, and therefore he was likely to become a public charge at the time of landing and should be deportable. So he sends this back to Washington, D.C. as his recommendation. In the course of this investigation, the Immigration Service also tries to find Frank's original arrival record, so the arrival record under the assumed name that he used to get into the country in 1911. They find it. He entered under the name Henry de Mortier, March 10, 1911, aboard the Mauritania. So, of course, we could use that information to find Frank's original arrival record. We could search Frank Lafarbe all day long and not come up with any records. So here's the second standard piece of paper you'll find in a deportation file. This is the warrant of deportation showing the cause for removal. So they've deemed that Frank is deportable, and they give several reasons. First is that he procured a woman for immoral purposes, so because he and Martha DuPont were not married, they shouldn't have been admitted according to the Immigration Service. He's likely to become a public charge, and finally he entered without inspection. He was inspected, but he was inspected under assumed name, so that inspection doesn't count for Frank. So for all those reasons, he's deemed deportable. In addition to all that official correspondence and the official investigation, you get some outside correspondence from people who are interested in the case. In this case, I mentioned that the Red Cross and the Hull House were involved with Frank. Here's a letter from the Red Cross asking if the Immigration Service can shed some more light on the case. They would like to know more about Frank before they decide whether or not to give him any public relief. And finally, what you'll see in most deportation files is an execution of deportation. In this case, it shows that Frank was deported on July 31st, 1912, and returned to France. And this just shows his original manifest, as I mentioned before, that certificate of arrival showing his entry under the name Henry de Mortier lets us find this passenger manifest. So we can see that here he is traveling under the name Henry with Martha DuPont, who is traveling under the name Maria de Mortier. So those are my examples for today. During the presentation, I mentioned several times the USCIS genealogy program and especially the index search. So real quickly, I want to review that program and the services we offer. The genealogy program offers two services. The first is the index search. So every time I said I made an index search request, that's what this is. When somebody files an index search request, we search our historical records indexes. For a single immigrant, you would submit the name of an immigrant, the date of birth, and the place of birth. We would look through our indexes and send you file citations for any files included in the genealogy program related to that specific immigrant. So in this case, you could get back a warrant, or an exclusion or deportation file that you could request from the National Archives, or you could get back a naturalization certificate file, which you would request from USCIS itself. Our website tells you exactly which kinds of files are included in the genealogy program. The second service we offer is a records copy request. If you have a file number, you can request the copy. You can request the file directly, provided that it's a file included in the genealogy program. They're listed on the bottom right-hand side of the slide there. The fee for the index search is $20. The fee for the records copy request is $20 or $35, depending upon the type of the file. The most common question we get after why can't I search the index myself is who should request an index search? The answer to that question is to ask yourself, do you have a file number? If you have a file number, or if you don't have a file number, then you need to request an index search. We can only provide files by number. If you have a name but no file number, you need to request an index search. If you do have a file number, you can go directly to the records request from USCIS or to the National Archives, depending upon the type of the file. So if it's one of the deportation or exclusion files we talked about today, you could request that file directly from the National Archives. On the bottom there, I made a little note that says, however, if you'd like to know if additional files exist, you still may want to make an index search request. A lot of the examples we saw today had not only an exclusion file, but also a later related file such as the visa file or a naturalization file. If you wanted to know of all of the Immigration Service records that existed for that immigrant, you can make an index search request. As I mentioned, the information we need to make an index search request is first the name. We let you give alternate spellings, aliases, maiden names, nicknames, anything that will help us find the individual. Second, the date of birth. That can be approximate, but we like at least a year. And finally, the country of birth. That's the required information. Any additional information helps us find the immigrant or helps us narrow him or her down from among several choices. So that includes arrival information, naturalization information, and additional information such as names of spouses and children, date of marriage, places of residence, and military service. All of those things help us find a file, but aren't required. I mentioned the more information you provide, the better the results. That's because lots of people have similar names. So if we did a search for Harry Scher, we'd see that there are lots of files for somebody named Harry Scher. So if we had a name of a spouse, a location of residence, a date of military service, any one of those details might help us pick out the correct Harry Scher that you're searching for. If you need more information about the USCIS genealogy program and the records that are included in it or how the process works, you can go to our website. It's www.uscis.gov/genealogy. There we've got a tutorial on exactly how the process works, a list of all of the files that are included, and a gallery of sample files. If you're specifically interested in the deportation and exclusion files that I talked about today, in the genealogy notebook section of our website, we've got 2 articles that cover this topic in more detail. The first is researching deportation records. It gives you a lot of the information I went over today. And the second is a quick guide to finding INS case and correspondence files related to specific individuals. That gives you more information about searching that index, T458 index, and making a genealogy request. And finally, if you want to learn more about our program and stay up to date about the services we offer, you can subscribe to our email notification list. This is at uscis.gov/genealogy. Or if you want to get there through the main website, you find the Family History Research tab. Click that, and you'll find a button that says Sign Up for Genealogy Notifications. If you sign up for that, we'll send you once or twice a month an update. Normally it includes information about what's new on our website and information about public presentations like this one that we provide. So that's the end of my presentation today, and I think we have time for questions.
Yes, thank you, Zack. We had a lot of great comments from our YouTube audience. Let's clear up some misconceptions about surnames. One question that came up, they said, family lore says our last name was originally very long. On entry into the U.S., agents shortened it to first syllable of the original last name. Was this a practice? Do INS records show the original last name?
This is a question we get quite often. It's the idea that somebody's name was changed at Ellis Island. A lot of families have that in their lore because they do some research and see that In Europe, the name was spelled differently or was much longer, and now it's much shorter. In fact, names were not changed at Ellis Island. When immigrants came to the United States, they provided all of the passenger manifest information to the shipping agent in Europe. That information was entered on the manifest, and then the manifest was presented to officers at Ellis Island, who used it to inspect arriving immigrants. They didn't change names at Ellis Island. They never took names at Ellis Island. Oftentimes, names were changed later, sometimes upon naturalization. Sometimes an assumed name was used and just kept. So all of those reasons explain a name change. There was no official practice of changing names at Ellis Island.
Thank you for clearing that mystery up. Our next question is about border crossings, of course. My grandfather came to the U.S. from Liverpool to Quebec and entered at Detroit. I checked Detroit and other crossings, but could not find any suggestions on what to try next.
So there are border crossing records. It depends upon the date. Anything before the early 1900s, there won't be a file for the Canadian border. But after that, there should be a file. A lot of them have been digitized and put on Ancestry.com. Not all of them. If you send an email to our email address, it's on the handout. It's cishistory.library@DHS or at uscis.dhs.gov. I can help you get some more specific information about how to find a border arrival record.
Thank you for providing that email address. We will tweet that email address out again if you did not capture that. Our next question, it's about the Titanic, since you mentioned those records. I'm researching a person who missed getting on the Titanic but came weeks later. How and where should I search?
I mean, if you're looking for the passenger manifest, you can look on Ancestry.com or another online research site that has digitized and put passenger lists online. That's the first place to go. For that era, I know that on Ancestry we've got the arrival manifest for the U.S. and also the outgoing passenger manifests from England. So between those two, you should be able to figure out which ship that person got on and if they eventually made it to the United States. After that, you should look at the manifest to see if there's any kind of notations like I pointed out today, which would point you to other records, or else look for later naturalization or immigration records.
Thank you very much. You might have covered this, but let's ask again. What types of costs are associated with index search requests in the genealogy program?
Okay, the index search request itself is a $20 fee for each name that you, or each immigrant you would like to search. So it's per individual. $20, you can provide one immigrant and alternate names for that immigrant. The important thing that I maybe should have mentioned earlier is in that index search request, the immigrant needs to be deceased. So when you make your request, you need to provide proof of death or proof that he or she was born 100 or more years ago.
Thank you very much. And our last question was more of a question of respect to how much work you've obviously put into this presentation. The person asks, I always wonder how long it took for presenters to search, locate, and document these things.
Well, if I did this just as a single project, it probably would have taken quite a while. Luckily, in my job, I get to look at a lot of different immigration records, a lot of different naturalization records, and when I'm doing that, I find interesting cases, pull them out, set them aside, and then use them for presentations like this. So all of these are files that I've come across in other projects and decided to highlight them today.
Thank you, Zack. That concludes our session with you, and we appreciate your time. If the speaker did not get to your question, please send an email to the email provided by Zack. Again, we will tweet that email out.
I think it's on the handout.
And it's on the handout as well. We will now take a short intermission. Tune in at 4 p.m. Eastern for the next presentation. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, my name is Andrea Matney, and I am the Community Outreach Programs and Support Specialist for Research Services at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. A few quick notes before we begin. We have allotted 10 minutes for questions and answers at the end of the talk. You may submit your question for a speaker via Twitter using hashtag GenFair2014 or on the chat on YouTube. For captioning, go to the Virtual Genealogy Fair website and click on the link for today. The lectures will be recorded and posted on the website by the end of November. Lecture number 11 is entitled Wagons West, Land Records at the National Archives, and our speaker is Rick Martinez, joining us via the telephone. This presentation is an introductory level discussion of federal land records available at the National Archives. While some examples of records used will be from the National Archives at Denver, this type of land record can be found at other National Archives facilities. Tract books, township survey plats, and land entry case files will be the main types of records examined, as well as some online resources. Rick is an archive specialist at the National Archives at Denver, Colorado. I am now turning the microphone over to Rick.
Thank you, Andrea. Am I being heard? I'm going to assume that's a yes. As promised, I am Rick Martinez with the National Archives at Denver. Welcome to this presentation on land records of the National Archives. As explained, this class tends to be tailored from the perspective of genealogists from the Denver area, but I do hope to make this helpful to all researchers. And if it wasn't already explained, I'll mention that I don't have control over these slides because I don't have access to certain conferencing equipment. So Andrea and Rebecca will control them for me, and while they do that, I'll try and channel my inner DJ for you. And this is why you'll be hearing me say such clever things as, slide number 4, please. And I have complete and utter blind faith that they're on the same page as I am. So looking over the slide, we have several objectives in this presentation as shown here. One thing you're going to hear me repeat quite often is that NARA will only hold federal records, and I'm sure you've probably heard this if you've watched some of the other presentations in this series. When you hear me say NARA, I'm referring to the National Archives and Records Administration. NARA's land records originate at the federal level, but land records can also be created on the state and county level. Those records are not, I repeat, not held by NARA. And this is true of anything else at NARA. We do not, for example, hold naturalizations done in state or county courts, only the federal ones. That's a bit of a tip of the cap to Zack, who preceded me here. So in order to fully explore land records, it may become necessary to contact the various state archives, historical societies, and the county clerk and recorder offices. Out of these objectives, the only item that might come off as kind of technical is when we talk about legal descriptions of land. I just think there are certain benefits to knowing how that works, and I hope to make a convincing case for that for you. Slide number 5, please. So the first thing you'll need to determine is whether an ancestor obtained land through some type of homestead or by a private transfer. If the acquisition of land took place from one individual to another by one of these methods, such as cash sales, quitclaims, mortgages, leases, and such, those transactions are all recorded on the county level. Also, if an ancestor inherited land from the estate of someone else, those records tend to be probate actions, which are also not held by NARA. And as the last part of this slide indicates, there might be federal court records regarding disputes over land claims, but those aren't really all that common, at least not in my neck of the woods. But of course, being done on the federal court level would mean that you actually could track down those cases with us. Now, don't be discouraged by all of this. NARA does not have business. I swear to you, we actually do have land records. I just think it's really important to eliminate things first so that we can hopefully avoid confusion later on. Slide 6, please. County and state level records have to be pursued separately. We actually do have this county courthouse book, which is in our research room here in Denver. It still sees a small amount of use, but the information in it is becoming out of date. You can find a lot of information about those courts online. You can also find a listing of the various state archives here at the NARA website. Keep in mind that the course handouts will include a page that lists the various websites we'll mention here. Some counties are getting more of their records available online, but it will vary greatly from place to place. And because county records will usually record the initial homestead, they can be a good place to begin your search. Doing a title search at the county level should allow you to get all the way back to the original owner. Now that we've seen what NARA doesn't have, we can start to look at what NARA does have, which I'm sure you're all happy to hear. Slide 7, please. The chain of ownership generally begins at the federal level where public lands are concerned. The only types of records NARA holds concern these original owners. All subsequent transfers of deed are, once again, held by state and county agencies. So if your great-grandfather was the original homesteader, then NARA should have a record of that action. If he was not the original homesteader but somehow acquired land, it would have been by some other type of sale. Also keep in mind that the heirs of the original homesteader are not considered the original owners. So if your great-grandfather Frank, for example, was the original homesteader of land that he eventually passed on to your grandfather, Frank Jr., there would not be a federal record for your grandfather unless he had filed a separate claim of his own. And actually, I do think there are cases like that potentially. Slide number 8, please. So this is where NARA enters the picture for land records purely on the federal level. Tract books and survey plats are the two most useful types of records available here at NARA, as well as Washington, D.C., and in some of the other NARA regional locations. Now keep in mind that in addition to Archives 1 in Washington, D.C., and Archives 2 in Maryland, NARA also has regional facilities in about a dozen other locations. Land entry case files are held in Washington, D.C. mostly, and those really should be your eventual goal for research into land records. We'll get into those in quite a bit more depth later on. Patents are also available through the Bureau of Land Management, and we'll touch on those later. I put patents in blue text because they're not NARA records, but they're still interesting. Those are basically the deed of ownership on a land claim. Certain types of records like correspondence and survey field notes are usually not helpful to genealogy, but we do see professional surveyors get some use out of them. Survey notes kind of read like a foreign language to the uninitiated, and I definitely fall in that category. But if you do understand that sort of thing, then we actually do have records of that nature as well. Slide 9, please. During this presentation, if you see this little surveyor guide there on the bottom right, that means you actually have a handout with information relevant to this topic. Hopefully you have access to the handout that lists several land acts and a second one that gives you information about the Homestead Act. Generally, public lands could be claimed by individuals under any of these acts as long as they were 21 years of age or the head of a family and had at least declared their intention to naturalize if they were a non-citizen. Main examples we'll be focusing on will be homesteads, preemption claims, and bounty land warrants. What we learn about them usually applies to the other claim types as well. Sometimes you might hear me talk about homesteads in a generic way that encompasses all of these land claims, or all of these claim types, but usually I'll be referring to actual homestead claims. The main points to bear in mind regarding homestead entries: after 1862, they were typically for 160 acres at $1.25 per acre if the homesteader proved 6 months of residence on the land, or they were essentially free after 5 years of residence. Slide 10, please. You should have a handout of this slide also. Now, it's important to keep in mind that only 30 of the states were open to homesteading laws that we're concerned with. Other areas like Texas, Hawaii, the 13 colonies, and a few other states distributed their lands by other means. This is the difference between the public domain, which is in blue, and the private domain, which is in red. The public domain lands had the federal government involved in settling land claims, while the private domain was pretty much all done on the state and local level. Even though there are elections going on, this is not a political statement. These aren't red and blue states. Land in the 13 colonies had been parceled out well before the federal government even existed. Because of this, those records aren't really federal records as such, which of course means NARA won't have them. Some of these other states came to us as purchases from other countries and had already been giving land claims to their citizens. This is where the issue of private land claims mentioned on the previous slide comes up. Those people were given the opportunity to confirm their claims with their new government, but things often went badly in those cases. So in many cases, you'll actually have to contact the local governments for these red areas. Slide 11, please. lands under the public domain were administered by the General Land Office. Sometime around 1946, the GLO was combined with the Grazing Service to form what we now know as the Bureau of Land Management. So we'll see that the BLM and the GLO will both be a factor in land research. The process of opening public lands to settlement had several steps. Surveys were performed in order to settle boundaries of Indian reservations. Preemption claims of squatters would have to be settled because people might have already settled those lands before the government surveyed and opened them for sale. Those early settlers would have had to have bought the land for cash outright or leave the land. Then eventually announcements would be made which would open the lands for public sale. Then land offices would open and begin recording all types of claims placed upon those lands. After a time when purchases would slow down, land offices might close or be combined with neighboring offices. On this slide, we see that numerous surveys were done under the public land survey system, so different parts of the public domain were opened for sale at different times during history. Slide 12, please. These surveys form the foundation that the legal descriptions of lands are based upon. Since I'm here in Colorado, I tend to use it as an example, since I'm sort of biased that way. Most of Colorado, along with Nebraska, Kansas, and parts of Wyoming, and even a little bit of South Dakota, were surveyed under what's called the Sixth Principal Meridian. The rectangular surveying system uses a north-south meridian, in this case running through the location the arrow points to, and an east-west baseline, which in this case happens to have been created using the 40th parallel, which is also the Kansas-Nebraska border. You can see that the baseline carries through into Colorado and right up to Utah. This map also has some longitude lines in it, so that can be a little bit confusing. To use Utah as a different example, the Salt Lake Meridian and baseline actually sit at the intersection of Temple Street and Main Street in Salt Lake City. So latitude and longitude could be used as the basis for a meridian and baseline. Other times, local features, as in the case of Utah, might play into it. It's not really important to know why, just that it will make a difference in finding a particular land claim. Slide 13, please. Now things get a little bit complicated. Imagine that the surveyors, using this meridian and baseline, drew out an imaginary checkerboard of lines across their surveyed areas. Those lands were spaced about 6 miles apart, so each square contains about 36 square miles. These squares are known as townships, which doesn't mean they actually each contained a town. This is what you're seeing on the left side of the screen. Now, using the directions relative to the baseline and meridian, you begin to get what forms the legal description of a piece of land. This example on the left is showing us Township 2 South, Range 3 West. It's the second square south of the baseline and the third square west of the meridian. And of course, you can figure out any other township just by the number of squares north or south of the baseline and the number of squares east or west from the meridian. Moving to the middle of the slide, let's further divide these township squares into 36 sections, numbered 1 through 36. The numbering always follows the same serpentine pattern of zigzagging from top to bottom. These sections are about 1 square mile. So the full legal description of a land claim is made up of 4 parts. The first 3, township, range, and section, are really all you'll ever need to know, but we're still going to look at the 4th part later on. That's the really complicated part. Now, there are some things you need to keep in mind. The township will always be either north or south. The range will always be either east or west. So please don't contact me and ask me to look for information for a land claim at Township 2, Range 3. The directions really do matter. Was it 2 north or 2 south, 3 east or 3 west? Also, keep in mind there were numerous surveys done across many parts of the country, all using the same system. So you definitely will come across identical legal descriptions in different parts of the country. That makes it important for you to know what state a claim is located in, or preferably which survey it was done under. Utah, for example, was surveyed mostly under the Salt Lake Meridian, but a very small part was done under what's called the Uinta Meridian. So we would probably find Township 2 South, Range 3 West in 2 different locations within Utah. Slide 14, please. Now, before we learn about the last part of the legal description, let's make a quick detour, which I hope will make this a little bit more clear. This is a map of Colorado that shows the townships in their checkerboard grid pattern. A couple of locations like Denver and Boulder are shown as well. Now, again, keep in mind that each of these squares is about 6 miles by 6 miles, and each square is further divided into 36 sections, which this map does not show. Now, the building I'm in is actually located at Township 1 North, Range 68 West, and I sort of had to guess that the section is maybe right around section 34. Now, here's where things get really kind of weird. There's an east-west running road just to the to the south of me, which by no coincidence is actually called Baseline Road. You can actually run an imaginary line going east on Baseline Road, and after a couple hundred miles, you actually find yourself straddling the Kansas-Nebraska border, assuming that the surveyors actually did their jobs correctly, which I think they did. And of course, if you kept going, you'd eventually reach the spot where the baseline and meridian intersected. Whenever you travel by air, there's a lot of places in the U.S. where you can see some of this when taking off or landing. You'll see it in rural areas where you might have open fields near the airport. And when you take off and look down, you can actually see dirt roads laid out in these little, square patterns. Many times these dirt roads are actually dividing a township into sections. Slide 15, please. All right, and finally, the last part of the legal description consists of what are called aliquot parts. It's important to bear in mind that a single section within a township contains 640 acres. Out here in the West, after 1862, a typical homestead was for 160 acres, which is actually 1/4 of a section. So the legal description uses aliquots to basically distinguish between potentially 4 or more claims within a single section. When you look at the full legal description of a piece of land, you'll see the township, range, and section as we've discussed, but you'll also see what is really often a mess of things like SW 1/2 or NE 1/4, sometimes all strung together. Those are the aliquots. Now, in a perfect world, every homesteader would have settled neatly into the northwest, northeast, southeast, or southwest quarter of a section. But as we'll see later on, it's not a perfect world. So aliquots allow you to determine exactly where the claim is located. Now, as I mentioned before, this is not really a necessary thing to know, but it can be fun to see exactly where a claim was. Later on, we'll have an example using some records which break this down for you better. Slide 16, please. The hard part really is making some connection between your ancestor and a land claim. The easiest way would be if a patent or title was passed down in your family. Even if your family no longer owns the land, it can often still be worth researching. All land transactions, even the initial homestead, should be recorded at the county level. I don't have any experience with those records, so I can't really tell you too much about them. Also, the Bureau of Land Management has a website we'll talk about later on. There you'll find patented land claims in a searchable database. When I say that a land claim was patented or perfected, it means that someone obtained ownership of that land. Some federal tract books are indexed, but not many of them. Here are 2 examples where some indexing does exist. They can be found at several genealogy websites. You can also contact us here in Denver, and we are willing to look through the Denver index if you can't find it online somewhere. And I'm pretty sure the good people at our Kansas facility would do the same with their Kansas index. And finally, on this slide, this last part is my little joke. There is no such law firm, but you can hunt and peck through the tract books if you can determine a rough area to look at. You just have to narrow things down to give yourself a fighting chance. If you have reason to believe that someone homesteaded, say, near Boulder, Colorado, then you can consult a map for the legal description of that area and start looking through the corresponding tract books. I've actually seen some people have some success doing that, and I've even done a little bit of that once in a while, but don't tell my boss I said that. Slide 17, please. So now that you have all this background information, there are 3 main types of records held by NARA that should be of some interest to you. They are, again, tract books, township survey plats, and land entry case files. NARA holds numerous other types of land records, but these are really the most basic types. The sample we have here is a typical tract book. This is from the Denver Land Office. Tract books were used by the local land office agent to record the initial claims upon public lands. The information contained in a tract book isn't generally all that exciting in a genealogical sense. Really, the best way to think of tract books is as a means to an end. The information contained in them will actually allow you to order a copy of the land entry case file, which we'll get into later on. The land office is actually not indicated on this example, but it's also an important piece of information you'll want. All of these pieces of information that I've labeled up here, like land office, date of sale, and so forth, they're all necessary for ordering that land case file. You also find the number of acres indicated, which can also apply in some cases. Typically, the name of the purchaser will be the same as by whom patented. More often, though, I really tend to see various remarks entered under the by whom patented column instead of a name. And those remarks can often contain valuable clues regarding what happened to a land claim. Later on, when we talk about ordering land entry case files, I'll be sure to list this information for you again. Slide 18, please. Very pretty. This is an example of a township survey plat. It's a map, basically. You don't really need to ever look at them if you don't want to, but I do find that using them can sometimes help you make sense of what the tract books contain. Now, most plats will only show the land as the surveyor found it, and will only give you the various terrain features like waterways, elevations, trails and roads, and maybe the locations of structures. If you follow the arrow on the map, you'll actually see Camp Weld there on the left side. Each plat tends to cover one township, which again is a 6-mile by 6-mile area. On this example here, we're actually only seeing about 6 sections out of the 36 on this plat. This example actually includes the positions of the various homestead claims within this township, but not all plats will do this. Shown here on the right side of the screen is some information I took from the tract book that corresponds to this township. That tract book contains numerous claims. I'm using this claim for George Austin. Get ready to hear his name quite a bit. That'll sort of be our running example. Now, as far as I know, he's not a famous person, although apparently there actually was the first mayor of Lehi, Utah, was named George O. Austin, I believe. I don't think it's the same person, though. Now, Austin's claim is shown here outlined in blue. It sits within Township 4 South, Range 68 West, and mostly within Section 4, which is outlined in red. You'll notice that parts of the tract book information correspond to what you see on the plat, such as the patent number, which is 115, and also the Preemption Act of 1841, or PA 1841, is also notated. That's the land act this claim was initially made under. So the surveyors came through and already found Austin living there. He was basically a squatter. Now, the other reason I think that plats are interesting is that they allow you to get a good visual grasp of where a particular person was. Knowing where an ancestor was helps to turn them from a name on a page into an actual person. And for that matter, knowing their location might also allow you to make better assumptions about that person, such as which court was located closest to this person. All right, so now is the moment I'm going to hit you with the dreaded aliquots one more time. But this time it should actually make more sense. I'm crossing my fingers. Slide 19, please. Again, keep in mind, this blue outline is George Austin's claim. Outlined in red, you now see sections 3 and 4 of Township 4 South, Range 68 West. The aliquots serve to indicate exactly where the claim sits within these two sections. Now, the first part of this set of aliquots is really the trickiest part, which is why it's a really good example for our purposes. So SW 1/4, SW 1/4, 3. That tells us that part of this claim is actually located in Section 3. The green arrows that I added show you that Section 3, like all other sections, has a northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast quarter. Each of those quarter sections can all be further divided in the same way, such that we should see that part of Austin's claim sits in the southwest quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 3, that pink-shaded area. Now, we found George Austin in our tract book under Section 4, so we can assume that most of his claim is in that section. He might not actually show up in that book under Section 3. Sometimes the land office agent would only make one entry. Oh, and by the way, I have seen cases where a claim actually rests within 4 different sections, sort of like standing on the side of the Four Corners Monument. It's rare, but it can happen. In those cases, I'm actually not too sure which section the entry gets recorded under, so you only have 4 places to look, so it's not really that bad. Slide 20, please. Here we have the next chunk of the aliquots, S1/2, SE 1/4. So just mentally divide Section 4 into quarters, and you should see that this is the southern half of the southeast quarter of Section 4. Slide 21, please. Then finally, the last part, which is in the northwest quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 4. I have to say once again that aliquots are not really needed to further your research. So, why does this really matter to me, or more importantly to you? Well, with some of the various online mapping tools available, you can really zero in on where a land claim is located. Slide 22, please. You can find various types of maps available online that can depict townships and ranges as they appear in present times. For example, Google Earth has a feature called Earth Point you can register for, but you can also find other options like this one without having to resort to signing up for anything. And I'm not endorsing Google, by the way. Can't do that. Now, I found this particular map by searching for Denver Township map or something like that. This map even gives you the positions of streets within this area, so really anything is possible where maps like this are concerned. If I really felt like it, I could actually visit the spot where this homestead originally sat. This is located near Interstate 25 in Denver. So, as promised, this was the most technical part of this presentation. A quick note to homeowners: if you check your title or deed, you actually might see a legal description similar to what we went over, but it'll also include more aliquot pieces like division, subdivision, and lot number. Typical suburban homes like mine sit on a very small piece of land. Slide 23, please. Here we see that Archives 1 in Washington, D.C. has some tract books which can be used. Now, if you were to force me to choose between tract books and survey plats, tract books would basically win as being more important. You'll see why later on. Tract books can be located in a variety of places at NARA as well as within the Bureau of Land Management. And though I've never actually seen them, I'd say that counties will actually have their own version of tract books in order to record their land transactions going back to the very earliest times. Slide 24, please. The Bureau of Land Management Eastern States Office has retained tract books for these states listed here on this slide. NARA actually will not have tract books from these states. The BLM can be contacted for information within tract books, and I'm pretty sure they're a great resource for answering a lot of land questions. They tend to be experts. Their knowledge of land records should be probably well beyond mine, but they might only know their own records and maybe not so much NARA records. Slide 25, please. Some of NARA's regional facilities also have tract books within their holdings. Here's a rundown of what we have here in Denver. We're really not well-staffed enough to hunt and peck through them in the hopes of finding a reference to your ancestors, but we are willing to take a legal description that a researcher provides us and track down the information contained in the books. You'll notice that there is some overlap between here and what we saw a couple of slides back. For instance, Washington, D.C. also has Colorado tract books. This is because the General Land Office headquarters in D.C. also had their own working copies of books regarding Colorado lands. So the Land Office agent in Colorado would notate his tract books and send correspondence to Washington, D.C., where the headquarters people would then make notations in their books. I suspect you'd probably see very similar information in both copies with maybe some minor differences. For instance, the D.C. version might indicate that indicate the date of a patent being sent out, while the Denver version might indicate when that patent was received at their office. Slide 26, please. You can expect to find you can find land records at some of the other regional facilities within NARA. I don't really want to speak for any of the other regions, so I'd encourage you to contact them directly to learn what records they do have. If you go to this part of our website, archives.gov/locations, you can obtain contact information for all the regions and also learn which states they hold records for. You'd want to do this in order to obtain information from the tract books and maybe look into whether survey plats might also be available. I think photocopies of survey plats can usually be made, but tract books tend to be more of a problem. Bound volumes, they really don't photocopy very safely. However, a researcher using the records in person would actually be able to take photographs without a flash, which is what I did for the tract book sample back on slide 17. Best way to contact NARA tends to be by email, but you'll also find phone numbers at this website. Here in Denver, we actually are willing to work with you by phone. Or, if you'd like to do some of the legwork on your own and get a much better idea of what's available, go to this other URL at the bottom of your screen. This will take you to what's called the Guide to Federal Records of the National Archives. Specifically, this one will take you to the section on General Land Office and Bureau of Land Management records. Both of these URLs will be in the handouts for this session. Slide 27, please. Here's a quick peek of what the Guide to Federal Records gives you. It's a very down and dirty sort of a snapshot of records, series titles, and date ranges. If you wanted more detail regarding what the records actually consist of, I could steer you towards a different part of the NARA website, but that's really a topic for a totally different presentation. Now, at least here you can actually determine whether or not you're on the right track as far as which region holds a set of records. You notice that in Denver notation lets you know that records are actually here in Denver, or it might say in Kansas in reference to records held at our Kansas facility. Now, if there actually is no such notation, that would mean the listed records are in the Washington, D.C. facility. Slide 28, please. Not all land claims were successful. Many claims were also canceled or relinquished. A claimant might walk away from his claim for any number of reasons, or the GLO might cancel the claim if certain obligations weren't met by the homesteader, such as failure to build structures or simply not living on the land. Now, even in those cases when a claim was unsuccessful, a case file was created for however long a homesteader attempted to prove his claim. Being aware of the dates when a claim was started and ended might help you decide whether or not you'll want to get copies of that case file. Claims that ran for a very short term before ending probably won't build up as much useful documentation as a claim that ran the full 5 years, but there would still be some useful information within that file. This distinction between patented and unpatented claims becomes important for another reason, which we'll see in a moment when we take a look at a website run by the Bureau of Land Management. Slide 29, please. And as promised, this is the BLM's patent search website. The URL is also in your handout. The great thing about it is that it's a searchable database that allows you to search for information by using different criteria. You can search it by name or even by legal description if you need to. Also, in many cases, you can download a copy of the patent from it. The only downside to it really is that it will only list patented claims, but not the canceled and relinquished ones. So this is why using the tract books can become very important. You might go to this website and you might see that one ancestor patented a land claim, but for some reason you found no mention of his brother, even though you feel sure that he also homesteaded. Well, very often you'll find that family members homesteaded very close to each other, so maybe that brother attempted a homestead but failed, as in canceled or relinquished. His claim would only be recorded in a tract book. Now, here's a bit of trivia that didn't quite make it into this presentation the way I would have liked. There's a small town in Colorado, which I don't remember the name of it, but when I looked at the tract book for the area it's in, I came across numerous claims put down by people with the same last name. And it turns out their name is the name of that town. If I ever stumble across it again, I promise you all I will make a note of it. Slide 30, please. This is what the BLM website looks like. You'll need to select a state from the drop-down menu, and then the easiest thing to do is to enter the name of a person you're interested in. There are other available fields, but all you really need to get started is the state and a name. I usually tend to avoid providing a middle name or initial. That way, if I'm looking for George O. Austin, the database will give me all George Austins regardless of middle, initial, or name. So you enter your information, click on Search Patents, and slide 31, please. When you get results, it'll list them as you see here. Some of the information will be abstracted for you, but for the full result, you'll need to click on the links. If you get several possible results, you can often eliminate some of them by checking the date of the claim. If, for example, I know that George Austin, or the George Austin I'm after, died say in 1880, then this first result, which was patented in 1890, probably doesn't work for me. And this little page icon shows me that an image of the patent has been scanned and is actually available online, I believe free of charge. Also note that I did get a result for George C. Austin. A lot of times it's really hard to know if a person used his middle name all the time, or even his middle initial. So the next slide will show us what we'll see by clicking on the full result link. Slide 32, please. Here we have the full information for that result, and it contains all the information that I'll eventually need to order copies of the land entry case file. And on the right side for comparison, here's the information I got from the tract book. Now, there are some surprises here. When we were looking at the tract book, only George Austin was named, but not this Pedro Mirabel person. If you look closely at their names on the BLM search result, you'll see that Austin is notated with the letter P. That means he was the patentee, or the person who received the patent. Mirabel was notated with a W, which means that he was the warrantee, or the person whose warrant was used for the purchase. And his warrant number is indicated on the search result as well as in the track book as 102618. So now it appears that George Austin obtained this land by using a military bounty land warrant that he got from Pedro Mirabel. We'll talk more about bounty land warrants later on. It's also interesting that the track book indicates that Austin made his initial claim under the Preemption Act of 1841, but the BLM website does not. Slide 33, please. A couple of slides ago, we saw that apparently there's a digital copy of this patent available. I think BLM is still in the process of digitizing some of their patents in their holdings, but many of them are available now at this website. In cases where an image is not available, the site provides you with the contact information you need to order a copy. Slide 34, please. Still on the BLM website, here we see the image of the warrant for this land claim. Mirabel apparently sold his bounty land warrant to George Austin, or maybe they were partners somehow. If we look back at the track book entry where we found Austin, it shows us that his claim was originally listed as a Preemption Act claim, PA 1841. Austin was basically a squatter on this land. He had to either pay cash for the land or leave it. So he may have found it cheaper to buy this warrant from Mirabel and then redeem it for this land rather than pay the cash outright. Keep in mind that this is not the way most land claims came about. This example of Austin and Mirabel shows you some of the more unusual things that could happen. More often you'll find that the homestead claims tend to be very cut and dried. The homesteader usually put down a homestead claim, and if successful, it ran the full 5 years. Less often you'll see a homestead claim become a cash purchase before running the full 5 years. Those notations I mentioned in the track books can actually provide clues for that. Or if the homesteader was a squatter the way Austin was, then usually cash would be used to gain ownership of the land rather than a warrant. I'll be referring to Austin and Mirabel later on, so try to keep in mind that Austin was the eventual landowner, while Mirabel was the military veteran whose warrant was used for the purchase. Slide 35, please. This is what patents will generally look like. They're usually a single page like this one and really only give you some basic who, where, and when types of things for the land transaction. If you can obtain a copy from the BLM website free of charge, it's a good deal. Bear in mind that the patent is a completely different document from the land entry case file. NARA does not hold the patents. In the past, I've actually heard the land entry case files referred to as patent files, but that's not exactly correct. Another thing to keep in mind is that this website can also provide you with images of township survey plats. Now, I'm not sure if those plats will be like copies, such as we use with our homesteads marked on them, or if they're just, the clean, unmarked copies. At any rate, this site is a very good resource despite not having the unpatented claims listed. Slide 36, please. This information is correct. There actually are over 10 million case files held by NARA. I said before that if I had to choose between tract books and township survey plats, I'd choose the tract books as being more important. Well, this is the reason why. The information you gather from the tract books or from the BLM website is what allows you to order copies of these land entry case files. The case files generally consist of the various applications, forms, and correspondence that was created during the process of trying to patent the homestead claim. This type of record most likely will give you really a large amount of genealogical information, at least most of the time. Slide 37, please. Some land acts were less strict than other acts, and so the quality and quantity of documentation within case files will vary quite a bit. In the very least, these records will allow you to link an ancestor to a particular time and location. Slide 38, please. It doesn't really matter which type of claim was made on a piece of land. A case file would have been created for it. Usually the more recent records tend to have better information. Slide 39, please. Cash entries will generally have less information in them. Often it'll simply amount to, the who, what, when, where, and how much money was used type of information. But, sometimes in looking through tract books, I've encountered a decent number of situations where someone started out by trying to prove a standard homestead only to later end up paying cash outright. It's very similar to the case of Austin starting his claim under the Preemption Act, only to wind up using a bounty land warrant later on. So the case file would still consist of whatever had been collected up to that point, so you can never be too sure what you'll find. As I mentioned, getting those picky little details from the tract book can sometimes shed more light on the process that the homesteader was going through. Slide 40, please. Prior to about 1840, you might only find the bare essentials in a homestead case file: the name of the homesteader, the location, the acreage of the claim, the dates the claim ran, and the price. Later records might include information about the homesteader, such as age, place of birth, citizenship status, economic status, and literacy. Sometimes you might even find similar information regarding family members. You may also find information about how the land was used and what distinctive features it may have. Now, none of this is guaranteed, but it still has the potential to take your research in other directions. The sample we see here comes from a case file of Charles P. Ingalls of Little House on the Prairie fame. You can find this online at the NARA website if you want a better idea of what kinds of things can be found within a case file. Your list of links includes one that will actually take you directly to this case file. Slide 41, please. Bounty land warrants have been around for a very long time. It's important to keep in mind that the bounty land warrant application file is something separate from either the Veterans Compiled Service file or the pension application file. It's also different from the land entry case file. The bounty land application file will contain information very similar to what's seen in the pension files. Pension files have been known to contain things like birth, death, and marriage records, as well as more personal things like pages from family Bibles and family letters. Now, as we saw from our earlier example of George Austin and Pedro Mirabel, the actual warrant is basically a voucher which can be surrendered for public lands. Early on, each warrant was assigned a particular piece of land. Then they went to a lottery system to determine which piece of land a person got. And then finally, towards the end, a warrant could be turned in for any piece of public land, which seems to have been the case for George Austin. In the majority of cases, the veteran chose to transfer or sell his warrant to someone else because many veterans were already landowners and would therefore have little interest in moving west. Slide 42, please. So when you go about ordering copies of the land entry case file, the first thing you should determine is the rough category it belongs in. This will make a difference in terms of the information you'll need to submit. There's a split between pre- and post-1908. It came about because the General Land Office made a change to their system of assigning claim and patent numbers. Early on, it was done under each land office, so prior to 1908, you might see a claim number 500 in both the Denver Land Office and the Pueblo Land Office, as well as in, say, the Buffalo, Wyoming Land Office. After 1908, you'll just see a unique claim number within a given state, such as Colorado claim number 0500. Slide 43, please. All right, this form, the NATF, can be found on the NARA website. One of the links in your handouts will take you there. The pre-1908 case files require a pretty fair amount of information. Patented case files are easier because you can find those on the BLM website, and they break the information down very neatly for you. And if you use the tract book, you can also double-check the information against the BLM website. That can be very helpful in cases where the tract book is hard to read. Doing that can also help you make sense of any unusual information. The tract book we looked at told us that Austin was a squatter, but the BLM website didn't. But the BLM website gave us the name of the person whose bounty land warrant Austin used to make his purchase, but the tract book didn't mention that. Unpatented files will require that you find your information in the tract books. Since they won't have a patent or certificate number, you should use the application number given in the tract book. The Form 84 mentions entryman. This is the same as the homesteader. Slide 44, please. I'm going to call these post-1908 files, even though 1908 is actually included within them. As you can see, you actually don't need as much information to order them. There's one little tip I can give you regarding the patent numbers. For post-1908 files, they should have 0 as their first digit. The pre-1908 files aren't like that. This goes back to what I mentioned before about how the numbering system changed in 1908. After 1908, you'll find a Colorado patent number 0500, so the 0 lets you know which side of that divide you're on. Pre-1908, you'll have, as I mentioned, a patent number 500 from the Denver Land Office, as well as other land offices in Colorado. And of course, this applies to all the other public land states, not just Colorado. Slide 45, please. And then the request for the surrendered bounty land warrants requires the most information. We saw early on that the tract books and the BLM website will provide the warrant number, the authorizing act, and the acreage. And the good news is that since a warrant was turned in and a patent was issued, it's all on the website. The Form 84 can be submitted online or you can mail it in. Please do not mail the form to one of the regional facilities of NARA. Use the address on the form, which is for the Washington, D.C. location. Slide 46, please. I just want to make sure that a clear distinction is made here, again using our example of Mirabel and Austin. Mirabel was a veteran who applied for a bounty land warrant. He didn't have to apply for it, but it was part of the benefits he was entitled to. After he got the warrant, he transferred it to George Austin. He didn't have to sell it. He could have used it himself, or he could have sat on it and maybe it would never have been used. Austin ended up using that warrant to obtain the particular land claim we looked at. If Austin was my ancestor, I really wouldn't have any need to see the application file for Mirabel. I'd want to see the land entry case file for Austin. By the same token, if Mirabel is my ancestor, I'd want to see the bounty land warrant application, but not the land entry case file, which again would be pertinent to Austin. The most I'd find there might be something documenting the transfer of the warrant to Austin. Austin wasn't a veteran apparently, and he wouldn't have had a bounty land application file in his name. Now, in the most extreme case, Mirabel could have used the warrant himself, in which case there would be a land entry case file, a bounty land warrant application file in his name. I would use the Form 84 for the land entry case file and the Form 85 for the bounty land application file. And of course, as a veteran, there would also be a compiled service record and a pension application file for him, but that's a topic for a whole different workshop once again. Slide 47, please. So the allegedly easy thing to remember is that all patented land entry case files are in Washington. But I bring this up because unpatented case files are going to complicate things a little bit. And here's a link that we'll put the Form 84 within reach. You'll find a link to the form on this page, which is in the handout. I didn't include the direct link because it's a really huge line of text. So just go to this site and you'll see a link that says Order Now NATF 84. You'll also find a lot of great information on land records held at NARA here at this site. I did shamelessly steal a lot of information from there for this workshop. Slide 48, please. Unpatented land entry case files can provide you with practically everything that the patented files can, although there are bound to be at least a few exceptions. Anything finalizing the claim, of course, probably wouldn't be present. But as mentioned before, at this point, the only way to locate the information needed to request them is by using the tract books. Slide 49, please. This is why I said that unpatented case files get a bit more complicated. The easy part is that the pre-1908 unpatented files are all held in Washington, along with all the patented files. Some, but not all, of the unpatented post-1908 case files are out here in the regions. If you learn that an ancestor had an unpatented claim, you should probably check with the NARA facility that covers that state. Here in Denver, we actually do have post-1908 unpatented case files for Colorado, Utah, Montana, Wyoming, and New Mexico. I'd say on average we have them from about 1908 through maybe 1925 roughly. There are a few similar situations in other regions. I think unpatented case files for Alaska were originally held in Anchorage. Sadly, that facility closed recently, and the records were transferred to Seattle. And the Riverside, California facility, I believe, holds California unpatented files. So if the regions come up empty, then you should submit your NATF 84 to Washington, D.C. The regions, again, do not accept the Form 84. If you contact us and we find a record for you, there actually will be a charge of 80 cents per page with a minimum fee of $20. Slide 50, please. Sometimes it's really not possible to travel to Washington or one of the regional facilities of NARA. Fortunately, there are some land records available on microfilm, and in some cases these microfilms have been digitized. I'll show you how to find out what's been digitized shortly. This pamphlet on land records has a lot of good information in it as well. Much of it deals with how to fill out your Form 84, but some of my information also came out of it. Now, near the back of it, there actually is a listing of numerous microfilm series dealing with land records. Slide 51, please. The range of records listed in that pamphlet is really too great to detail here. In addition to the Act of 1855 applications mentioned here, there are also indexes to Revolutionary War and War of 1812 Bounty Land warrant applications. They're just the indexes, not the actual case files, but those can be a good starting point nonetheless. Also, as mentioned, some of these microfilms may have been digitized. If only there was a way to find out which ones. Slide 52, please. I have to apologize for how cluttered this particular slide is. This is a very good general purpose part of the NARA website because it'll show you everything that has gone digital, not just land records. Here we can see that this series, M804, has been reproduced at both the Ancestry and Fold 3 websites. Now, if you were doing this research from a computer in a NARA research room, you actually could click on the series title, and you would actually be taken directly to that part of Ancestry or Fold 3 that has these records. NARA research room computers do provide free access to services like Ancestry and Fold 3. This link is also in your handouts. Slide 53, please. If you go to the NARA website, archives.gov, you can find a way to research microfilm very easily. And you don't need to use a NARA computer. You can actually access this from pretty much anywhere. Just click on the Research Our Records tab. Slide 54, please. And that'll take you to here. This is a very good starting point for learning more about NARA's holdings in general. There you can also see a link to our friend, the Guide to Federal Records. If we click on the microfilm catalog link, that'll take us to, slide 55, please, this page. From here, you can search either by keywords or by the microfilm publication number, like M804. There are two really useful things you'll find when you get a valid hit from the site. You'll find out which NARA locations have that film, and usually a detailed listing of the roll contents. So this is a very useful thing if you saw a set of microfilm that wasn't available online. Here in Denver, we actually have been known to do the occasional interlibrary loan of microfilm. Things will vary by region, and I'm pretty sure that Washington, D.C. does not lend films. But by and large, we do prefer having researchers use the films on site. Slide 56, please. Okay, this is actually not a mistake. We're close to the end of my talk, and I have a little story about our sample survey plat I'd like to share with you. I've been using this example for well over a year now, and about 6 months ago, I had a researcher come into our facility. He wanted to find out what we had by way of land records from Colorado. Apparently, he's a business owner in downtown Denver, and I guess once in a while he'd find various small artifacts lying around his grounds, things like buttons off of military uniforms and small things like that. He was already aware that his business is located at the site where Camp Weld used to be, and he also had an interest in history and Civil War reenactments. So I was able to go back to my computer and email him a scanned copy of this plat. He also spent some time researching in the matching tract book to find out who the original homesteaders were in that area. That was probably the easiest time I've ever had with a researcher. I knew exactly what to get him and where it was, and he must have thought I was a mind reader. And, for that matter, his interest in these records wasn't even genealogical as far as I could tell. It was purely historical. Now, of course, I'm not promising that everyone is going to have that kind of luck when doing research with us, but I do want to say that here in NARA, we really do take seriously our role as the custodians of our nation's records. I'd say that most of us look at it as a responsibility and a privilege. NARA is not a museum where you're not allowed to touch anything. These are really your records. We just take care of them for you. So we're here to help you in any way we can. It's sincerely what we do. Slide 57, please. Okay, so we've scratched the surface on the land records available here at NARA. Be aware that there are quite a few finding aids available that can provide you with more detailed information about our records. Speaking for Denver, we have inventories regarding our early general land office records, and in most cases we can email you a copy. I'm sure the same holds true for other NARA facilities. Thank you all for listening, and especially a big thank you to those of you who stayed awake during the explanation of aliquots. Kudos if you did. Aliquots is your new word for the day. You can reach me here at this email address after the presentation, but slide 58 will have a different address for questions. So I think Rebecca and Andrea will open things up for questions now.
Thank you, Rick, very much. We do have several questions that came in through YouTube. The first question is, how about land that was left to a wife in her husband's will in 1893? would the land be listed in her name?
That's often a very sticky sort of question. If sometimes you'll actually see instances where, in the course of trying to perfect a homestead claim, the original homesteader may have died. Well, in cases like that, my understanding is that the wife was given the opportunity to present proof of her husband's passing, and then actually continue to perfect the claim on her own. Now, if the case you're talking about actually involves a claim that was already patented and perfected and then eventually passed on from the husband after he died to the wife, I'd say more than likely that would be on the probate court level.
Thank you very much, Rick. The next question deals with when to start looking at land records. There's a question about the start date. So let's start with a short story. They say, my grandpa filled in at the end of harvest season, built a shack, and returned to Minnesota for winter. In the spring, he came back to claim the farm and live with family who arrived later. What date should I start looking at for these land records?
Wow. It's a lot of times looking in terms of a specific date might not be practical. That would probably be a case, again, where I might steer you towards the county clerk or recorder for that particular area to, hopefully track, backwards in time to the point where your grandfather or, whoever actually shows up. Again, if this is a case where your ancestor obtained the land from a private party, that would not be a NARA record. And so, really the county level would be the only place you'd find that.
Okay, thank you, Rick. This is Diane Dimkoff, and I am the Research Customer Support Coordinator for Research Services, and I'd like to thank Rick for his excellent presentation. If he did not get your question answered today, please send it to us at inquire@nara.gov. And this is our final lecture for today. Thank you all for participating. It's been so much fun watching your comments on Facebook and Twitter, and we want to tell you how much we appreciate you hanging in there with us all day today, all day yesterday. And I do want to say that we'll be back tomorrow morning, Thursday morning at 10 o'clock with 6 more presentations for the day. So thank you. We're going off air now, and we'll resume again at 10 tomorrow morning. Thank you.